Chapter 542. Feng Yuan observed Chang Biao and the other two's expressions. Regarding Wolf King Chang Shanyin's past, Feng Yuan knew most of it from Chang Shanyin, but he did not know the true culprit who framed Wolf King. But even if he knew, he did not have the mood to take revenge for the dead Wolf King. He was Feng Yuan, the so-called Chang Shanyin was just a mask. From today onwards, I am Chang tribe's only supreme elder. Feng Yuan spoke, breaking the silence. Chang Biao's body shook, he opened his eyes and quickly kowtowed. Chang Biao greets Lord Supreme Elder. Feng Yuan nodded, the matter back then needs to be investigated thoroughly. But now is not the time, we need to wait until the Imperial Court contest ends. From today onwards, I am Chang tribe's only supreme elder. Chang Jiyu, you will be Chang tribe leader. Chang Biao will be the first tribe elder. Shui Tong, our fate is over, continue to be Chang Biao's wife. Because of the tradition set by Giant Sun Immortal, in Northern Plains, women had low status, they were often traded as goods. Sometimes, when an esteemed guest came to the tribe, the master would send his wife to the guest's side to serve him in bed. Ah! Chang Jiyu was stunned, standing on the spot. Shui Tong did not speak. Chang Biao endured the shock in his heart, kowtowing again, this subordinate obeys. All of you can leave. Feng Yuan waved his hand, ordering them to leave. He needed to make the best use of his time and continue cultivating. The three walked out of the large lizard house in a daze, only when the cold night wind caused them to shiver did they wake up. I passed the test just like that. Chang Biao's heart was filled with boundless joy and joy. But the matter back then, I did it flawlessly. Even if there were some traces, they have been washed away over these years and are long gone. Back then, I purposely got close to Chang Shanyin and became good friends with him. Now that Chang Shanyin has gone through a huge change and we have not met for many years, it is normal for our relationship to drift apart. Chang Biao thought rapidly. The current situation was several times better than he had expected. Even though I've been demoted from clan leader to clan elder, I still have most of my authority. Chang Shanyin asked me to be the first elder, it shows that he still trusts me. And he had appointed Chang Jiyu as the new patriarch of Chang clan, it could be seen that he still cherished old friendships deep in his bones. As long as he still remembers our friendship, everything will be easy. The more Chang Biao thought about it, the more excited he became. He was immersed in his own world and did not notice the complicated expression on his wife Shuadong's face. In the past, Chang Shanyin was infatuated with her beauty, but just now, Chang Shanyin did not even look at her. On the way here, Shui Tong was extremely worried that Chang Shanyin would snatch her back to his side. In this way, she would be separated from her beloved Chang Biao. How painful would this be? But now, the situation was much better than Shuadong had expected. Not only did Chang Shanyin not pursue the matter back then, he even asked her to continue being Chang Biao's wife. This was what Shuadong had been dreaming of. She should be happy, but for some reason, there was a lingering fear in her heart, as well as a sense of loss that she did not want to admit. As for Chang Jiyu, he fell into great joy, doubt and bewilderment. I finally saw father, he is just a few steps away. He is much more dignified than I had imagined. Father did not acknowledge me as his son, but called me by my name. Does he not know that I am his flesh and blood? But father, why did he make me the Chang clan leader? I am so young and only have rank 3 cultivation, can I do it? I understand now. This should be father's test for me. He is testing me, this son that I have never met. If I can manage Chang clan well and complete his test, will he feel gratified and acknowledge me as his son? Thinking so, Chang Jiyu could not help but feel excited. Thinking up to here, Chang Jiyu couldn't help but become excited in his heart. He made a firm resolution that he would definitely do his best and perform well in the future imperial court struggle. Feng Yuan would not have expected that his simple arrangement would cause such a huge change in the hearts of Chang Biao and the other two. But even if he knew, he would not care. In the 500 years of his previous life, after Chang Shanyin helped Ma Hongyun ascend to the throne of the imperial court lord, he also regained control of Chang clan. Different from Earth, when strength could be attributed to an individual, the stronger the strength, the greater the authority. Today, Feng Yuan was no longer a low-rank Gu master on Qingmao Mountain, suppressed and exploited by the system. Now, he could manipulate and willfully change the authority structure of a tribe. It could be said that he was already standing at the peak of the mortal world. He was well aware that this was all because of the great strength he possessed. Right now, my first aperture has already adapted to northern plains, and can use rank 5 peak stage primeval essence. The second aperture has also reached rank 5 middle stage. Both apertures' aptitudes are a grade 90%, and with the 2 sets of Gu worms, my primeval essence is abundant. But the enslavement and strength path Gu worms are not extremely strong. In terms of strength path, ever since I obtained rank 5 Amplify Effect Gu, my explosive strength has become high enough, but my body is unable to bear it. Earlier, when he fought against Lu Wenwu and his brother's combination killer move, 3 heads 6 arms, Feng Yuan could use his strength path to compete with them. But Feng Yuan was clear that once he exerted 500 June of strength, not to mention his opponent, just his own body would not be able to bear it. My bones are impermanence bones. The skin on my body is turtle jade wolf skin. To be able to bear 500 June of strength, this is far from enough. But if I want to modify my muscles and tendons to suit strength path, it will not suit enslavement path. What suits enslavement path cannot suit strength path. In the end, it is still enslavement and strength path, although they complement each other, the degree of compatibility is too low. It is not like soul path and enslavement path, or soul path and wisdom path. This problem had been troubling Feng Yuan all along. If he could not resolve it, then Feng Yuan's enslavement and strength path could only reach a profound level, but would not reach the peak of strength. Although Feng Yuan currently had information regarding Luopa Valley's inheritance, the future was uncertain, anything could happen. Feng Yuan was a cautious person. Before obtaining Luopa Valley, he could not make up his mind to cultivate soul path, thus he still needed to perfect enslavement and strength path. Feng Yuan closed his eyes and pondered for a while before slowly opening his eyes and taking out East Window Gu from his aperture. This Gu was a storage Gu, used to store information, obtained from land spirit of Langia. East Window Gu had detailed information regarding the killer move, 3 heads 6 arms. This killer move was extremely powerful. It could allow Lu Wenwu, Ouyang Bai Sang and Imo Shi Kuang to turn into giant monsters, their battle strength rising to a terrifying level. After He tribe defeated Lu tribe, they requested for this killer move, thus this was included in the war reparations that Lu tribe had to pay. Soon after, Feng Yuan used his battle merits to exchange for this killer move. These days, when Feng Yuan had nothing to do, he had been pondering over this killer move. When Gu masters activated multiple Gu worms at the same time, the effects of the Gu worms would complement each other, forming an even more powerful effect. This was what Gu masters commonly called killer moves. The killer move, 3 heads 6 arms, required 18 Gu worms to be activated at the same time. From rank 3 to rank 5 Gu worms, the consumption of primeval essence was extremely high. At the same time, 3 Gu masters were needed, a single Gu was not enough. Feng Yuan could not use this killer move. But this did not mean it had no value to Feng Yuan. Killer moves or Gu recipes were the essence of using Gu worms. Why could these Gu worms have such an effect when they were used together? Why could these Gu worms not be used? If one of these Gu worms was replaced with another, what would be the effect? If the enemy used this killer move again, what method could be used to break it? Man was the spirit of all living beings, Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Gu bodies contained the minute laws of heaven and earth, fragments of the great Tao. Understanding Gu meant understanding the great Tao, understanding the natural laws of this world. It was like on earth, using experiments to obtain the laws of science. This Gu recipe gave Fang Yuan great inspiration. If I grow 3 heads and 6 arms, what will happen? A flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, like a new window had been opened. His body was like a foundation stone. Enslavement and strength path were pavilions built on the foundation stone. This foundation stone was not big now, the 2 pavilions could only be built as low-rise buildings. If this foundation stone was enlarged, would it be able to support 2 tall buildings at the same time? Fang Yuan had never cared about his appearance. What handsome, beautiful or ugly, those were just the opinions of others. What did other people's opinions have to do with him? As long as he had great battle strength, so what if he was seen as a monster? Northern Plains, 7th month. The weather was getting colder, frost had condensed into ice, and it was raining endlessly. All the armies had gone through many fierce battles, their numbers had already decreased to less than 50. Although He tribe won against Lu tribe, their vitality was injured. They stopped at the camp like a wounded beast, making use of every moment to rest and recover. Mid-July. Dujiao region, Yi Lui army defeated the encirclement of the 7 armies. On the day of the counterattack, Yi Lui Sang killed 3 rank 5 Gu masters. However, in this battle, the greatest contributor was Qi Lian tribe's hidden elder in Yi Lui army, Qi Lian tribe leader's godson, Wu Ming. Wu Ming was a rank 5 middle-stage dark path Gu master. During the confrontation between the armies, he entered the enemy's camp several times and assassinated the enemy leader, successfully assassinating 2 rank 5 experts and 13 rank 4 Gu masters, causing the 7 armies to be in a state of panic and low morale. Northern Plains, 8th month. After Yang tribe recruited the enslavement path master Jiang Baoya, their strength rose greatly, they had been victorious all the way. After several great victories, they became a hot topic in the later stages of the imperial court contest. The newly advanced enslavement path master, Leopard King, New Heir II, led his army and threatened Tao tribe. Tao tribe alliance army suffered setbacks in the selection process. Alliance leader Tao Yu judged the situation and knew that he had no hope of ascending to the position of imperial court lord. Thus, he chose to submit to New Heir Tuesday. After New Heir II's army annexed Tao tribe, their military strength rose greatly. In the middle of the 8th month, He Lulan gave the order for the army to set off again. By the 9th month, the situation of the imperial court contest was clear. Only 5 armies were left, they had the most hope. He tribe with Wolf King Chang Shan Yin and Tai Bai Yunqing, New Heir tribe led by the newly advanced Leopard King, Yang tribe with Rat King and Eagle King, Ma tribe with Horse King, and Yi Lui army led by Yi Lui Sang who had an immortal Gu. In the beginning of the 9th month, New Heir army fought with Yang tribe. The Leopard group could not withstand the double attacks of the Eagle group and Rat group. After defending for half a month, New Heir II lost. In the beginning of the 10th month, while Yang tribe was digesting the war reparations, Yi Lui Sang took the chance to attack. In Yang tribe army, some wanted to fight, some wanted to defend, and some wanted to retreat. Because of the difference in opinion, the army was at a loss and Yi Lui Sang succeeded. After Yi Lui Sang obtained victory, he was not complacent for long before he was targeted by Ma tribe. Ma tribe moved rapidly for 3 days and 3 nights, catching Yi Lui Sang unprepared. The same scene played out on him. Yi Lui army was defeated by Ma tribe before they could digest the war reparations. Yi Lui Sang led his remaining troops and fled, taking the initiative to submit to He tribe army. In the beginning of the 11th month, He tribe army rapidly moved north, building 8 defense lines along the way and starting the decisive battle with Ma tribe in the middle of the month. Only the victors could enter imperial court blessed land, while the losers would have to pay reparations. In regret and disappointment, they welcomed the 10 years of blizzard in northern plains. At once, this decisive battle attracted the attention of countless people in front and behind the scenes. In the first few battles, He tribe had a slight advantage, while Ma tribe lost 2 defense lines and retreated to the 3rd defense line. Yi Lui Sang wanted to take revenge. He continued to provoke his subordinates, causing Ma tribe army to shut themselves in and their morale to plummet. Ma tribe was helpless. They had to seek help from snowy mountain blessed land behind them. Chapter 543. The main peak of the majestic snowy mountain pierced through the clouds. Around it, the other peaks were like stars surrounding the moon, revolving around it. In the sky, there was a light blue light. Fluttering fine snow, floating on the ground. This was a pure and flawless place. Even the buildings on the peaks were carved from ice crystals. This was snowy mountain blessed land. The base of Northern Plains demonic path Gu Immortals. There were dozens of Gu Immortals. They occupied different peaks of the snowy mountain. On a snowy mountain peak that was covered in green pine trees, there was an ice crystal 7-tower pavilion. On the pavilion's signboard, there were 3 large words, Snow Pine Pavilion. The owner of this place, Shuesong Zi, was a famous demonic path rank 6 Gu Immortal. He was tall and thin, wearing a light blue robe. His snow-white hair fell to the ground. Right now, he was at the top floor of Snow Pine Pavilion, looking down at this snowy mountain peak that belonged to him. His eyes were deep blue, his gaze penetrating 1,000 li, inspecting his territory. The snow pines are growing well. The snow willows that were transplanted last year have already expanded to over 10,000. This year's Gu worms have also produced close to 300 rank 5 Gu. These water path and ice path Gu worms can be used for research. There are still leftovers. I can sell them for at least 2 or 3 immortal yuan stones. Of course, my main source of income now is still the snowman slave trade. On Shuesong Zi's mountain peak, there were 6 variant human tribes. All of them were snowmen. Snowmen were a type of variant humans. They lived in the icy environment of the snowy land. Their skin was snow-white, their eyes were ice blue, and their hair was blue. After they died, their bodies would turn into ice sculptures. Snowmen normally did not cry or laugh, and tears were even rarer. Most of the snowmen had never cried tears of joy or sorrow in their entire lives. However, the tears left by snowmen, they would instantly condense into ice tears. Ice tears were a precious Gu refinement material. Gu masters loved them greatly. After Shuesong Zi inspected them, he nodded in satisfaction. Snowmen looked expressionless, but in Shuesong Zi's opinion, they were the variant humans with the closest intelligence to humans. Many Gu immortals raised snowmen, and in order to obtain ice tears, they would often torture them. They would carry out inhumane torture. Gu refinement materials like ice tears were used in many places. In jewel yellow skies, the trade of ice tears was very popular. Many Gu immortals schemed for profits in order to obtain ice tears. He used all means to slaughter and torture the snowmen. Shuesong Zi had done this before, but he soon discovered that the market for Gu immortals to obtain the ice tears was much higher than the ice tears themselves. From then on, he began to raise snowmen and sell them to jewel yellow skies. Let the other Gu immortals torture the snowman. A snowman could only shed tears of ice 3 times in his life. There were no more than 60 of them. Every time it cried, the snowman's lifespan would be greatly reduced, and a great deal of its life essence would be lost. If the snowman shed too much ice tears, he would age rapidly and die faster. However, the cost of raising snowmen was much lower. In addition, Shuesong Zi owned this mountain peak. It was convenient for planting cedars, snow trees, and raising snowmen. Therefore, selling snowmen was much more profitable than selling ice tears. He was good at making money. His business had been booming these years, and he had accumulated a large amount of immortal yuan stone. He could be considered a wealthy person among Gu Immortals. But he had a huge regret. He had been a rank 6 Gu Immortal for decades. But he still did not have an immortal Gu. No matter how many immortal Yuan stones he had, he could not buy an immortal Gu. Because immortal Gu were unique, others would not sell them even if they had them. At most, they would exchange immortal Gu for immortal Gu. Ma tribe has reached the final step now. If I can defeat He tribe and enter the Imperial Court, I might be able to obtain the first immortal Gu in my life from 88-point Jinyang Tower. Xue Songzi was thinking about this when he suddenly had a feeling, and waved his hand. Space tore open, and a letter Gu flew out. Xue Songzi opened it. It was Ma tribe's request for help. They finally couldn't hold on any longer. Xue Songzi's lips curled into a smile. He had been paying attention to this Imperial Court contest, and knew about Ma tribe's loss. Earlier, he had contacted Ma tribe, but they could not make up their mind. Now that the situation was tense, Ma tribe sent a request for help. It was equivalent to agreeing to his request. This way, it is time for me to make a move. Xue Songzi's smile gradually disappeared, and he activated Divine Sense Gu. 3 divine senses flew far away, towards the 3 snowman tribes on the snowy peak. After receiving the divine sense, the 3 snowman Gu masters immediately got up and rushed towards the mountain peak. A moment later, they knelt in front of Xue Song Pavilion, saying in unison, Xue Hua, Xue Mi, Xue Ming, greets Immortal. Xue Songzi did not show himself, but took out some Gu worms and sent them to the 3 snowmen. Bring these Gu worms and the D battalion, go to the outside world and find Ma tribe, help them win the battle. Xue Songzi sent another divine sense. Yes. The 3 snowman Gu masters quickly received the order. Xue Songzi had 4 battalions, A, B, C and D, formed from the experts of the 6 snowman tribes. The 3 snowman Gu masters led the D battalion out of snowy mountain blessed land, but before they reached Ma tribe, they were discovered by He tribe's Gu Immortals. Brother, this Ma tribe is indeed related to Snowy Mountain's demonic path Gu Immortals. Now that the evidence is conclusive, Lu tribe's external Gu Immortal Tan Baiya is not wrong. In the blessed land, He Bai said to He Qing. These 2 were He tribe's Gu Immortals. He Bai had an ordinary appearance, middle-aged, clumsy on the outside but elegant on the inside. And He Qing had been publicly recognized as a genius in He tribe since he was young, handsome and confident, and was also He Lolan's father. He Qing glanced at He Bai, saying calmly, Brother, you don't need to worry. Demonic path Gu Immortals always move alone. Snowy Mountain might be strong, having dozens of Gu Immortals, but only 2 or 3 truly support Ma tribe. He Bai nodded, Brother is right. But the current Ma tribe is indeed very strong. Previously, they did not receive the support of demonic path Gu Immortals. They fought their way into the decisive battle on their own. Once they receive the support of Gu Immortals, they will definitely become even stronger. He Qing grunted, before asking, Have you investigated who are the demonic path Gu Immortals supporting Ma tribe? Not yet, but it will be done soon. Go and do it. We have bought over 500,000 wild wolves and 300 mutated wolves these days. 2 wolf emperors, thousands of Gu worms, as well as the prepared resources, hand them over to He Lulan. Yes, brother. Also, instruct He Lulan to finish the battle quickly, so as not to complicate matters. He Bai's expression was clear. He nodded and left the blessed land without saying anything. War was not just about human lives, it was also a competition of foundation and consumption. The struggle for the imperial court. At the final stage, He Qing and He Bai, who had been supporting He Lulan all along, were starting to feel a little overwhelmed. Although Gu Immortals were wealthy, they could not support the entire army for such a long time. The amount of resources and mortal Gu was enormous. A portion came from the blessed land, while the majority was from the consumption of immortal yuan stones. They were bought from jewel-yellow skies. Large amounts of immortal yuan stones were scattered. Be it He Bai or He Qing, they were actually feeling heartache. The struggle for the imperial court, in essence, was a game. But not all Gu immortals could afford to play this game. Many Gu immortals wanted to obtain an immortal Gu, so they participated in this grand gamble. Finally, the person they chose did not enter the imperial court, thus they lost miserably. There were even cases where they went bankrupt. But if they won and obtained an immortal Gu from 88-point Jinyang Tower, then all the investments would be worth it. After all, no matter how many immortal yuan stones there were, they could not buy an immortal Gu. 10 days later, He tribe and Ma tribe's armies started fighting again. The huge battle formation was endless, forming a grand army. In the main tent, He Lulan sat on the main seat, looking at the opposite side as he said with heroic spirit, "We did not manage to hurt Ma tribe the last 2 times, let us teach them a lesson this time. It is not so easy to advance into a super tribe. Humph. Who will go first?" Before he finished speaking, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu stood up and greeted, "Lord Alliance Leader, this subordinate is willing to be the vanguard." He Lulan nodded in satisfaction. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was an expert who had chosen to submit to him since the Heroes' Assembly. Along the way, participating in the struggle for the imperial court, until now, Hao Ji Lu had killed countless people and had outstanding battle merits. Pei Yanfei had also submitted to He tribe after Lu Wenwu's defeat. But Hao Ji Lu's position as the number 1 rank 4 battle general had never wavered. This was He tribe army's old general. Adding on Hao Ji Lu's repeated intention to submit, if there were no accidents, after He tribe takes over the imperial court, he would be taken in as an external elder by He tribe. He tribe was a Huang Jin tribe, a super force, one of the giants of northern plains. If Hao Ji Lu joined He tribe, it would be like relying on a big tree. Just like Wind Demon Tan Wufeng who submitted to Dong Fong tribe. Hao Ji Lu went to the battlefield and shouted. Ma Shangfeng snorted and pointed at him, "This water demon again, who will teach him a lesson? Lord Alliance Leader, let me go deal with him this time." A boorish man stood up. It was Ma tribe's fierce general, a transformation path rank 4 Gu master expert, Cheng Hu. Ma Shangfeng nodded in agreement. Cheng Hu impatiently went to the battlefield and fought with Hao Ji Lu. Hao Ji Lu's methods were ruthless, his attacks were vast and the water current surged. Because he had exchanged battle merits for many rare Gu worms, Hao Ji Lu's current battle strength had already far surpassed the initial stage of the Imperial Court contest. Both sides fought back and forth for more than 10 rounds. Hao Ji Lu gradually gained the upper hand. Cheng Hu was suppressed and felt stifled. He roared and activated a killer move, turning into a fierce tiger. The tiger's might was fierce and ferocious, immediately reversing the disadvantage. Hao Ji Lu was famous for his ferocious attacks, but now he could not block the fierce tiger's attack. He could only retreat again and again, changing his fighting style. From the previous fierce attack, he changed to a defensive counterattack. Chapter 544. Swoosh swoosh. A blue torrent shot out. The suspended-eyed tiger roared, emitting a thunderous sound. This was the rank 4 tiger roar Gu. The tiger roar's sound waves rippled in the air, forming visible ripples. The sound waves collided with the torrent, causing it to collapse into a heavy rain. Cheng Hu transformed into the suspended-eyed tiger. His attacks were peerless, immediately showing an unstoppable aura. Tiger Roar Gu emitted sound waves. Tiger Claw Gu, extremely sharp. Tiger Skin Gu, outstanding defense. Tiger Tooth Gu, sharp as a spear, piercing and showing off its might. Tiger Tail Gu, hard as a steel whip, able to move freely. Transformation Path Goo Masters, to form killer moves, would collect the corresponding goo worms. Once they collected all the goo worms, they would be able to transform, and their battle strength would increase greatly. Of course, the stronger the transformation, the higher the value of the corresponding goo worms, and the harder it was to collect them. Even if goo masters could transform, they needed a lot of training. Humans were born to walk on 2 legs, with 1 head and 2 arms. If they transformed into another form, not being used to it would be the most natural reaction. Like flying, only a lot of training and talent could make use of the transformed form well. Goo masters nurture goo, use goo, and refine goo. These were the profound aspects of using goo. Both armies' gazes were focused on the battlefield. Hao Ji Lu and Cheng Hu's battle had already reached a crucial moment. Cheng Hu used his killer move, transforming into a suspended-eyed tiger, firmly holding the upper hand. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu could only focus on dodging, changing from his previous wild attacks. He was in a difficult situation. However, as time passed, the battle was still in a deadlock. Although Cheng Hu had a huge advantage, he could not turn this advantage into victory. Most of the Ma tribe's soldiers were still cheering, but the people in Ma tribe's main tent were frowning. Not good, this water demon is crafty. Cheng Hu is in danger. Ma Yingjie said. Many of the experts present nodded in agreement. Killer moves were strong, but in fact, they were activated by many goo worms at the same time. This way, the primeval essence expenditure would increase by several times. Thus, it was a double-edged sword for goo masters. Cheng Hu activated his killer move, but water demon Hao Ji Lu had rich battle experience. He changed his style of fighting with brute force. Cheng Hu would not be able to deal with the water demon in a short period of time. Once his true essence was depleted, he would have no choice but to transform into his human form. At that time, it would be time for water demon Hao Ji Lu to counterattack. Ma Xiangfang's expression was calm, but his heart sank. If it was in the past, Cheng Hu's failure would have nothing to do with him. However, Cheng Hu's victory or defeat was no longer his personal matter. Instead, it concerned the morale of the entire army. The Ma family had already lost 2 battles in a row. Ma Xiangfeng knew very well that the major tribes that had sided with the Ma family were already wavering in their hearts. The Ma clan's army was led by the Ma clan, with the other clans as support. Once people's hearts wavered, the situation would become dangerous. Ma Xiangfeng naturally did not wish to see Cheng Hu fail. But seeing that the battle was still in a stalemate, and that the possibility of Cheng Hu's defeat was increasing, Ma Xiangfeng could only sigh in his heart and call out, "Fei Xingqing." Fei Xingqing immediately stepped forward and placed his right palm on his chest. He saluted and said, "Your subordinate is here. The second battle will be your turn." Ma Xiangfeng said. To eliminate the influence of Cheng Hu's defeat, he had placed his hopes on Fei Xingqing. Fei Xingqing was a valiant general. He had been ostracized by Fei tribe before, and was not doing well. Ma tribe sowed discord and used him as a spy. While Fei tribe was weakened due to the internal conflict, they launched a sneak attack and annexed Fei tribe. After Fei Xingqing sided with Ma tribe, he could be said to have met a wise leader. He made many contributions and was heavily nurtured. Immediately, he went to the front of the formation and scolded loudly. The one who came is Fei Xingqing. Since the Imperial Court contest, he has already killed 8 rank 4 experts. In the previous battle, he used numbness goo and fought against 3 rank 4 experts alone. His performance was stunning. In He tribe's main tent, Sun Shihan spoke. Yi Lui Sang, who was at the side, had a cold expression. The battle a cunning gentleman Sun Shihan was talking about was the battle between Ma tribe and his Yi Lui alliance. In the end, Yi Lui Sang lost and was chased by Ma tribe, almost becoming a loner. The Qi Lian tribe and other tribes that had submitted to Yi Lui Sang all ended up joining Ma tribe. Numbness goo was a rare rank 4 goo, its value comparable to rank 5. Once a Gu master is hit, their whole body would be numb and their value could rival rank 5. Once a Gu master is hit, their whole body would be numb and they would be unable to move. He Lulan grunted and looked around, asking, "Who can fight?" Just as he said that, someone laughed heartily and walked out from the crowd. "Fei Xingqing is only a so-so. I am willing to fight and clear all obstacles for you." He Lulan took a look. It was none other than Soul Blade General Pan Ping. Pan Ping had been killed by Lu tribe's three brothers' killer move earlier, but was saved by Tai Bai Yunqing's man as before Gu after the battle. Not only him, Gao Yang and Zhu Zai were also saved. "Alright, go ahead." He Lulan nodded in agreement. If it was at the start of the battle, he would not be optimistic about Pan Ping's chances. But after more than 10 battles, Pan Ping was no longer the same as before. He had rapidly grown to become an expert on Pei Yan Fei's level. "Fei tribe's lad, you are only a shameless traitor who seeks glory and glory. Your survival is a disgrace, come and accept your death." Pan Ping went up and scolded loudly, his battle intent surging. Fei Xingqing was furious. He hated it when people called him that. "You are only a bastard of the demonic path. You were so arrogant earlier because you did not meet me." Immediately, the two fought fiercely. At once, the scene was intense, neither side winning nor losing. It could be said that they were evenly matched. Actually, these two circumstances were very similar. At the start of the Imperial Court contest, they were both people who could not achieve their ambitions. Pan Ping was a demonic Gu master, wandering from place to place. Fei Xingqing was suppressed by the tribe and could not achieve his ambitions. But because of this Imperial Court contest, the two's reputation rose. They made a fortune from the battle and their strength improved greatly. Previously, Pan Ping's only good Gu was Soul Blade Gu. But now, he exchanged his battle merits. The Gu worms on him were all exquisite and luxurious. His battle strength rose by leaps and bounds. It was no longer like before, when he only had Soul Blade Gu to hold the fort. And Fei Xingqing was roughly the same. Previously, he was ostracized in the tribe. Although he had all his Gu worms, he lacked powerful methods. He had also obtained benefits from the battlefield, accumulating his battle merits and exchanging for the rank 5 equivalent numbness Gu, combining it with his own Gu worms. His battle strength rose sharply. The two's figures fought endlessly, but they were both wary of each other. Pan Ping was wary of Fei Xingqing's numbness Gu, while Fei Xingqing had been guarding against Pan Ping's Soul Blade Gu. Speaking of Soul Blade Gu, it could be said that Pan Ping was lucky. Because this Gu was attached to the curved blade, and not the Gu master's aperture or body. After Pan Ping was blasted into pieces, Soul Blade Gu luckily survived. Afterwards, Tai Bai Yunqing saved Pan Ping. The latter revived, but all his Gu worms were destroyed. Only Soul Blade Gu was left. Fortunately, Pan Ping had many battle merits and had not used them before. As for Gao Yang and Zhu Zai, they were not so lucky. After they were killed, all their Gu worms were destroyed. The most regrettable thing was that Gao Yang's rank 5 treacherous wave cloud Gu was also destroyed. Rank 5 man as before Gu could only target the human body, it could not revive Gu worms. But the two were calm. Being able to revive was a great fortune. Afterwards, the two borrowed battle merits and basically replenished their Gu worms. After several battles, not only did they pay back all their battle merits, they even had some left over. The intense battle between the two pairs of rank 4 experts attracted everyone's attention. Ma tribe saw that Fei Xingqing and Pan Ping were locked in a stalemate, and sent out 6 fierce generals. He Lulan accepted them one by one, sending out Pei Yan Fei, Gao Yang, Zhu Zai, and others. When the 6th pair of experts fought, Qing Hu was finally defeated. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was powerless to chase, and could only watch as he safely retreated. He tribe's morale rose, but soon, in the third group, Ma tribe won, and the situation was reversed. Both sides sent out more experts, and in front of the two armies, more than 30 battle rings were formed. That is to say, close to 70 rank 4 Gu masters appeared to fight. This was a grand scene. The huge northern plains had billions of people, and most of them were mortals. There were only a few hundred rank 4 Gu masters, and less than half 100 rank 5 Gu masters. It was because of the contest for the imperial court that these people gathered together, clashing and competing with each other. In the intense battle of life and death, stronger Gu masters were born, and the weak were ruthlessly eliminated. The contest for the imperial court had reached the final decisive battle. Be it He tribe or Ma tribe, they were both Leviathan-like giants. Not counting Gu immortals, the scale of any army greatly surpassed the forces of a super tribe. Everyone in the two armies felt their hearts and minds shaking, their chests surging. Only Fang Yuan was calmer. He had seen an even bigger scene in his previous life, that was the chaotic 5 regions war, the chaotic era. Lord Alliance leader, subordinate requests to fight. A young rank 4 Gu master stepped out, unable to restrain his battle intent. This person was none other than Gu Guang. Gu Guang was Gu tribe leader. He was originally a rank 3 Gu master, but after the baptism of the war, he survived and his strength increased greatly, advancing to rank 4 not long ago. He Lulan was slightly stunned, before turning her gaze towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was the supreme elder of Gu tribe and Chang tribe. These two tribes were under his control. Fang Yuan sensed He Lulan's questioning gaze, and lightly ordered, Gu Guang, step down, you are the tribe leader, how can you take such a risk? Gu Guang complied and retreated. Fang Yuan asked again, where is Chang Biao? Lord, subordinate is here. Chang Biao had a sickly expression, his injuries from the previous battle had not healed. But Fang Yuan did not care about this, only saying, go and fight. Chang Biao opened his mouth to speak, his heart filled with anger. Ever since he joined He tribe army, he had been ordered to fight by Fang Yuan in every battle. Even if he was a famous expert, he could not endure such high-intensity continuous battles. Damn it! Chang Shanin, this guy, is he ordering me around like a beast? I hate that I am weak now, I cannot defy his orders. I will endure it for now, there will be a long time in the future. 10 years ago, I framed you, 10 years later, I will truly put you to death. Chapter 545. Seeing Chang Biao enter the battlefield, Ma tribe also sent a female expert. This person was called Shi Shui. She was a rank 4 peak stage expert, a famous ice path expert. She had a rank 5 flying snow Gu. Once activated, it would cause snowflakes to fall like goose feathers, turning everything within a few thousand steps into an icy domain. Chang Biao saw this person and thought, bitter. If he was in his peak condition, he would have to be careful against this woman. Now that he was injured, he was even less of a match. The two fought. Shi Shui attacked fiercely, while Chang Biao dodged and stalled for time. This way, he was unavoidably at a disadvantage. The battle continued. As time passed, rank 4 Gu masters continued to be defeated, retreating with injuries, or dying at the enemy's hands. Both sides had casualties, but overall, it was a draw. Gradually, the rank 4 Gu masters in the two main tents became few and far between, not enough to mobilize. Gu tribe leader, I would like to ask for your help now. He Lulan's gaze landed on the person sitting in the main tent. Gu tribe leader Gu Guolong was an earth path Gu master. He had once piled rocks into a mountain and caused great trouble to He tribe army. At one point, He Lulan even had the thought of retreating. But eventually, Tai Bai Yunqing arrived and He tribe won, while Gu tribe joined He tribe army as the defeated side. Gu Guolong's appearance shook Ma tribe army. This was the first rank 5 expert to move. Ma Shangfeng immediately responded by sending Qing tribe leader Qing Long. This person was a rank 5 transformation path expert, Qing Hu's elder brother. Seeing Qinglong, Gu Guolong bowed and said politely, "So it is Qing tribe leader, please enlighten me." Qinglong chuckled, "I don't dare to enlighten Gu tribe leader, but let's exchange pointers." The two fought with great momentum, immediately suppressing everyone and becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Gu Guolong had both offense and defense, he was honest and steady. Qinglong moved freely in the sky, fierce and calm. After the two fought for 12 rounds, He Lulan sent the rank 5 expert Luo Bojun. Luo Bojun had sided with Lu Wenwu, but after Lu tribe lost to He tribe, he became one of the higher-ups of He tribe army. Ma tribe immediately sent a rank 5 expert to fight. Compared to the lineup of rank 5 experts, Ma tribe was not inferior. In the past, Nu Air's army swallowed up the Tao family, and the Yang family defeated Nu Air. Then, Yilu family defeated the Yang family, but in the end, the Ma family defeated Yilu family's army, becoming the final winner. After this round of battle, there were many large clans in the Ma family's army, including the Qilian family, Qing family, Zhao family, Lu family, Tao family, Yang family and many other powerful forces. At the same time, they had Jiang Baoye, Yang Ping, and Ma Zun, 3 enslavement masters. Rank 5 Gu masters mostly held high authority, their tone and attitude were much calmer and more amiable than the murderous aura of rank 4 Gu masters. When they attacked, they held back 30% of their strength and 20% of their feelings. Once they died, the tribe would be leaderless and would be swallowed by He tribe or Ma tribe. Although they were enemies, what they truly cared about was the interests of their own clans. Even though they were bound by the poison oath, there were still unspoken rules. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged and watched quietly. Although he only displayed rank 4 peak stage cultivation, he was an enslavement path master, he was a crucial person who could influence the battle. Thus, his status was special, even higher than those rank 5 tribe leaders. Giant's son Immortal Venerable really made a huge move, what a brilliant scheme. Personally participating in the imperial court contest, Fang Yuan's emotions grew more and more. Giant son Immortal left behind an inheritance for his descendants. He built 88-point Jinyang Tower and also established the tradition of imperial court contest. It could be said that he had put in a lot of effort and thought into it. Not to mention 88-point Jinyang Tower, just looking at this imperial court contest, every time it was held, it was a purge. Huang Jin tribes swallowed other tribes to strengthen themselves. At the same time, the concentration of resources formed a developed battle merit economy during times of war. It was an abnormal prosperity. And through the war reparations, they formed an exchange of techniques and greatly deepened the foundation of Huang Jin tribes. Most importantly, it was survival of the fittest. It allowed Gu masters to think at the border of life and death, to work hard and become experts. For Huang Jin tribes, they would select Gu immortal seeds. Giant son Immortal, although he was no longer in the world, his influence still ruled over the whole of northern plains. Compared to an Immortal Venerable, the current me is as insignificant as an ant. But I also benefited from this imperial court contest, otherwise my strength would not have advanced so rapidly. Fang Yuan was slightly distracted as he thought of this. He sent his mind into his aperture. Inside the aperture, there were several new Gu worms. Most were rank 4, one was rank 3, one was rank 5 Azura Corpse Gu, and one was rank 5 Earth Overlord Gu. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained inspiration from 3 Head 6 Arms Killer Move, he had combined his own foundation and ideas to research and obtain some results. He then condensed these results into a killer move. He named it 4 Arms Earth King. Once he activated this killer move, a new pair of arms would grow from the sides of his body. When he used all 4 arms, his battle strength would rise sharply and he would be comparable to the killer move 3 Head 6 Arms of Lu tribe brothers. However, compared to 3 Head 6 Arms, my 4 Arms Earth King form can only last for a shorter time. Only when my feet are on the ground can I display my full strength. Once I fly, my battle strength will fall by half. This killer move was only created by Fang Yuan, it was not perfected yet. Only after testing it in battle could he add some new goo and replace the unnecessary old goo, or directly remove them. Only then could the killer move be gradually perfected. The sun gradually rose high in the sky, and before the snowstorm, the usually blazing sunlight seemed cold and powerless. On the battlefield, however, killing intent was surging and accumulating to the limit. Dozens of battle circles burst out with colorful fireworks as the two sides were locked in a stalemate. In He tribe's main tent, there were only a few Gu masters left. If they were not fighting, they had retreated and were recuperating, or they had died on the battlefield. But overall, He tribe still had a slight advantage. All along, He Lulan had received the support of He Bai and He Qing, two Gu immortals. And Ma tribe had only asked Shui Song Zi for help during this huge battle. These Ma tribe bastards are really resistant to beatings. He Lulan snorted coldly, his gaze was malevolent and he was gradually becoming impatient. He looked at Fang Yuan and was about to speak when three beast groups rushed out of Ma tribe's camp. On the left, tens of thousands of horses galloped, their hooves trampling on the ground like rumbling thunder. There were countless rats on the right side of the road. They were densely packed, and the sight of them sent chills down one's spine. And at the center, a group of eagles soared up like dark clouds, giving off a feeling of covering the sky and covering the earth. Horse King Ma Zun, Rat King Jiang Baoya, and Eagle King Yang Ping, these three enslavement path masters made their moves at the same time. The beast groups rushed over and immediately dispersed most of the battle groups. It turned out that Ma Shangfeng saw that Ma tribe was at a slight disadvantage in the challenge, so he wanted to use his advantage in enslavement path to suppress He tribe army and change the disadvantageous situation. Facing the simultaneous attack of three beast groups, He Lulan immediately tensed up, he stared closely at Fang Yuan. Wolf King, it's up to you now. Fang Yuan nodded and slowly stood up from his seat. He slowly walked to the head of the twin-headed iron rhino and looked down from above at the three beast groups. All of them were malevolent and ferocious, and their scale was vast. No matter which path the enslavement path masters were on par with him, they were formidable opponents that did not lose to him in enslavement path. In fact, the enslavement path Gu worms they possessed were even more comprehensive and outstanding than Fang Yuan's wolf enslavement Gu worms. Under the situation of not exposing his strength path battle strength, Fang Yuan's two fists could not contend against four hands. In the previous two battles, the wolf group had been suppressed by the three beast groups and suffered disastrous losses. And Ma tribe had relied on this advantage to leave behind beast groups to bring up the rear, allowing them to safely retreat into the defensive line twice. But at this moment, Fang Yuan smiled coldly, his heart filled with battle intent. Although his enslavement path Gu worms were slightly weaker than these three enslavement path masters, before this battle, he had obtained the support of He tribe's Gu immortals, and the wolf group's scale had increased by more than 10 times. These wolf groups were all hidden in the army, using the power of Gu worms, the enemy could not detect them. Wolf King. Yang Ping is here, do you dare to fight? In the sky, Yang Ping was standing on a giant eagle, he looked heroic and upright, like a spear soaring into the sky. He took the initiative to challenge and wanted to restrain Fang Yuan's wolf group. The eagle group was looking down from above, attacking the wolf group was very advantageous. Ha ha ha, old Yang, you have to go easy on him. After all, brother Chang Shanin is an enslavement path master like us. You have to leave some face for him. On the right, Rat King's mocking laughter could be heard. And in the horse group on the left, Ma Zun, who was not good with words, advanced with a muffled voice. There were large numbers of Gu master experts around him, each riding on a warhorse to protect his safety. Enslavement path masters still needed to be in the situation to command the beast groups, only then could they display 120% of their battle power. The three masters came out together, taking the risk and personally leading the beast group to attack. This was like 3 heavy punches. If they could not block it properly, He tribe's army could be beaten senseless, the situation would collapse and they would not be able to turn back. After all, the battlefield was full of unpredictable variables. There were too many examples of the weak winning against the strong. Moreover, He tribe's side only had a slight advantage now. Brother Shanin. He Lulan could not help but reveal a worried expression. Although the wolf group's scale had increased and completely surpassed the 3 beast groups, he was worried that Fang Yuan did not have enough control over it. After all, Fang Yuan had never controlled such a large wolf group. If he did not control it properly, it would instead cause chaos. Even if he could control it, with Wolf King's rank 4 peak stage primeval essence, how long could he last? Fang Yuan stood on the iron rhino's head, with his back facing He Lulan. He did not speak. Looking at the 3 beast groups majestically pouncing over, attacking from the sky and on the ground, the Wolf Kings still did not move even though they were right in front of them. He Lulan felt even more uneasy and urged, "Brother Shanin, quickly attack." Fang Yuan still did not speak, as if he did not hear anything. The 3 beast groups surged over. They were less than 200 steps away and would arrive in an instant. He tribe's army was shaken. He Lulan was anxious. Brother Chang Shanin. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed heartily. This is a good opportunity. The enemy is trying to suppress me with their beast group, but they do not know they are digging their own graves. Alliance leader Lulan, I want to congratulate you. Congratulate me for what? This battle has been won, the situation is set. Alliance leader entering the imperial court is a foregone conclusion. Fang Yuan said lightly. He Lulan could not help but stare with his eyes wide open. He almost shouted, "Damn it! Where did this ridiculous confidence of yours come from? Quickly command the wolf group. What time do you have to talk now? The enemy is already pouncing over." But at the next moment, his eyes protruded even wider. It was like someone was punching behind his eyes. That was because he felt an astonishing change in Fang Yuan's aura. From rank 4 peak stage to rank 5 initial stage, from rank 5 initial stage to rank 5 middle stage, from rank 5 middle stage to rank 5 upper stage, and from rank 5 upper stage to rank 5 peak stage. At this moment, Fang Yuan slowly removed the concealment of breath concealment goo, no longer suppressing his true cultivation. Rank 5 peak stage, the real deal. Wolf King Chang Shanin was actually a rank 5 peak stage enslavement master. He Lulan stared at Fang Yuan's back in a daze. The Gu master guards near the main tent also looked over with shocked and stunned gazes. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan activated Eagle Rise Gu, and the broad eagle wings brought him to the sky. In the air, he hurled towards the sky. Rank 5 Amplify Attack Gu, and Wolf Howl Gu. The wolf howl resounded in the sky, directly suppressing the cries of the beast groups. Howl, howl, howl. The long howl of the wolves was followed by the response of the pack of wolves. Chapter 546. Fang Yuan flew into the sky. Yang Ping, Jiang Baoya, Ma Zun, today is the day you die. He said plainly, but his voice was loud and clear, resounding in everyone's ears. Ma Zun, Jiang Baoya sneered, shameless boasting. He is actually rank 5 peak stage. Chang Shanin, you concealed yourself so deeply. Yang Piying's expression was grim, his eyes burning with flames, but this stimulates my fighting spirit even more. This kind of battle is more interesting. However, at the next moment, when the wolf group charged out, his fighting spirit froze. Many. Too many. A vast number of wild wolves were like the tide of the sea. First came the first wave, then the second wave, the third wave. It seemed to connect heaven and earth, endless and vast. Ma Zun was moved. The eagle group's movements paused, and Yang Piying's expression froze. Such a large wolf group, oh heavens, 500,000. 800,000. No, at least 1,000,000. Jiang Baoye was pale with fright, his fighting spirit fell to rock bottom. Retreat, my rat group was only 600,000 at most. After so many battles, I did not have time to replenish them, I have less than 200,000 now. This is my final force, I cannot lose them, retreat, 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 we must retreat. Jiang Baoye was a demonic cultivator, he was extremely selfish, he immediately turned around and led the rat group to retreat. There were 3 aspects that affected an enslavement path Gu master's battle strength. One was the size of the beast group, the second was the combination of enslavement path Gu worms, and the third was the soul foundation. Fang Yuan's soul foundation, because of Dang Hun Mountain's help, was on the same level as these 3 enslavement path masters. Although his enslavement path Gu worms were weaker than the 3, it was only by a small margin. But the size of the wolf group in his hands was a huge amount of 1,560,000. In contrast, the 3 had huge losses in their beast group due to the consecutive battles, especially the first 2 battles. The rat group only had 200,000, the eagle group had 180,000, and the horse group had the most at 360,000. Altogether, it was only 740,000. 740,000 was not even half of 1,560,000. However, could different beast groups be added together so easily? As mentioned earlier, it could not. Different beast groups mixed together, unless there was a method like 3 hearts combination soul, it would be a mess. A large number of wolves rushed out. Previously, some of them were hidden in underground pits, some were covered by goo worms, and some were hidden in carriages. Now, all of them had appeared. Even the taciturn Ma Zun couldn't help but exclaim, "Why are there so many wolves?" Originally, the 3 of them had teamed up to bully Fang Yuan. As a result, there were countless wolves, and He tribe's weakness suddenly became a huge iron plate. The Gu master guards beside him were all shouting, "Lord Ma Zun, quickly retreat, the enemy is too strong, we cannot fight them head-on." Ma Zun was not a hot-headed person. He immediately controlled the horses to change direction and retreat. However, a herd of horses was different from a herd of rats. Most rats were small in size and could easily change directions. The horses galloped, but it was difficult to stop. Especially when Fang Yuan purposely did not release them earlier, waiting for the horse group and rat group to reach the front of He tribe army before suddenly mobilizing the wolf group, his intentions could be said to be sinister. But Ma Zun was an enslavement master after all, his attainments were astonishing. He knew the condition of his horse group like the back of his hand. He carefully mobilized the horse group, drawing an arc on the ground, brushing past He tribe army and slanting outwards, attempting to break out of the encirclement. However, how could Fang Yuan let the fat meat in his mouth fly away like this? Ma Zun was an enslavement master, so was he. With a thought, the mutated wolf group roared and chased. Mutated wolf group. So many. The Gu masters beside Ma Zun turned around and looked, their faces turning pale. Ma Zun also had a mutated beast group, called Pegasus, but their numbers were far less than the mutated wolf group chasing them. Most of them were terror claw horses and other kinds of ordinary horses. How could these horses outrun the mutated wolf group? Ma Zun repeatedly changed the direction of the horse group, attempting to shake off the wolf group. But the mutated wolf group suddenly split into 2 and attacked from the left and right, finally intercepting the horse group. Next, a vast number of ordinary wolves pounced over and surrounded the horse group. Such a spectacular interception, as expected of a master. Seeing this, He Lulan was overjoyed, finally letting go of all her worries towards Changshan Yin. On the other side, the Rat King was escaping, but there was also a mutated wolf group behind him, leading a vast number of wolves as they chased. They continued to devour the rat group that could not escape in time, like a giant beast trampling on the ground, devouring the rat group bit by bit. Fang Yuan took a glance and ignored the Rat King, instead looking at the sky in front of him. The wolf group stepped on the ground, while the eagle group soared in the sky. Dealing with the eagle group was beyond the ability of the wolves. Thus, among the three beast groups, even though the eagle group was weaker than the horse group, they were in a much better situation. Damn it, now two of the beast groups are subdued, the horse group is surrounded, and the Rat King has escaped, only the main army is left. Yang Ping felt the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He knew that if he wanted to win this battle, the horse group and rat group were extremely precious battle strength, losing any one of them would reduce Ma tribe's chances of winning by half. I am the only one who can save the situation now. I need to use the eagle group to attack and distract most of Chang Shanyan's attention. While Yang Ping was still thinking, Fang Yuan had already manipulated a group of 100,000 wolves, advancing majestically towards Ma tribe's main tent. Yang Ping fell into a dilemma. If it is a one-on-one battle, my wolf group will naturally be at a disadvantage against your eagle group. But this is a huge battle. If my wolf group slaughters large numbers of Gu masters, no, even if I expend a large amount of their primeval essence, it will still be a great victory. Yang Ping, what should you do? Fang Yuan's eyes were calm as a lake, but his lips curled into a cold smile. Yang Ping's mind worked rapidly, but the more he thought, the colder his heart felt. Chang Shanyan's move was truly vicious, attacking the enemy's weakness. But after hesitating for a while, Yang Ping gritted his teeth and decided to restrain the Wolf King. But this way, without the eagle group's obstruction, the wolf group successfully charged towards Ma tribe army. Ma Shangfang's expression was ashen. He quickly mobilized the enslavement path Gu masters and set up a temporary defensive line. But the wolf group was huge, and with mutated beasts charging, such a defensive line was easily broken through like paper. This is a huge mistake in my decision-making. But we have not lost yet, everyone, the situation is dangerous, let's take a gamble. Follow me, we still have trump cards. Ma Shangfeng shouted. Shuahua and the other rank 5 snowmen showed their true forms. At the same time, there was an elite battalion made up of snowmen. Seeing such strong reinforcements, Ma tribe army's morale rose. They calmed down from their panic and shouted, following Ma Shangfeng into the battlefield. At once, the wolf group howled and blood splattered. First, the central army engaged in battle, followed by Ma tribe's left and right Gu masters, who also started their assault. He Lulan laughed loudly. He waved his hand and the elite troops under him moved first. Next, the tribe leaders led their troops and charged into the battlefield. The two armies engaged in an all-out battle. Beast groups, humans, tangled with each other. Fire path, ice path, dark path, light path and other Gu masters fought fiercely. Experts laughed malevolently as they slaughtered their enemies. And the weak helped each other, forming groups and struggling with all their might to fight for a chance to survive. The eagle group screeched and attacked Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan had He Lulan's personal guards, and also Yi Lui Sang, Hao Ji Lu, Bian Si Xian, Pan Ping and other experts, guarding the area tightly. The eagle group's attacks did not show any results, but Fang Yuan used wolf care Gu agilely. He was not obstructed by vision. He used the wolf group to attack fiercely, slaughtering the horse group, rat group and humans. The situation is urgent, Wu Yi, all of you attack and disturb the experts around Chang Shan. On the eagle's back, Yang Ping was sweating profusely as he quickly ordered. Wu Yi was called Green Bat. He was one of the 3 flying masters in Northern Plains. Originally, among the 3 flying masters, Flying Lightning Dong Pukong was the son of Dong Fang tribe's concubine. He had returned to the Blessed Land. Water Immortal Song Qing Yin died in battle. Only Green Bat Wu Yi was recruited by Ma tribe. He was left to deal with the new flying master Chang Shan. Wu Yi heard this and frowned. If we move out and the enemy attacks, what will happen to your safety? Yang Ping smiled proudly. I have the protection of the Thunder Eagle group, I am very safe. Even He Lulan cannot break through my Thunder Eagle defense instantly. Don't worry and go, don't forget we still have Killer Wu Ming. Wu Yi and the rest heard this and their hearts shook. These people all had flying abilities, they charged down and increased the pressure on He Lulan and the rest. Be careful, they are interfering with us, don't move out easily. Don't forget, they still have Wu Ming. He Lulan snorted coldly, while retaliating, she warned. Qi Lian tribe leader's godson Wu Ming was a rank 5 Dark Path Gu master. Yi Lui Sang was able to defeat the 7 armies because he assassinated many enemy leaders, causing panic and low morale. After that, Wu Ming's performance was also quite good, many rank 5 Gu masters died in his hands, and even more rank 4 Gu masters. He was already hailed as the #1 assassin of the present age, his reputation had already surpassed Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixian. Right now, he had not shown himself, who knew where he was hiding in the battlefield. He Lulan did not dare to be careless. Once Wu Ming assassinated Fang Yuan, the wolf group would collapse and the situation would be reversed. Charge over and kill Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. Not only He Lulan and Yang Ping, Ma tribe's experts also quickly realized the crux of this battle. At once, large numbers of Gu master experts charged towards He tribe's main tent. Whoever can kill Chang Shan Yin, I will reward him with 5 million battle merits. I will give him the position of Ma tribe's supreme elder and he will enjoy Ma tribe's resources for life. Ma Shang Feng shouted as he killed the wolf group. Chapter 547. Soon, He Lulan and the rest felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain. Not good, the enemy has gone crazy, I can't hold on for much longer. Black Banner Army, quickly come and support us. Pei Yan Fei, Zhong Fei Yu, Tang Miao Ming, quickly come and protect Wolf King. We can't keep defending like this, we need to take the initiative to attack. Otherwise, the shock waves from the battle will harm Wolf King. Ma tribe was not willing to lose. Once they lost, they would be finished. They started to put their lives on the line, and most of them were brave men who were greatly rewarded. Thus, the situation quickly broke away from He Lulan's control, and the situation quickly turned into a battle against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's life was directly related to the outcome of this battle. The rank 4 and rank 5 Gu masters of both sides squeezed together, forming a huge chaotic battle. This was a grand scene rarely seen in the previous Imperial Court contests. In this battle, rank 4 Gu masters were reduced to supporting characters. Even rank 5 experts were involuntarily trapped in a quagmire. He Lulan, Yi Lui Sang and the rest could slightly take care of Wolf King at first. Soon, they found themselves in a difficult situation. They were surrounded by flames, frost, sound waves, and other chaotic attacks that danced wildly in the battle circle. Their opponents were not fixed, they fought whoever they could find. Sometimes, their own people would even hit their own people. The #1 assassin, Wu Ming, stood far away, helplessly looking at this huge chaotic battle. He was an assassin, an expert at sneaking close to his target and dealing a fatal blow. But at this moment, all the Gu masters in this battle were crazily fighting, all kinds of investigative Gu were sweeping around, killing whoever they could find. The situation had already gone out of control, the attacks were overwhelming, some rank 4 experts were already hysterical in order to protect themselves. Wu Ming suspected that if he sneaked in, he would be discovered in a few breaths of time. Who knows, the person attacking him might even be one of his own people who was dazzled by the battle and had no time to think. In this situation, even if I don't make a move, Wolf King will not be able to protect himself. Wu Ming sneered, watching the show from the sidelines. Soon, his eyes brightened, he saw a rank 4 Gu master on his side getting close to Wolf King. It's Cheng Hu. When he saw the person clearly, Wu Ming almost cried out in excitement. Cheng Hu was attacked from behind by an unknown person, and was sent flying to Fang Yuan's feet. Originally, Fang Yuan was guarded by Bian Si Xian. But just now, Bian Si Xian took the initiative to lead away Fei Xingqing. She was not a defense Gu master, and had no intention of sacrificing her life for Fang Yuan. This was the wisest choice for her. Which bastard sneak attacked your father? Cheng Hu fell to the ground and immediately got up. He angrily roared and turned around to attack. This? Wu Ming didn't know what to say when he saw that. However, Cheng Hu had only taken 5 or 6 steps when he suddenly froze on the spot as if he had been struck by a spell. Then, he suddenly turned around and stared at Fang Yuan, who was right in front of him. After being stunned for a few breaths, he finally reacted. Which bastard ambushed me? I love you to death. Ahaha. Cheng Hu's pores opened in excitement. He looked at Fang Yuan as if he was looking at 5 million battle merits, as well as endless fame and fortune. Howl. He pounced forward, and the moment his 4 limbs touched the ground, he transformed into a multicolored tiger. A transformation path killer move. The fierce tiger roared and charged towards Fang Yuan with a fishy smell. Oh no! Quickly dodge! Bian Si Xian screamed as she looked back. Success! Wu Ming's blood surged as he saw this, his whole body trembling in excitement. The fierce tiger opened its bloody mouth and jumped into the air, pouncing down. Its huge figure covered Fang Yuan's face. Its tiger mouth opened wide, and its sharp teeth were about to bite through Fang Yuan's head. To think that such an earth-shattering contribution would fall into my hands, eh? The fierce tiger's eyes flashed with astonishment. A pair of large hands grabbed the tiger's neck, making it unable to move. Humph! Cheng Hu snorted in his heart. His years of battle instincts allowed him to move his 2 sharp tiger claws without thinking. Bam! With a muffled sound, the next moment, his 2 tiger claws were also grabbed by a pair of steel hands. Why does he still have arms? Cheng Hu looked over in bewilderment, only to see Fang Yuan's gaze was cold, his expression was calm like ice, and 2 brass arms had grown out from his sides. 2 large brass hands firmly grasped his tiger claws. Humph! Cheng Hu snorted, immediately moving his tiger tail. The tiger tail tore through the air, forming a fierce whip shadow, nimbly and craftily sweeping towards Fang Yuan's head. Slap! With a crisp sound, Fang Yuan's head was not injured, but his tiger tail was numb from the pain, already losing all feeling. Cheng Hu had a killer move, but so did Fang Yuan. Killer move, Forearm Earth King. 14 Gu worms were activated, including the rank 5 Amplify effect Gu. In this state, Fang Yuan's defense was 4 times stronger than before. His strength had reached 800 Jun. Moreover, once he stepped on the ground, his strength would flow endlessly. Are you done playing? Fang Yuan sneered, calmly looking at Cheng Hu with a mocking and cold gaze. An intense chill rose from Cheng Hu's heart, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Fear. Even if Cheng Hu was usually carefree and proud of his bravery, facing Fang Yuan's deep and cold eyes, he felt fear. The intense fear caused him to explode. The fierce tiger's throat moved, a sound wave attack was about to be unleashed. But right at this moment, Fang Yuan lightly sighed, such a boring trick, sigh, you should just die. His voice was calm and indifferent, as if he was saying something insignificant. Swoosh! At the next moment, the brass hands forcefully tore. The multicolored tiger was torn into 2, blood gushed out and its innards scattered everywhere. 2 irregular tiger bodies fell to the ground, turning into 2 human halves. And the fierce tiger's head turned into Cheng Hu's head. His eyes were wide open in fear, showing the fear of death. Fang Yuan crushed his head with one claw, slowly raising his head. His gaze went past the crowd and landed on Yang Piying. Yang Piying's hair stood on end, an intense sense of danger surged in his heart. Fang Yuan flapped the eagle wings on his back, flying into the sky. Yang Piying's pupils shrunk, quickly mobilizing the Thunder Eagle group to protect himself. Fang Yuan sneered in disdain, with just these rank 4 battle strength, they want to stop me. Hee hee. Bam bam bam, he directly charged, exploding all the Thunder Eagles along the way. When the Gu Masters in the chaotic battle reacted, Fang Yuan had already broken through the Thunder Eagle group like a hot knife through butter, going straight for Yang Piying. You! Yang Piying's face was drained of blood, looking at Fang Yuan with extreme fear. His head was in Fang Yuan's hand, his whole body was lifted up by Fang Yuan without any strength to resist. Fang Yuan lightly squeezed. Poochie! Eagle King Yang Piying's head was like a watermelon, easily crushed by him. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, the eagle group was instantly dispersed. The eagle group escaped, the clear sky appeared again. The huge commotion attracted the attention of countless people. What? The Wolf King killed the Eagle King with his own hands? Many people cried out in disbelief upon seeing this scene. Now, it is your turn. Fang Yuan did not stop, his cold gaze landed on Ma Xun. Ma Xun was protected by the horse group 10,000 steps away, but he felt a terrifying feeling of a great calamity descending on him. Stop him. Kill Wolf King. Wu Yi and Shi Shui flew together, pincer attacking Fang Yuan. A bunch of trash, how can you stop me? Fang Yuan snorted in disdain, flapping his wings, he easily shook off Shi Shui and crashed into Wu Yi. Wu Yi had never expected Fang Yuan to be so fierce. He overestimated his defense, and at the same time underestimated Fang Yuan's ferocious attacks. The defensive light barrier only lasted for half a breath's time before collapsing completely. Wu Yi instantly sensed something amiss, his flying master attainment allowed him to make evasive maneuvers that others could not do. If it were anyone else, they might have returned empty-handed. But Fang Yuan was also a flying master. Bam! With a muffled sound, half of Wu Ye's body was smashed into powder, his bones were broken into pieces, and half of his internal organs were crushed by the huge force. He widened his eyes helplessly and fell from the sky. A flying master of his generation, a demonic path expert, died just like that. Fang Yuan did not even look at him, pouncing towards Ma Xun. Roar! A thunderous dragon roar resounded, and a huge dragon blocked Fang Yuan's path. This huge dragon had a golden horn, 3 claws, and its eyes were like lanterns, emitting the flames of revenge. Chang Shan Yin. You dared to kill my brother, you will pay the most terrible price. It was a rank 5 transformation path Gu master, Qing Hu's elder brother, Qing Long. Noisy earthworm. Fang Yuan snorted, his speed did not decrease, but instead increased, his body leaving an afterimage in the sky, colliding with the huge dragon. Bam! A loud sound was heard, deafening even the deaf. The sound wave spread in all directions, as if the whole world was shaking. Everyone's heart shuddered. Looking over, they saw that Fang Yuan's body had expanded to twice its original size, his whole body was covered in a layer of bronze light, and his 4 arms were thicker than an adult's thighs. He stood proudly in the sky, his hand holding the broken dragon horn. And the 3-clawed golden horned dragon fell down like a kite with its string cut. Along the way, it fiercely smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater, dragon blood and dragon scales splattered everywhere. What? Far away, Mu Shangfeng's pupils shrunk, shouting in disbelief, even Qing Long was not his match in one move. This killer move. He Lulan was dazed. From Fang Yuan, he saw the shadow of Lu tribe's 3 brothers, 3 heads 6 arms. Ma Xun, I, Wolf King, will take your life. Fang Yuan lightly spoke, his voice piercing through the sky, his calm tone as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. However, everyone could feel an invincible spirit from his words. Uncle Ma Xun, leave quickly. I will defend here. Ma tribe's young tribe leader Ma Jie, who was beside Ma Xun, shouted. Chapter 548. Facing the persuasion of the surrounding people, Ma Xun's expression was ashen as he resolutely rejected, "No, my Ma tribe only has brave warriors who die in battle, not cowards who run away. I am one of Ma tribe's banners. If I run away, it will be a huge blow to the army's morale. I can't leave, we haven't lost yet, I still have the Pegasus group." Saying so, he wheeled and for a moment, the Pegasus flew up like a white cloud. The incomparably handsome Pegasus had snow-white fur, their manes fluttering in the wind and their pure white wings spread out. These Pegasus were the pride of Ma tribe. Seeing these Pegasus, a sense of heroism rose in the hearts of the Ma tribe clansmen, their panicked emotions quickly calmed down. That's right, we still have Pegasus. Ah. Ma Jie had just said half of his words when he screamed in fear. Fang Yuan flew over like a meteor without any intention of dodging, fiercely crashing into the Pegasus group. Pegasus with rank 4 battle strength exploded into flowers of blood. The Pegasus group let out panicked and sorrowful neighs, their pure white feathers were trampled on and their feathers fell along with the horse corpses, drifting helplessly in the air. He was invincible, unstoppable. Fang Yuan was unreasonable, he pierced through the Pegasus group and arrived above Ma Xun and the rest. Ma Xun was stupefied, the Gu masters around him looked at Fang Yuan with their mouths wide open, their hearts filled with extreme shock, helplessness, and panic. Fang Yuan's ghostly figure was deeply engraved in their hearts, never to be erased. No, I haven't lost yet. Ma Xun lost his composure and shouted. He was about to activate his killer move but was stopped by Ma Jie. Uncle, let me do it. Once this killer move is activated, your realm will fall. Ma tribe can do without me, Ma Jie, but it cannot do without you, uncle. Ma Jie shouted, his gaze filled with determination. Hero. Ma Xuanxiong's body trembled. He looked at the disciple he admired the most and was most pleased with. He could feel his determination to die. Ma Xun, of course, did not want his nephew to sacrifice for him. However, just as Ma Jie had said, the Ma family could do without Ma Jie, but they needed Ma Xun to command the horses. Now that the eagle group had collapsed, the rat group could not be counted on. If they lost the horse group as well, the Ma family would definitely lose. Besides, I might not necessarily die. Uncle, leave quickly. After Ma Jie finished speaking, he calmed down and frantically mobilized his primeval essence, pouring it into several Gu worms. Killing move, Dragon Horse Spirit. This was a killer move that Snowy Mountain's demonic path Gu Immortal Shui Song Zi had specially prepared for them. Nay nay nay. The horses around him raised their front hooves and neighed crazily. Large amounts of blood and sweat oozed out of their bodies. Soon, they fell down one by one, losing their lives. But at the same time, colorful horse souls that were as beautiful as rainbows emerged from the corpses. A mutated horse soul. Fang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. Normal souls could not be observed by the naked eye. And these horse souls had a pair of coral-like dragon horns on their heads, and their sizes varied, similar to when they were alive. Moreover, they shone with colorful light, only a blind person could not see them. The dragon horse floated up and charged towards Fang Yuan at a rapid speed. Fang Yuan flew far away, pulling apart the distance while probing his attacks. These horse souls were quite troublesome. Because they were souls, ordinary physical attacks were ineffective against them. At the same time, once they self-detonate, each of them would have the power of the shark fin wolf's soul explosion. Although Fang Yuan's killer move was powerful, it was not a soul path killer move. If 3 horse souls self-detonate at the same time, he would not be able to withstand it. After all, he was only 1,000-man soul. But, why should I fight them head-on? Fang Yuan sneered and slowly landed on the ground. He was not a pure strength path Gu master, he also had enslavement path methods. At the next moment, wolf smoke surged and healed the wolf group beside him. The wolf howled and the wolf group's battle strength increased by several times. The wolf group was like hungry sharks, charging towards Ma Yingjie and Ma Xun. Damn it! Ma Yingjie immediately experienced Fang Yuan's treachery and shamelessness. In order to activate the killer move, Dragon Horse Spirit, he sacrificed most of the horses around him and formed mutated horse souls. But Fang Yuan did not fight the horse souls head-on, and directly sent the wolf group to their deaths. The wolf group used their lives to exhaust the horse soul's strength. The mutated horse souls' bodies dimmed in order to resist the wolf group's fierce attacks. Some dissipated, some self-detonated. Large numbers of wolves died in exchange for a sharp decrease in the number of horse souls. Fang Yuan displayed the essence of enslavement path to the extreme. Enslavement path Gu masters use cannon fodder to exhaust the enemy's precious strength. For example, expending the primeval essence in the aperture, or perishing together with the horse souls. Ma Yingjie was helpless against Fang Yuan. The mutated horse souls were strong and slaughtered large numbers of wolves in a short time, but they were no longer a threat to Fang Yuan. Uncle, leave quickly. You are Ma tribe's hope, leave quickly. Ma Yingjie screamed, urging Ma Xun to leave again. Ma Xun's face was covered in tears, his heart filled with pain, hatred, anger and hesitation. Finally, he gritted his teeth until they almost broke, and moved his body with difficulty. Driven by reason, he led a group of horses away from Ma Yingjie and retreated towards Ma tribe army. Fang Yuan immediately sensed Ma Xun's traces. Ma Xun was an enslavement path master, 100 times more important than Ma Yingjie. Fang Yuan immediately flapped his wings and soared into the sky, abandoning Ma Yingjie and chasing after Ma Xun. Wolf King, don't leave. Ma Yingjie was anxious, and quickly urged the horse souls to soar into the sky to stop him. Fang Yuan sneered in disdain, his body drawing an exquisite arc in the sky, leaving all the horse souls behind. He was a flying master, and these mutated horse souls were merely Ma Yingjie's puppets. Seeing the death god Fang Yuan chasing after them, the Gu master guards beside Ma Xun were scared out of their wits. Helpless, Ma Xun also activated his killer move, Dragon Horse Spirit. Under his command, the mutated horse souls formed a defensive line, cooperating with each other, and were much more threatening than Ma Yingjie. Even if Fang Yuan had the attainments of a flying master, it would be hard for him to break through. Roar! At this time, a dragon roar resounded. A huge shadow shrouded Fang Yuan. The 3-clawed golden horn giant dragon, once again attacking Fang Yuan's back. Qinglong was defeated by Fang Yuan in one hit, and was thrown into confusion. After climbing out of the pit with much difficulty, he was attacked by several people. Qinglong and Fagin used all their strength to disperse these obstructions, and under the urge of anger and vengeance, they charged forward. You actually came looking for death. Fang Yuan sneered, looking at the flashing indestructible dragon claws grabbing at him, unmoved. The eagle wings on his back flapped, and he brushed past the dragon claws. Using the exquisite flying technique, he played the giant dragon in circles. Not good, I am not the Wolf King's match in the air. When Qinglong realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Fang Yuan grasped the flaw, and flew to the dragon's head. The two giant brass arms on his side were like war spears and sharp swords, fiercely smashing into the giant dragon's two dragon eyes. The next moment, the dragon's eyes shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. The giant dragon instantly went mad, the intense pain causing him to let out a miserable roar. Feng Yuan laughed sinisterly, his whole body was covered in scarlet blood, and his two arms went deep into the eye sockets, straight for the brain. The other two arms were like heavy hammers, fiercely smashing down. Bang, bang, bang. With a loud sound, Feng Yuan used the dragon's head as a war drum, beating it continuously. The giant dragon fell from the sky, and frantically struggled on the ground, like a golden snake, twisting its body into a fried dough twist. Mud and stones tumbled, both man and beast were sent flying by the dragon's tail. Feng Yuan's beating did not stop at all. After 20 to 30 times, he finally got his wish, and completely smashed the giant dragon's head. White brain matter and blood sprayed all over his body. He took a deep breath. The thick smell of blood made him feel satisfied. Especially the giant dragon's corpse under his feet, it silently bore witness to his conquest. Men, no matter which world they live in, they all live to conquer. Conquer the enemy, conquer themselves. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. Although dead, the transformed dragon body still remained, showing Qinglong's profound attainment in the transformation path. His head is quite hard, but he is an impulsive fool. Feng Yuan evaluated indifferently, and once again looked at Ma Xun. He even killed Qinglong. Is this still the Wolf King? Isn't he an enslavement master? The scene of Feng Yuan stepping on the dragon's corpse shocked many people. Most people simply could not believe their eyes. How could the Wolf King turn around, and turn from an enslavement master into a fierce warrior that dominated the battlefield? At the same time, the wolf pack howled, and clashed left and right. Wave after wave of continuous charge, showing Feng Yuan's superb beast-taming skills. Ma Xun's face was pale, his primeval essence was gradually drying up, and he struggled to maintain the killing move, Dragon Horse Spirit. The mutated horse souls formed a military formation, forming a tight defensive line. The wolf pack charged forward wave after wave, and then died. Feng Yuan was unmoved by these sacrifices, and only sneered in his heart, "Now, I will let you see the true power of enslavement and strength dual cultivation." With a thought, the wolf pack's attack suddenly changed, and divided into several groups, like a sharp cone breaking through. The mutated horse soul's formation was inevitably pulled apart. Seeing the defensive line thinning, Feng Yuan took the initiative to launch an assault. Ma Xun's heart trembled, and he hurriedly controlled the mutated horse souls to intercept. Like this, the defensive line became chaotic. Feng Yuan laughed, and changed the direction of his assault. At the same time, he urged the wolf pack to attack, approaching 300 steps. Ma Xun blocked left and right, and soon could not hold on. If he defended against Feng Yuan's assault, he would not be able to let go of the wolf pack. If he defended against the wolf pack, he would not be able to take care of Feng Yuan. After a few rounds, Feng Yuan found an opening, and fiercely charged in front of Ma Xun. The first punch broke through his defense, the second punch heavily injured him, and he lost the ability to escape, and the third punch killed this famous enslavement master. Ma Xun was dead. The horse group collapsed, and the Ma family army's morale was extremely low. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I definitely would not believe this. The Horse King was actually killed by the Wolf King, who is also an enslavement master, using a decapitation tactic. Chapter 549. The terrifying strength that Feng Yuan displayed made the entire Ma tribe army feel an immense pressure. Despair spread rapidly in their hearts. We can only rely on Rat King now, only the rat group can resist the wolf group. Ma Xiangfeng's face was ashen. Ma Xun's death made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. But as Ma tribe leader, he had no other choice. He could only turn his gaze towards Jiang Baoya. However, at the next moment, the last bit of hope in Ma Xiangfang's eyes vanished. Rat King actually ran away. Oh heavens, this Wolf King is a monster. Eagle King, Horse King, Qinglong, Qinghu and Wu Yi were all killed by him. If I don't run away, how can I still be alive? Jiang Baoya ran while bleeding from his 7 apertures. He had no choice, he had sworn a poison oath and submitted to Ma tribe army. Now that he fled, he would naturally suffer the backlash of the poison oath. But even if he had to risk the backlash, Jiang Baoya had to retreat. Fang Yuan's terrifying performance had completely crushed his remaining fighting spirit. Rat King, quickly come back. Ma Xiangfeng shouted. But Jiang Baoya kept on running, ignoring him. Blood spurted from his 7 apertures, splattering along the way, showing his unparalleled determination. His escape brought the people around him along with him. Soon, large numbers of Ma tribe Gu masters started to retreat, and large numbers of tribes retreated from the battlefield. Outsiders are really unreliable. Ma Xiangfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, his vision turning black as he fainted on the spot. Ma tribe's defeat was a foregone conclusion. Even with the Snowman elite troops, they could not turn the tide. Gu master experts also retreated one after another. I almost broke the seal and used my true body to fight. Lucky. Lucky. In the battlefield, He Lulan, who had been besieged all along, was gasping for breath. He was riddled with injuries and his primeval essence was being consumed intensely, but the fierce light in his eyes was becoming sharper. Under his command, He tribe army started a merciless chase. The more people they killed, the more battle merits they would obtain. This was a logic that even fools understood. Fame and fortune had stimulated He tribe like a ruthless hungry wolf. At first, there were elite troops from all directions, but soon, He tribe's elite troops returned and restrained the enemy's elite troops. The Ma family's army was finally defeated. Countless people fled in all directions. Fang Yuan did not move. Instead, he pulled the wolves around him to protect him. My internal organs are bleeding, and my soul has been weakened to the level of a 500-man soul. Fang Yuan examined his body and secretly swallowed the blood in his mouth. Waves of dizziness kept attacking him. The 2 brass arms quietly disappeared. The after effects of this killer move 4-arm Earth King were more severe than he had imagined. The previous few experiments were all superficial. This time, he pushed it to the limit, even exceeding the theoretical time limit. Then, he discovered a problem. As expected, true knowledge comes from practice. Killer moves were the perfect combination of goo worms. But it was not a killer move that could be perfected just by thinking of it. Only through continuous practice and adjustments could a perfect killer move be formed. And this process of perfection might take a very long time, several generations, or even more than a dozen generations of continuous deductions and adjustments. The 4-armed Earth King was the result of Fang Yuan's 500 years of experience from his previous life, as well as a little inspiration. It was done hurriedly, and was an experiment. Fang Yuan soon understood where the severe after-effects came from. It is the rank 5 Earth Overlord Gu. This killer move was originally based on fighting on the ground. The longer one stays on the ground, the smaller the after-effects. But in this battle, almost all of it was flying. Thus, this problem was exposed. It seems that this 4-armed Earth King killer move still has many flaws. From today's battle, flying is much more convenient than charging Crash Goo, and also poses a greater threat to the enemy. Since I have master-level attainment in flying, I should make full use of this advantage. He was not willing to give up on flying. In this case, the 4-armed Earth King killer move would need to undergo a huge revision. Fang Yuan sat on the aged Night Wolf Emperor's back, quietly thinking as he watched the He tribe army's reckless pursuit. Damn it, they are really vigilant, not giving me any chance. Killer Wu Ming was hiding far away, observing Fang Yuan from afar. Originally, he wanted to launch a sneak attack while the Wolf King was chasing after him and was careless. Once he succeeded and killed the Wolf King, there would still be a chance for Ma tribe to regroup. But Fang Yuan did not give him any chance, as if he had seen through his plan. Wu Ming waited quietly for a while, finally unable to endure the He tribe experts moving around more frequently, he quietly retreated. Ma tribe escaped in defeat, and in the process, Ma tribe leader Ma Shangfeng woke up. He did not give up, and after escaping into the defensive line, he tried to rely on the defensive line to defend. But Tai Bai Yunqing's mountain as before Gu made his plan fail. He tribe army broke through the defensive line, Pan Ping used Soul Blade Gu, and luckily took Ma Shangfeng's head in the chaotic battle. Ma tribe leader died, and Ma tribe lost their will to fight. Tao tribe, Yang tribe, and Qi Lian tribe surrendered one after another. During the process, most of He tribe's attention was unavoidably drawn. Run, faster, faster. Zhao Lianyun urged from inside the carriage. Fei Kai acted as the coachman, whipping the horses with all his strength, and the two wheels of the carriage spun rapidly behind him. As Ma Yingjia's personal servant, Fei Kai was in charge of Ma tribe's young tribe leader's daily life, and naturally had to follow the army. Zhao Lianyun had no home to return to, and could only follow him. Ma tribe was routed, and the two of them, along with other mortals, could only escape. But with just this horsepower, the carriage's speed could not compare to Gu Masters. The moment they escaped, they were left far behind by Gu Masters. But precisely because Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun were mortals, Ma tribe's pursuing army let them go. The battle merits of killing mortals were negligible. Of course, if they met a Gu master who was in a bad mood, or a Gu master who loved to kill, or a wild wolf that did not differentiate between mortals, they might casually give them one or two moves, and die without a burial ground. But Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun's luck was not bad. Not only did they not encounter such a situation, they even escaped from this battlefield under the watchful eyes of countless Gu masters. The two escaped with all their might. The old horse pulling the carriage was so tired that it was foaming at the mouth, and finally fell on the grass. The carriage also overturned, and broke into pieces. Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun were battered and exhausted as they crawled out of the carriage's fragments. Although they were injured, the soft grass made their injuries not serious. Where should we go next? Without pursuers and Gu masters, facing the vast world, Fei Kai was at a loss. Zhao Lianyun only breathed roughly, and did not speak. She also felt flustered and helpless. Wolf King Chang Shan Yin, in this world, there is actually such a strong monster. Damn it, if I knew you were so fierce, I wouldn't have persuaded my father to join Ma tribe. Thinking of Fang Yuan's terrifying and invincible figure in the midst of the army, Zhao Lianyun's body and mind shuddered. Thinking of his father who died in the battlefield, as well as his pitiful and cruel fate, Zhao Lianyun could not help but feel sorrow, and started sobbing. Xiao Yun, don't cry, don't worry, I am here. Fei Kai quickly consoled her. Zhao Lianyun buried her head between her knees, and cried even louder. Fei Kai was flustered, and repeatedly consoled and apologized, but his speech was extremely clumsy. Zhao Lianyun cried for a while, and suddenly raised her head. What's the use of your apology? I am so pitiful, why did I come to such a world? Now that we are in a desperate situation, we have nothing to eat, and nothing to drink. At night, the stench of blood on the battlefield will attract batches of wild beasts to hunt for food. Sooner or later, we will starve to death, die of thirst, or even freeze to death. Ah. Then what should we do? Fei Kai looked at Zhao Lianyun with a pleading gaze. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes, and shouted angrily, you are really trash. You are older than me, can't you think of a good idea? Relying on me to think of everything, do you think I am Dongfang Yuliang? Fei Kai lowered her head from the scolding, and only dared to look at her own feet. Suddenly, he raised his head, and his eyes shone. I thought of a good idea. Oh. What idea? Zhao Lianyun raised her eyebrows in surprise. This idiot could actually think of a way. I feel that as long as we have a horse, we can leave the battlefield. Without the stench of blood, we can avoid those wild beasts. Zhao Lianyun kicked Fei Kai's leg in anger. You think I don't know, you think I don't know. You idiot, you big idiot. What good idea is this? I also want a horse, can you get one for me? Fei Kai jumped on the spot from Zhao Lianyun's kick. Suddenly, he pointed ahead and shouted, Look, there is a horse there. Zhao Lianyun looked back and was stunned. She cried out involuntarily, Motherfucker, there really is a wild horse. But she quickly reacted, Actually, Northern Plains does not lack wild horses, what we lack is a way to capture and tame them. Fei Kai, what idea do you have? Fei Kai let out an "ah" sound. He pointed to the front and shouted, Quickly look, there is a person on the horse's back. Zhao Lianyun concentrated and saw there really was a person. When the horse got close to the two, Zhao Lianyun's eyes opened wide, recognizing the identity of the injured person on the horse. It is Ma Yingjia. Congratulations brother, He tribe has won this battle. Even if Ma tribe has the support of Gu Immortals, they are powerless to reverse the situation. He Bai, who had been paying attention to the battle, saw through the investigative Gu that He tribe had started to tidy up the battlefield, and finally could not restrain the excitement in his heart, congratulating He Qing. He Qing laughed lightly, Same to you, same to you. This kid He Lulan did not let us down. Oh, right, the demonic path Gu Immortal supporting Ma tribe has already been found. It is Snowy Mountain's 6th peak Shuasongzi. He Bai's expression immediately sank. So it was him. If he had not interfered and fought with me over wooden chicken Gu, causing the immortal Gu to break free and disappear without a trace, I would have obtained wooden chicken Gu long ago. He Qing consoled with a smile, Brother, don't disturb me. If we could use 88-point Jinyang Tower to obtain wooden chicken Gu, it would be the same. As the saying goes, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Once you obtain wooden chicken immortal Gu, you will become an expert among Gu immortals. I am ashamed. He Bai heard this and immediately bowed deeply towards He Qing, saying sincerely, If not for brother's guidance and help, how could I, He Bai, be as wealthy as Shuasongzi? Brother is truly wise and farsighted, throwing out large amounts of immortal yuan stone. It is truly moving. Then, you amassed the wolf group and sent them out to help, truly catching Shuasongzi unprepared. Now, even if Shuasongzi wants to continue helping, he has no one. Ha ha ha. He Qing laughed heartily, sighing, Without investment, how can there be profits? Pausing for a moment, he continued, It is also fortunate that in this imperial court contest, the other super tribes did not make a move. Earlier, I also received information from female immortal Tan Baiye and learned of the secret relationship between Ma tribe and Snowy Mountain. Furthermore, this Wolf King Chang Shanyin is also an outstanding junior. His performance is breathtaking and he is the brightest in this contest, suppressing this generation of Northern Plains. He Bai nodded in agreement. I have already investigated Chang Shanyin. He is a member of Chang tribe and has an illustrious reputation. Even us Gu immortals have heard of him. Afterwards, he mysteriously disappeared for over 10 years, evidently having a fortuitous encounter. Now, he is a dual enslavement and strength path cultivator. I have seen the killer move just now. The after effects are not small, but it is indeed somewhat interesting. Fang Yuan's injuries could be concealed from the surrounding people, but it could not be concealed from Gu immortals. He Qing was silent for a moment before saying, This is a Gu immortal seed, I intend to take him into He tribe. After he enters Imperial Court Blessed Land, I will properly inspect him. If he is willing to pledge his loyalty, he might even become an external supreme elder of our He tribe in the future. Heibai smiled. Becoming a Gu immortal is extremely difficult, brother has overestimated him. In my opinion, Tai Bai Yunqing is also not bad, he can be persuaded to pledge allegiance to He tribe. Yes, but he is a bit too old. He Qing nodded. Chapter 550. When Ma Yingjie woke up from his slumber and finally opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Fei Kai's ecstatic smiling face. Fei Kai shouted, "Young tribe leader, you are finally awake." The honest voice warmed Ma Yingjie's heart. The latter struggled to sit up, the intense pain made him open his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood, asking with difficulty, "Where is this?" Fei Kai scratched his head and said in shame, "I also do not know where this is, but we should have escaped from the battlefield." Battlefield? Ma Yingjie was shocked and immediately asked, "How is the battlefield?" "We failed, Lord Young tribe leader. Many people are escaping, and even more have surrendered." Fei Kai answered. Ma Yingjie's face turned extremely pale, his body shook and he almost fainted again. Thankfully, Fei Kai supported his back from behind. Zhao Lianyun stood at the side, looking at the once glorious Ma tribe young tribe leader now in such a pathetic state, he did not feel good. Sigh, this Ma Yingjie is actually young and promising, but unfortunately he encountered Wolf King Chang Shan. It is not that you did not work hard, but the opponent is too abnormal. Ma Yingjie closed his eyes. 2 streams of tears flowed down silently. After a long time, he opened his red eyes and turned to look at Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun, asking with a hoarse voice, "You two saved me?" Fei Kai and Zhao Lianyun nodded at the same time. "Young tribe leader, what should we do now?" Fei Kai asked. Ma Yingjie's expression was gloomy as he said, "We return. Ma tribe lost this round, but we still have a portion of tribesmen in Warm Pond Valley." Back then, before the Heroes' Assembly, Ma tribe schemed to cause internal strife in Fei tribe, annexing them and occupying Warm Pond Valley. Ma tribe's higher-ups, as a precaution, placed a portion of the old, weak, and sick in Warm Pond Valley. If the Ma family won, they would bring them over. If the Ma family failed, they would be the seeds to continue the tribe. Return to Warm Pond Valley. But we had no water or food. It's such a long journey. Zhao Lianyun frowned. "Ha, little girl, as long as I'm here, there will be enough food and water. You don't have to worry," Ma Yingjie said. The 3 of them traveled together. Along the way, they came across many Ma family members who had escaped, and they were all taken in by Ma Yingjie one by one. "Young clan leader, I never thought that I, Ma Yuliang, would be able to see you again." Ma Yuliang cried uncontrollably when he saw Ma Yingjie. He was a rank 3 elder of Ma tribe, he was lying on a stretcher, missing an arm and his right calf was broken, his injuries were severe. When Ma Yingjie saw him, tears of excitement welled up in his tiger-like eyes. "Elder Ma Yuliang, it's great to see you." Although he had taken in many clansmen along the way, most of them were mortals. Ma Yuliang might be heavily injured, but he was a Gu master after all. After this battle, Ma tribes suffered a huge loss. Before the battle, they were a large-scale tribe with deep foundations that could charge into a super tribe. But after the battle, Ma tribe had completely turned into a small-scale tribe, their strength had fallen to the bottom and they were on the decline. To the current Ma tribe, every Gu master was the tribe's most precious strength and hope. Lord Young clan leader, old clan leader has already died in battle. Ma Yuliang cried bitterly, bringing the grievous news to Ma Yingjie. Ma Yingjie's body shook intensely. Although he was mentally prepared, his heart was still filled with endless grief and sorrow when he heard this news. He gritted his teeth, his whole body seemed to have turned into an iron statue. After a moment of silence, he forcefully wiped the tears in his eyes. Then, from today onwards, I am Ma tribe's leader. Elder Ma Yuliang, you need to pull yourself together. Although our Ma tribe lost, we did not perish. Back then, Ancestor Giant Sun had set a rule that we cannot slaughter the Huang Jin tribe's bloodline. Ma tribe has already paid a disastrous price for the battle. Now even He tribe cannot exterminate us. We will return to Warm Pond Valley. We need to climb back up from our defeat. I believe Ma tribe's glory will not disappear because of this. Ma Yuliang dazedly looked at the young clan leader in front of him, and in his blurry vision, he seemed to see Ma Shangfeng and Ma Zun's figures. He stopped sobbing, hope rising in his heart again. The next moment, he used his deepest voice to reply, Lord Clan Leader, I also believe you. Winner takes all. While Ma Yingjie was fleeing miserably, in the countless tents of He tribe's alliance army, there was a celebratory banquet. There were cheering crowds, warm bonfires, and rich delicacies. We won, we won. Ma tribe's ambition was too great, they actually wanted to become a super tribe. It was this ambition that destroyed them. Congratulations to Lord He Lulan for becoming the Lord of the Imperial Court. Honorable Wolf Wangde, please allow this lowly one to toast you a cup of wine. In the main tent, there was also a lively atmosphere. Other than wine and delicacies, there were also beautiful and passionate Northern Plains women dancing to their heart's content. Everyone present were the leaders of He tribe's alliance army, experts of all sizes. Their cultivation level was at least rank 4, and they could be said to be the brightest talents of the current generation of Northern Plains. He Lulan sat on the main seat, and on his left was Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's seat had been pushed to the back due to the arrival of Tai by Yunxing, as well as the other rank 5 clan leaders. But after the third battle with Ma tribe, Feng Yuan revealed his rank 5 peak stage cultivation, and fought against 3 enslavement masters by himself, killing Qinglong, Wu Yi and other experts. One could say, He tribe's victory over Ma tribe was 70% due to Feng Yuan. He tribe was shocked by Wolf King's terrifying battle strength, and on that night, they adjusted the ranking in the main tent. No one objected to this. Feng Yuan did not reject any of the experts who toasted him, but he only drank a small mouthful each time. This was not the demeanor of a forthright Northern Plains warrior, but at this moment, when placed on Feng Yuan, it displayed the arrogance and solitude of Wolf King. In the main tent, there was a joyous atmosphere. The Gu master who toasted him was Soul Blade General Pan Ping. In the battle, he had used Soul Blade Gu and luckily obtained Ma tribe leader Ma Shangfeng's head. Thus, on the battle merit board, he was only inferior to Feng Yuan, ranked 2nd. Seeing Feng Yuan drink a mouthful of wine, Pan Ping retreated gratefully. Northern Plains people admired warriors. Feng Yuan's terrifying performance was rarely seen even in the previous imperial court contests. Flying Master and Enslavement Master, the halo of 2 masters shrouded his body. Such enslavement and strength dual cultivation would give any of his enemies a headache. He watched as Pan Ping respectfully retreated with a satisfied and excited expression. The gazes that were directed at him were filled with respect, adoration, or fear. Feng Yuan put down his wine cup without batting an eyelid, sighing inwardly, unknowingly, I have already reached this step. Relying on the imperial court contest, Feng Yuan's battle strength rose rapidly. At this point, he was already at the peak of the mortal realm. To mortals, this was already the peak. Any higher and it would be the immortal realm. In the previous battle, he slaughtered famous experts, unstoppable and unstoppable. Such a performance was rarely seen even among rank 5 peak stage Gu masters. He Lulan's elegance was completely taken away by Feng Yuan. Enslavement and strength dual cultivation had a huge flaw. For Arm Earth King Killer move, even if it was hastily created and not perfect, was enough to be the foundation for Feng Yuan to stand proudly in the mortal realm. On Three Kings Mountain, Fong Yuan used the Blessed Land's power to kill rank 4 and rank 5 Gu Master experts. But now, he used his own strength to do it. Even if it was Tai tribe's previous leader, Tai Mubai, Fong Yuan had the confidence to kill him. In a short period of time, Fong Yuan's battle strength rose explosively. This huge achievement that others could not achieve in their lifetime was built on his 500 years of experience, through immortal blessed land and painstaking planning. But it is still not enough, far from enough. What is the peak of the mortal realm? If I am not a Gu immortal, I will always be a chess piece. Not mentioning the goal of eternal life, I have not even saved Dang Hun Mountain. Fong Yuan's gaze was solemn, his heart surging with the raging fire of ambition and lofty aspirations. He glanced at Tai Bai Yunqing beside him. To save Dang Hun Mountain, he needed Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal Gu landscape as before. This was his main goal in this trip to Northern Plains. In fact, 88-point Jinyang Tower was secondary. In his plan, if Dang Hun Mountain could not be saved, then the inheritance in 88-point Jinyang Tower would make up for his losses. But to take away other people's Gu worms was a troublesome matter. The life or death of a Gu worm depended on the owner's thoughts. For example, Fong Yuan only needed one thought and even the immortal Gu Spring Autumn Cicada would easily self-detonate. Precisely because of this, when Gu masters died in battle, the Gu worms obtained from their corpses were negligible. As for Tai Bai Yunqing's situation, it was even more troublesome. Landscape as before, this immortal Gu had yet to appear. It was an immortal Gu created by Tai Bai Yunqing after he became a Gu immortal, using river as before and mountain as before Gu as the main materials. Thus, there were two plans in front of Fong Yuan. The first was to capture Tai Bai Yunqing alive and use soul path Gu worms to search his soul, searching his mind for the Gu recipe of landscape as before. Then, he would refine it himself. This plan was too risky. Firstly, Fong Yuan might not be able to capture Tai Bai Yunqing alive. Capturing and killing were two completely different concepts. Especially when Tai Bai Yunqing had high prestige and was also a time path Gu master, if he failed, the impact would be huge. Secondly, even if he was captured alive, would he be able to obtain river as before and mountain as before Gu? If Tai Bai Yunqing had a thought and made these two Gus self-detonate, Fong Yuan's efforts would be in vain. Finally, it was unknown whether Tai Bai Yunqing had the Gu recipe of landscape as before in his mind. The possibility of a mortal coming up with an original immortal Gu recipe was too small. Especially when Tai Bai Yunqing was not a refinement path master. According to the vague rumors in his previous life, landscape as before was created when Tai Bai Yunqing became a Gu immortal, heaven and earth resonated, Dao marks attracted each other and his inspiration burst forth, causing the two Gu to fuse and refine into a rank 6 immortal Gu. If that was the case, then the Gu recipe of landscape as before simply did not exist. The process of refining landscape as before could not be replicated. The first plan was not feasible. Then, what about the second plan? It was not much better than the first plan. Tai Bai Yunqing became a Gu immortal after entering Imperial Court Blessed Land. The second plan was to deal with him after he became a Gu immortal and obtained an immortal Gu. This meant that Fong Yuan wanted to use the identity of immortal to harm a Gu immortal. Chapter 551. If immortals schemed against a Gu immortal, what were the chances of success? Even though Fong Yuan was rank 5 peak stage, he could not surpass the gap between mortal and immortal. Fong Yuan was a Gu immortal in his previous life, no mortal could have a deeper understanding of this gap than him. Fortunately, in Fong Yuan's plan, he did not dare to fight a Gu immortal alone. He wanted to borrow the power of 88-point Jinyang Tower. His previous life's precious experience gave him guidance, as well as the precious information provided by Land Spirit Langya, giving him more confidence in his plan. This way, there was a 20% chance of obtaining landscape as before immortal goo. 20% was the highest among the 3 plans to save Dang Hun Mountain. Only immortal goo could resist Gruel Mud immortal goo. With his 500 years of foresight, Fang Yuan knew that there were only 3 immortal goo that could save Dang Hun Mountain at this moment. The first was Earth Path Rank 6 goo immortal sun vinegar. The second was also an Earth Path Rank 6 immortal goo, called Comeback Mountain. The second was also an Earth Path Rank 6 immortal goo, called Comeback Mountain. It was kept in Eastern Sea's high Sherblush land. The third was the Time Path Rank 6 immortal goo landscape as before. This goo had not been born yet, it was not formed naturally. Its owner, Tai Bai Yunxing, was only a Rank 5 goo master in Northern Plains. To obtain petrification goo, Fang Yuan would have to deal with goo immortal sun vinegar, who had been an immortal for more than 10 years. If he tried to obtain Comeback Mountain, the situation would be even worse. Fang Yuan would be under the watchful eyes of a group of goo immortals, using the identity of a mortal to exchange for an immortal goo. This was no different from a child carrying gold and going to the black market. Thus, the third plan regarding landscape as before goo had the lowest risk and the highest possibility. Even if Tai Bai Yunxing became a goo immortal, he would only be a newbie goo immortal, he would not be familiar with attainment realms and qualitative changes. Such an opponent would be much easier to deal with than the veteran Sun Vinegar and the group of goo immortals in High Sherblush land. Northern Plains, 12th month. The snowstorm was getting stronger, the frequency increasing. Even without the wind and snow, pure white frost covered the entire northern plains. Even though the sun had risen into the sky, the blazing sunlight of the past had become weak and powerless. The day of the 10-year blizzard was getting closer and closer. Tianchuan, Warm Pond Valley. Patriarch, this is the Spirit Spring Sea. Ma Yuliang worriedly pointed at the spirit spring that had dried up to the bottom and introduced it to Ma Yingjie. Ma Yingjie frowned deeply. Spirit Spring Sea was one of the 3 remaining in Warm Pond Valley. Now that it had dried up, the only thing supporting the Ma family was the A and B springs. This was bad news for the Ma tribe. Northern Plains Spirit Spring was different from Southern Borders Spirit Spring. Most of the northern springs had very little spring water. The spring mouth was narrow, and the water gushed out violently. The foundation was thin, and the duration was the shortest. The east spring was ample, the south spring gurgled, the north spring was vigorous, and the west spring was pure. In the southern border, a small to medium-sized tribe could continuously use a spirit spring for more than 10 years. As long as the spirit spring of the southern border was not overexploited, it could be used continuously. But it was different in Northern Plains. Northern Plains spirit spring formed quickly and also dispersed quickly. Adding on the intense war in Northern Plains, a small to medium-sized tribe needed at least 3 to 4 spirit springs to be able to support it. After Ma Yingjie returned to the tribe, he became Ma tribe's new clan leader. Ma tribe failed to become a super force, and was now reduced to a small tribe. Even the huge Warm Pond Valley seemed empty. Ma tribe had rations and water, and they had made ample preparations. But Spirit Spring was a currency, and was an essential resource for goo masters to cultivate. Once the snow disaster came, places like Warm Pond Valley would become the last refuge. Not only beast groups, but also other goo masters would come to rest. As the landlord, Ma tribe not only had to resist the blizzard, but also had to negotiate with these people. The Yuan stone produced by the Spirit Spring was the backbone that supported the goo master's battle strength. Now, one of Ma tribe's 3 backbones was broken. The weakened Ma tribe only had 30% of its strength left. Because the Spirit Spring Sea dried up, its confidence immediately dissipated by 10%. However, facing such a difficult problem, Ma Yingjie had no countermeasures. If he had a river as before, goo, he could immediately restore the Spirit Spring Sea to its original state, and this problem would be solved immediately. But Ma Ying-jie did not have one. Lord Clan Leader, is the spirit spring really so important? On the way back, Fei Kai asked. After he returned to the tribe, as Ma Ying-jie's savior, he was immediately released from his slave status, and was now a free man. At the same time, he was still Ma Ying-jie's personal attendant. Ma Ying-jie nodded with deep worry. The drying up of a spirit spring has a huge impact on Gu masters. And Gu masters are the pillars of a tribe. Our Ma tribe not only needs Gu masters as the main force to resist all kinds of disasters during the blizzard. And after the blizzard, we need Gu masters' battle strength to snatch new resources and develop the tribe. Fei Kai gave an "oh" sound, and asked while walking, then can we find a new spirit spring? I mean, look, our Warm Pond Valley is so big, maybe there are more than 3 spirit springs. Fei Kai's words were filled with an optimistic spirit. Ma Ying-jie laughed bitterly. Northern Plains spirit springs will indeed form in a short period of time. There might be a 4th spirit spring in Warm Pond Valley. But this possibility is too low, almost impossible. You have to know, every time the 10-year blizzard arrives, the spirit springs in all parts of Northern Plains will dry up and die. After the blizzard subsides, new spirit springs will appear in large numbers. At that time, all parts of Northern Plains will have lush water plants, and every 100 li, there might be a spirit spring. That is the best time for every tribe and every beast group to develop and strengthen. So it's like this. Fei Kai finally understood. He had lived for so long, but was still ignorant and not familiar with these situations. Ah! Suddenly, he screamed and fell down from the roadside. They were walking on the side of a cliff, but fortunately, it was not a cliff, but a gentle slope. Fei Kai lost his footing and rolled down the slope, letting out continuous screams. You! Ma Ying-jie was amused by Fei Kai's comical screams, and his furrowed brows relaxed slightly. You have no sense of direction, you don't even know how to walk now. Hurry up and climb up. Ma Ying-jie suddenly stopped, his eyes wide open as he looked in disbelief at a brand new spirit spring gushing out from the gentle slope. This spirit spring's mouth was originally covered by a mountain rock. However, this mountain rock was knocked to the side by Fei Kai, who was tumbling down. The spirit spring that was covered by the mountain rock was then revealed. Very clearly, this was a spirit spring that had formed recently. Otherwise, Ma tribe's investigation before the war would not have missed it. This spirit spring had a huge amount of water, and in a short time, over 100 yuan stones sprayed out along the spring water, landing on the surrounding ground. This is a new spirit spring, directly surpassing the A-grade spirit spring. Ma Ying-jie was overjoyed, even his eyes were slightly red. Is this the so-called extreme misfortune followed by happiness? Longevity heaven above, this must be the blessing of the ancestors. Clan leader, I'm here. At this time, Fei Kai rushed up with a grin, and after seeing the new spring, he also opened his eyes wide. Strange, why is there suddenly a spring here? Ma Ying-jie laughed loudly. Fei Kai, you are the lucky star given to me by the heavens. From today onwards, you will change your name. Don't be called Fei Kai anymore. Fei Kai, trash, how can I, Ma Ying-jie, have trash by my side? From today onwards, you will be called Hong Yun. Fei Hong Yun. This indicates the good fortune of our Ma tribe, extreme misfortune followed by happiness. However, Ma Ying-jie was not happy for long. 7 days later, He tribe's army arrived and surrounded Warm Pond Valley. On the night that He tribe's army set up camp, the 3 spirit springs in Warm Pond Valley turned into black water at the same time, completely polluted. A letter to persuade them to surrender was then sent to Ma Ying-jie. Ma Ying-jie did not expect that He Lulan had clearly obtained the final victory, but still did not let him go. The spirit springs polluted by goo worms could no longer produce yuan stones, they were all useless. Although there were still yuan stones in storage, Ma tribe had already lost the possibility of continuing to live in Warm Pond Valley. To think that He Lulan would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. In his letter, he requested our Ma tribe to surrender. This does not violate the rules set by Giant Sun Immortal back then. Damn it, damn it. Ma Ying-je clenched his fists, his heart filled with anger, hatred, helplessness, and powerlessness. He Lulan, known as the Black Tyrant, has always been violent and crude. It seems that he is wary of our Ma tribe because of the previous battle. But due to Ancestor Giant Sun's rules, he wants to place Ma tribe under his eyes and continue to suppress Ma tribe. Ma Yuliang sat paralyzed on the chair and analyzed with a low voice. After a pause, Ma Yuliang continued, actually, this is also not bad. Ma tribe surrenders to He Lulan, we can also enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. Ma Ying-je shook his head, this is the sinister part of He Lulan's intentions. Ma tribe can enter Imperial Court, but what about the others? Let me ask you, in the current tribe, how many relatives surnamed Ma are there? Ma Yuliang's face paled, only around 130 people. That is correct. Ma Ying-je nodded with a heavy expression, if our Ma tribe wants to expand, we need to recruit outsiders, we need to wantonly marry and have a large number of children. But as long as He Lulan gives an order, we are not allowed to accept outsiders, and will only be allowed to marry within our tribe. At that time, if our Ma tribe wants to expand, when will it be a matter of time? Ma Yuliang's face paled even more. He realized the severity of the problem. Politics was dirty, and it was easy to make it so that one was not allowed to marry an outsider. He Lulan only needed a reason to maintain the purity of the Huang Jin tribe's bloodline, and then she could legitimately stop Ma tribe from expanding. Then what should we do? Ma Yuliang lost his idea. Ma Ying-je was silent for a while, and finally made up his mind. He gritted his teeth, we will bestow the surname Ma to all outsiders, and accept them into our tribe. Lord Tribe Leader, if we do this, I'm afraid that our Huang Jin bloodline will really. Ma Yuliang hesitated. We need to guard against this. The Huang Jin bloodline is the pride of our Ma tribe, it will not be tainted. If the situation improves, we can expel these people and strip them of their surname, Ma Ying-je said. Chapter 552. The carriages rumbled, the horses neighed. The grand group, numbering in the millions, moved towards the Imperial Court area at the center of Northern Plains. The snowstorm raged outside, the big stomach horses could not even raise their heads. The snow on the ground was knee-deep, every step was much more difficult than usual. Blue field slug goo after blue field slug goo were moving slowly. Their stomachs were filled with all sorts of resources, causing their bodies that were 3 times the size of elephants to grow to the size of small hills. Groups of carriages followed behind the blue field slug goo. The latter blocked the incoming snowstorm for these mortals, their bodies were covered in icicles. To prevent the slug goo from freezing to death, there were 3 goo masters in charge of 1 slug goo, removing the frost on them while using fire path goo worms to keep them warm and maintain their body temperature. The army moved towards the Imperial Court area. The increasing snowstorm caused the army's speed to slow down. Large numbers of mortal slaves fell along the way, unable to get up again. Although He Lulan could order goo masters to save them, he did not do so. Even though the Imperial Court Blessed Land was huge and could hold 5 million people. But from He Lulan's point of view, the resources in the Blessed Land belonged to him, why would he give them to these lowly slaves? Every additional person meant that he had to give away more benefits. Using the snowstorm to purposely sacrifice large numbers of useless mortals, this was the unspoken rule of the Imperial Court Lords. The lives of mortals were not worth cherishing. They were like weeds, after the snowstorm, they would grow rapidly and spread, devouring the resources of northern plains like locusts, until the next 10 years' snowstorm arrived. The cold wind became stronger, the people moved forward against the wind. Fang Yuan was inside the large lizard house Gu. He could hear the howling of the wind outside the window. Inside the large lizard house Gu, it was warm like spring. Urging it to move forward in such an environment consumed 5 or 6 times more true essence than before. But to Fang Yuan, just a rank 5 peak stage 90% aperture was more than enough to sustain this expenditure. Moreover, his second aperture had recently advanced to rank 5 upper stage. Fang Yuan came to the window and cast his gaze through the translucent, sealed crystal window to the front left. It was the Ma family's team. Ma Yingjie inherited the position of clan leader, Ma Hongyun also appeared, and even Zhao Lianyun was by his side. On this point, Fang Yuan had already secretly inquired about it and instructed the people of Gu family to take care of Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. In his memories, Ma Hongyun had received an inheritance from the giant sun Immortal in the 88-point Jinyang Tower. In Fang Yuan's next plan, he would be a very useful chess piece. As for Zhao Lianyun, he was still a kid and posed no threat. At the same time, he was very close to Ma Hongyun. Fang Yuan decided to observe him first. 500 years ago, Ma Hongyun appeared. Now, even with my influence, Ma Hongyun still appeared. Then in the future, will he and Zhao Lianyun still have the same achievements as in my previous life? After experiencing rebirth, Fang Yuan had a deep interest towards the topic of changing history. The flow of history had inertia and also changes. Based on his personal experience, the butterfly theory on Earth seemed to be a little biased. In the 500 years of his previous life, Ma Hongyun was bestowed with a surname and allowed to cultivate. It was because he obtained a relic Gu in the wild and offered it to Ma Yingjie. Now, because of He Lulan's coercion, Ma Yingjie made a decision. This decision created Ma Hongyun once again. The process was different, but the result was the same. This matter made Fang Yuan ponder. He could not help but think of a word. That was, fate. Fate, this word was even more mysterious and ethereal than space and time. In the rumors, Gu master paths seemed to have a path called Luck Path, but until now, nobody could be sure. However, there were many important people who were connected to fate. The legends of Renzu clearly recorded fate Gu. The second generation immortal venerable of the celestial court, the creator of wisdom path, grasped this Gu and schemed against the 3 demon venerables of the later generations. When Fang Yuan was in 3 Kings' blessed land, he was told by the land spirit, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was actually a great hero. He broke the restraints of fate and let the people of the world control their own fate. In fact, Fang Yuan had even vaguely heard this rumor in his previous life. Giant Sun Immortal controlled a luck path Gu worm, thus on his path of cultivation, he was able to avoid calamities and welcome blessings. In this world, is there really a thread of fate that tightly connects all living beings? Fang Yuan could not help but fall into a reverie. In the 500 years of his previous life, although he became a Gu immortal, he had only uncovered a corner of this world's mysteries. Be it his previous life or this life, the more he moved forward, the stronger he became, the more he felt his own insignificance and ignorance. The more he felt insignificant and ignorant, the more joy he felt in moving forward, the more he wanted to move forward. Compared to this world, I am just an ant. Pride and modesty, stubbornness and understanding coexisted in Fang Yuan's blood. Putting away his overflowing thoughts, Fang Yuan focused his attention on the present. Imperial Court blessed land rejects Gu immortals from entering. I am already at rank 5 peak stage. This might be the first and last time I can enter Imperial Court and personally come into contact with 88-point Jinyang Tower. Maybe I can obtain an immortal venerable's luck path inheritance in the tower, who knows. But this time, He Lulan took the initiative to go to Warm Pond Valley and forcefully force Ma tribe to surrender. This is quite strange. Fang Yuan's gaze turned solemn. Ma tribe had already suffered a huge loss, and they also had the Huang Jin bloodline. Why did He Lulan do this? It was understandable in his previous life. In the 500 years of his previous life, Matribe's strength had not declined. They were a tough turtle shell that was hard to chew. He Lulan had no choice but to force them to surrender. Now that Matribe was in an extremely weak state, He Lulan mobilized his army and spared no effort to force Matribe to surrender. To deliberately suppress Matribe like this, did he have a deep grudge against Matribe? Fang Yuan shook his head slightly. There was no evidence to support this guess. Forget it, maybe this is He Lulan's whims and wants to show off his contributions. This is only a minor detail, my own strength is always the most important. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sent his mind into his aperture. The injuries from using the killer move 4-arm Earth King had already recovered. As for the killer move, he had also made some slight modifications. The original Earth Overlord goo was changed to Wind Overlord goo. The other goo worms that he used were also slightly modified. This way, he did not need to step on the ground, and it was best to fight in the wind. The stronger the wind, the more battle strength he could display, and the smaller the repercussions of using the killer move. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. This was only a concealment and compromise, the flaw of this killer move had not changed. If he fought in a windless environment, the result of activating the killer move would not be any better than before. For goo masters, there were too many methods to restrict wind. Once this weakness was exposed, the killer move would no longer be terrifying, and the threat it posed to enemies would fall to rock bottom. Actually, no matter how much this move is modified, I will not be satisfied. My true goal is to resolve the flaw of dual cultivation of strength path and enslavement path. This killer move 4-arm Earth King is only the initial result. But this result could not escape the barrier of transformation path. Fang Yuan's goal was to completely and permanently modify his body. And not this kind of temporary transformation. However, to reach this step, Fang Yuan had already used up 500 years of accumulation. After all, Fang Yuan was a blood path goo immortal in his previous life, he had only dabbled in strength path and enslavement path. If possible, Fang Yuan also wanted to quickly become a blood path goo immortal. But ever since his rebirth, the situation was different. His vital goo was no longer a blood path goo worm. One of the keys to becoming a goo immortal was the vital goo. Originally, Fang Yuan had obtained the second aperture and had a new opportunity. But that crucial blood path vital goo was still buried in the inheritance, it had yet to appear. Fang Yuan could not wait, the situation was pressing on him, he could only choose to strengthen himself first to deal with the upcoming tests and enemies lurking in all directions. Survival, this was the most important thing. Fang Yuan also realized that his foundation in strength path and enslavement path was insufficient. His extensive knowledge in his previous life allowed him to easily control goo worms of all paths, and was proficient in the exquisite combination of goo worms of all paths. Among them, his attainment in enslavement path was the deepest. But to solve the ancient problem of dual cultivation of enslavement and strength path, he needed to be at the forefront of history and create new and bold experiments. Thus, his foundation was insufficient. Even though Fang Yuan now had clues to Luopa Valley, he might be able to directly cultivate Soul Path, which had a bright future after obtaining Luopa Valley. But Fang Yuan would never place his hopes on a certain possibility in the future. Even if he were to cultivate Soul Path in the future, his efforts in the aspect of enslavement and strength path would be a precious asset to him, it would be of great help to his future cultivation. Knowing his own shortcomings, Fang Yuan had been reading extensively these days. He used that enormous amount of battle merits to exchange for Dragon Horse Spirit, 3 Hearts Combination Soul and other killer moves. At the same time, he also obtained dozens of small strength path inheritances, as well as the insights of 4 enslavement path masters. Among them, the 4 killer moves, Rat Plague, Lightning Storm, Leopard Rush and Horse Stamp, were extremely valuable. Feng Yuan had broad horizons to begin with, and after these days of hard work, his understanding of enslavement path and strength path had deepened by several times. Different from his previous life where he only dabbled in it, in this life, he personally experienced it and combined it with theories, giving him countless inspirations. But these inspirations were far from enough to solve his problem. Actually, speaking of the transformation of the body, the earliest records are in the legends of Renzu. When Renzu was in a death situation, to save his father, desolate Gyue came to Qingbai Mountain and killed the rockman. Feng Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he flipped open the legends of Renzu. Chapter 553. Feng Yuan flipped the legends of Renzu. There was a record inside. Renzu fell into a dead end and fell into Luopa Valley, unable to get out. Desolate Gyue, in order to save his father, personally went up Qingbai Mountain and attempted to climb to the peak to obtain that one and only success Gu. As long as he made a wish to success Gu, desolate Gyue would be able to save Renzu. But when desolate Gyue reached the foot of the mountain, he was obstructed by the rockman. It turned out that Renzu's second daughter had come to Qingbai Mountain and disturbed Love Gu's dream. Out of anger, Love Gu enlightened the rockman to disturb desolate Gyue. Desolate Gyue killed the rockman and walked to the waist of the mountain. But Love Gu did not leave. It appeared in front of desolate Gyue and said, "Oh human, you disturbed my dream and still want to take away success Gu. Now, I will collapse the whole of Qingbai Mountain. You can search for that one and only success Gu among the millions and millions of rocks." Ha ha ha. Saying so, Love Gu charged towards Qingbai Mountain. Mount Qingbai was not an ordinary mountain. The entire hill was made up of small stones piled up together. Once Love Gu crashed into it, Qingbai Mountain collapsed. Love Gu left proudly, leaving behind desolate Gyue looking at this pile of rocks, falling into a daze. How could he obtain that one and only success Gu from these chaotic rocks? Desolate Gyue was troubled. He had no choice but to go back and ask Cognition Gu for advice. Cognition Gu sighed after hearing Gyue explanation. Love Gu has always been so unreasonable, sigh, even I, or my child Wisdom Gu, do not want to face it. Now that Qingbai Mountain has collapsed, you can only use your hands to pick up these rocks and distinguish the success Gu. Other than that, there is no other way. Cognition Gu continued, but you need to be careful, there are actually two Gu on Qingbai Mountain. One success Gu is at the peak. One failure Gu is at the bottom of the mountain. Failure is the mother of success, but it has many children. Those rocks are the brothers and sisters of success. When you pick up those stones, a lot of unimaginably bad things can happen. Let me tell you a trick here. As long as you persist in saying "I" in your heart, these bad situations will gradually disappear. When desolate Gyue heard this, her heart couldn't help but become heavy. She asked again, "Then how should I distinguish the stone in my hand? Success Gu or failure Gu, what do they look like?" Cognition Gu sighed, "They look the same, but it is easy to differentiate them. As long as you hold them with your own hands, you will naturally discover their identity. You want to find success Gu, but that failure Gu is your greatest threat. You cannot hold on to failure Gu, otherwise, you will be completely lost and your life will be in danger." Gyue nodded his head to express his gratitude. Before she left, Cognition Gu reminded her, "Don't say that I told you, if Love Gu finds me, it will be troublesome." In the face of passionate, naughty love, thought and intellect give way. "Don't worry, I won't expose you." Desolate Gyue agreed and returned to Qingbai Mountain. Looking at the large pile of stones in front of her, her heart was heavy. Success was not so easy to obtain. To obtain success, one had to bend down and take a huge risk to search for it. Desolate Gyue breathed in deeply and picked up the first stone. This stone was very ordinary. The moment Desolate Gyue held it in her hand, it shook slightly. A shallow wound appeared on Desolate Gyue's hand. This was not Success Gu, but Success's brothers and sisters, one of Failure Gu's children. Desolate Gyue was shocked. She touched the wound on the back of her hand and recalled Cognition Gu's words. When you pick up those stones, many unimaginably bad situations will happen. At this time, you need to think of I in your heart. So this is the bad situation. Desolate Gyue realized. She chanted in her heart, I. As she continued to chant, the wound on the back of her hand miraculously healed. All that was left was a shallow scar. She threw the stone in her hand to the side and picked up the second stone. When she held this stone in her hand, Desolate Gyue's heart shook, an intense fear assaulted her heart. Desolate Gyue's body trembled in fear. She almost wanted to escape and leave this place. But she persevered and continued to think of I. After a long time, she regained her senses. The fear in her heart was mostly dispelled. She picked up the third stone. This stone made her feel very dejected. She could not help but think, I want to pick up the one and only Success Gu among these billions of stones. How difficult is that? How long do I have to continue? She almost could not move. She felt that the future was dark. The difficulty of finding Success Gu was too high. She almost wanted to give up, but she thought of her father who was trapped in the door of life and death. If I give up, who will save father? Desolate Gyue was shocked. Oh no, I almost forgot to say I. Desolate Gyue chanted again, trying to get rid of the dejection in her heart as she bent down to pick up another stone. When she held the fourth stone in her hand, Desolate Gyue was shocked to find that her nose had changed. It had actually turned into a pig's nose. She chanted I again to let her nose recover. Good heavens, she tried her best to get rid of the pig's nose. But the bridge of her nose was still slightly sunken compared to before. Like this, Desolate Gyue continued to pick up stones, hoping to find Success Gu among them. But countless days passed, she only found the children of Failure Gu. Some of these stones caused her injuries, some caused her to feel dejected, despair, fear, and some even caused her to turn into a pig's head or grow a rat's tail. Even though Desolate Gyue kept chanting I, there were still traces left on her body. After accumulating for a long time, these traces turned her into a monster. She grew 6 heads, 3 arms, 5 tails, and looked like a human with a horse's body. She had 16 legs, some were covered in soft fur, some were covered in snake-like scales, some had sharp claws, and some had sturdy hooves. In the process of searching for success, people often changed beyond recognition. But Desolate Gyue also became stronger because of this. After experiencing so much, she was hundreds of times stronger than before. Those stones could no longer cause her any trouble. Success, success, where are you? Her 7 mouths spoke at the same time. Some were shouting, some were roaring, some were crying, and some were whispering. The more she failed, the greater the desire for success in her heart. After her relentless efforts, there were fewer and fewer stones left. Finally, when there were only 2 stones left, Desolate Gyue fell into hesitation. There was no doubt that among these 2 stones, one was Success Gu, while the other was Failure Gu. If she picked up Success Gu, then everyone would be happy. If she picked up Failure Gu, then Desolate Gyue would be completely lost. Her life would be in danger. Even if Desolate Gyue became a monster and became so strong. 1 step to heaven, 1 step to hell, how should she choose? Desolate Gyue could not help but fall into hesitation. If I do not dare to give it my all because I am afraid of failure, then I will never succeed. I am already so strong now, success is just around the corner. Even if I get Failure Gu, as long as I keep chanting I should be able to get through it, right? Finally, she mustered her courage and stretched out her hand. picking up one of the stones. But unfortunately, she picked up that failure goo. An unprecedented sense of confusion and self-doubt assaulted her body and mind. I. Desolate Gue kept chanting I, but her voice gradually became lower. Eventually, her 7 mouths stopped moving, her gaze was dull and lifeless. She fell into endless confusion, completely losing herself. The greatest failure of a person was to lose themselves. Sigh. Seeing this, Fang Yuan sighed lightly, closing the Legends of Renzu. For a moment, his thoughts ran wild, and the expression on his face became complicated and subtle. The snow outside the window was still falling, fluttering in the wind. As the 10-year deadline approached, the snowstorm did not show any signs of weakening, instead, it was getting stronger. Northern Plains, end of December. When He Lulan led her army and arrived at the entrance of Imperial Court Blessed Land at the end of the deadline, the Alliance army had already lost more than half of their numbers. Large numbers of mortals froze to death on the way. Many Gu masters even died from the beast group's attacks. The token to open Imperial Court Blessed Land was He Lulan herself. When he stood up, a faint golden light blossomed in the air. Shortly after, the golden light shone brightly, forming a ring of light. The ring of light expanded rapidly, forming a grand city gate. On the vermilion red city gate, there were exquisite and complicated silver patterns. Copper buttons that were as thick as fists were densely covered the surface of the door. Rumble, behind the gate, there seemed to be a pair of invisible giant hands, slowly opening the heavy vermilion gate. Immediately, a dense sandalwood fragrance assaulted their nostrils. The falling snow and the air stopped at this moment. Under the influence of a mysterious force, the falling snow gathered like a swarm of bees, instantly condensing into a large and sturdy ice staircase. The top of the staircase reached the Imperial Court gate in the air. And the bottom was on the ground. Imperial Court Blessed Land. He Lulan could not conceal his excitement. He took 3 steps at a time, climbing the ice staircase, becoming the first person to enter Imperial Court. 88-point Jinyang Tower. Fang Yuan was the second person. He had a deep gaze as he steadily walked in. Following him were Tai Bai Yunxing, Hao Ji Lu and other higher-ups experts. About an hour later, He tribe's army entered Imperial Court Blessed Land. The ice staircase crumbled, the huge vermilion red city gate slowly closed. The golden ring of light shrunk into a point and dissipated. They have all entered. The Gu immortals who were observing secretly retracted their helpless and reluctant gazes. Chapter 554. When Fang Yuan opened his eyes, the scene in front of him had completely changed. The sky was pale gold, the ground was like spring, there were green terraced fields, quietly flowing rivers, low hills, and a vast field of vision. This was a peaceful world, in stark contrast to the snowstorm outside. This was the largest shelter in Northern Plains, Imperial Court Blessed Land. It opened once every 10 years, and was specially rewarded to the kings of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan looked around, only to find that he was alone. Although everyone had entered the same door, the moment they stepped through the door, they were scattered and randomly teleported to any corner of the paradise. This was common practice. Fang Yuan was not surprised. According to the previous agreement, he was going to move towards the center of the Blessed Land. There, Giant Sun Immortal's former residence, Northern Plains Sacred Palace. I'm finally in. Fang Yuan adjusted his breathing. The Imperial Court contest was just a prelude. What came next was the main point. He tried to activate Eagle Rise Gu. The crystal purple primeval essence moved according to his will, and poured into the Eagle Rise Gu. Swoosh. With a soft sound, accompanied by intense pain, 2 huge pitch-black eagle wings grew on his back, the wingspan exceeding 10 feet. Imperial Court Blessed Land did not prohibit the use of mortal Gu. As for immortal goo, no blessed land could restrict them. The strong eagle wings lightly flapped, and Fong Yuan's entire body was brought into the sky. Flying in the sky, a light breeze greeted his face. The wind carried with it a unique fragrance that permeated the entire paradise. Compared to the outside world in northern plains, this place was tranquil and peaceful. It was simply heaven. Fong Yuan was not in a hurry. He flew leisurely, admiring the scenery around him. Imperial Court Blessed Land's terrain was extremely similar to northern plains. Looking at it from afar, it was a vast plain. Even though there were hills, they were all gentle slopes. The contours were gentle and graceful, like a lush green without any contours, flowing smoothly and gracefully. But what was different from the northern plains was that every 8 li, there would be a tower erected on the ground. These towers reminded Fong Yuan of totem poles. Every single one of them was 25 meters tall and stood perfectly straight. Their surfaces were covered in gold and silver, and they were carved with all kinds of gems and agates. The tower was divided into countless compartments, like a beehive. Inside, there were many goo worms. When the worms in the blessed land produced goo, these goo worms would often leave the swarm and come to live in the tower. The tower was Giant Sun's current arrangement. No matter what goo it was, they would find their food in the tower. In each tower, there were tens of thousands of goo. There were many types of goo. There were a lot of common ones, but precious ones were relatively rare. Without a doubt, every tower was a huge fortune. Even Fong Yuan would covet it. He even saw a group of thousands of starlight firefly goo in one of the towers. Unfortunately, these goo worms cannot be used without permission. At the beginning of the Imperial Court contest, there were often goo masters who were extremely daring and wanted to steal, or even attack the towers to seize the wild goo worms inside. In the end, they were like candles, their skin and flesh melted, leaving behind pale white skeletons that fell to the ground, forming a pile. Fong Yuan's gaze was solemn. This was the power of the blessed land, the power of this world. As long as they were mortals, they could not resist it. Even goo immortals would be in a difficult situation. The lesson they received was deep enough. Until now, no goo masters had any designs on these towers. If we trace back to the source, the goo immortal who created Imperial Court Blessed Land was a space path goo immortal. His name is no longer known. Thus, this blessed land is extremely vast, far surpassing other blessed lands of the same level. Before Giant Sun Immortal became an immortal, he luckily inherited this place and became the new owner of the blessed land. After Giant Sun became an immortal venerable, he possessed supreme strength and set up a great method, establishing the tradition of the Imperial Court contest, which allowed this ancient blessed land to continue existing until now. Fong Yuan recalled in his mind as he flew. An immortal venerable's methods had already surpassed his understanding. He did not know how Giant Sun Immortal did it, but under his control, Imperial Court Blessed Land no longer suffered from heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Hiss hiss hiss. After flying for an hour, passing countless towers, in the sky above a small valley, Fong Yuan was provoked by a giant python. This scarlet python was huge, at least 100 feet long, and its body was as thick as a tower. On its head, there was a sharp horn, and a pair of bloodshot eyes stared at Fong Yuan in the sky, flicking its tongue continuously. Its tongue was a strange purple color, with eerie blue flames coiling around it. It is a rare eerie fire dragon python. Fong Yuan was slightly stunned. Right at this moment, the giant python opened its mouth and spat out a lump of carriage-sized blue-purple flame. The flame rapidly approached, and the temperature in the air rose sharply. There were still hundreds of steps between them, but Fong Yuan's hair and eyebrows were showing signs of withering. The terrifying temperature of the blue-purple flame could be seen. Fong Yuan lightly raised his eyebrows, and with a flap of his eagle wings, he flew up and easily dodged the attack of the flame. Killer move, forearm Wind King. He activated more than 10 goo worms at the same time, and the crystal purple primeval essence in his aperture started to be consumed intensely. Beside him, 2 new bronze arms grew out. Then, like a falling star, he swooped down brazenly. Bam! He fiercely collided with the eerie fire dragon python, engaging in an intense battle. At once, smoke and dust rose, flames spewed everywhere, and the valley shook. The eerie fire dragon python was a mutated beast king. Mutated beasts had rank 4 battle strength, and the kings among them could match rank 5 goo masters. But Fong Yuan was rank 5 peak stage, and after using the killer move, his battle strength was even higher. If the eerie fire dragon python obediently hid, Fong Yuan might not have been able to find it if he was rushing. Now that it provoked him, Fong Yuan was excited, and used the modified killer move on it. 30 minutes later, the dust settled. Fong Yuan's body was charred black, and he stood in the almost completely collapsed valley. The broken rocks covered half of the eerie fire dragon python's body. Fong Yuan coughed several times, and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. The modified killer move had much smaller repercussions than before. Of course, this was also because the eerie fire dragon python did not have the intelligence of a human, and could not analyze Fong Yuan's flaws from the battle. If the wind was suppressed, Fong Yuan would have much more worries. This battle was not easy. Imperial Court Blessed Land's environment was excellent, and there were many goo worms, thus the eerie fire dragon python had a large number of fire path goo worms. Some of them were of high value. Fong Yuan's killer move was sharp, but his defense against fire path was not outstanding. If he could save the effort of dodging the flames, the 30 minutes battle would be shortened by at least a third. Fong Yuan started to clean up the battlefield. This mutated beast king's entire body was valuable. For example, python blood was the best food to feed some blood path goo worms. Python skin, python tendons and so on, if placed in a mortal market, would cause a huge commotion. Especially the eerie fire snake gallbladder, it was extremely precious, and had a market in jewel yellow skies. Fong Yuan dealt with it slightly, and to save time, he only placed the things he wanted into the goo and stored them. Eerie fire dragon pythons live in caves in the form of families. If there are dragon pythons young, I might be able to raise them in Immortal Blessed Land. It would be a source of income in the future. Fong Yuan thought of this, and started to search around. Soon, he found something. Oh. So there is a goo master inheritance here. Fong Yuan did not find the little dragon python, but unexpectedly found a red boulder that resembled a fire lotus. With his experience, he soon found out that this was a goo master's method. When he got closer to the boulder, this fire lotus resembling boulder split apart layer by layer, like a blossoming fire lotus. The fire lotus boulder opened up completely, revealing the goo worms inside, as well as the stone tablet. The stone tablet was one with the boulder, and Northern Plains words were carved on it. Fong Yuan saw everything, and immediately understood the whole story. The fire path goo master who left behind this inheritance was called Huijing Jun, a righteous rank 4 goo master. He entered this valley by mistake, and was harmed by the eerie fire dragon python. Before dying from his injuries, he had no choice but to leave behind all his goo worms, and set up this inheritance. In the future, if someone was fated to come here, then this set of goo worms would belong to that fated person. Huijing Jun had left behind 7 goo worms. But after all these years, 4 had died, and only 3 were left. Among these 3 goo worms, only one caught Fong Yuan's attention. It was the rank 4 fire pupil goo. When a goo master uses fire pupil goo, wherever they look, flames would appear and burn their enemies. Such a convenient attack method was often hard to defend against. But there were flaws. For example, if it was activated continuously, the goo master's eyes would be burnt. A good healing goo had to be used, as well as other corresponding goo worms to reduce this side effect. This fire pupil goo was Huajing Jun's core goo worm. Other than the goo worms he left behind, on the stone tablet, there were also goo recipes that he remembered. Feng Yuan looked through them 3 times, and stored all the information into East Window goo. Although he did not cultivate fire path, these goo recipes were useful for his future goo refinement, and even his cultivation, they would be useful as inspiration. Especially the refinement recipe of the fire pupil goo, it was very valuable. According to this goo recipe, rank 4 fire pupil goo was refined from rank 3 fire eye goo, together with sight strike goo, and some related goo refinement materials. Rank 3 fire eye goo, Feng Yuan knew, it was a one-time use goo, used for reconnaissance. It could transform its eyes into fire eyes, and have the ability to see through fog. It did not succeed every time, and once it failed, it would go blind. Feng Yuan also knew about sight strike goo. He tribes Hao Ji Lu had one. Hao Ji Lu had once used sight strike goo together with rank 4 swap position goo, using them together. Feng Yuan stored the fire pupil goo. He did not plan to walk the fire path. Fire pupil goo was not compatible with his own path. Attacking methods, although convenient, were limited. They relied heavily on eye contact. In this world, there were too many goo worms of all shapes and sizes. There were countless ways to block vision. There was no strongest goo worm, only the strongest goo master. Goo worms were only carriers of the great Tao, they were essentially tools. When goo masters used them together, they could form extraordinary effects. Some of the more outstanding combinations, which were hard to break, were killer moves. This means, this should be the first goo master inheritance I obtained in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Feng Yuan thought about it, feeling it was interesting. Imperial Court Blessed Land had many goo master inheritances. Because this place had the most favorable environment, many inheritances set up in the outside world were destroyed by calamities and beasts before they could find the fated person. Furthermore, all the goo masters who entered Imperial Court Blessed Land were heroes who had gone through the baptism of war. Even if he wasn't a hero, he at least had some skill. Thus, there were many inheritances in Imperial Court Blessed Land. As long as one was fated, they could gain something. Feng Yuan stored the 3 goo worms in his aperture, and destroyed the stone tablet. Finally, he continued his search. Sure enough, he found a cave entrance, and went deep underground. In the cave that was over 100 feet deep, he found 6 eerie fire dragon python eggs. This made him feel troubled. If they were young eerie fire dragon pythons, Feng Yuan could take them away and bring them to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, letting them hunt freely. But eerie fire dragon python eggs were not easy to hatch. They needed to be soaked in eerie fire and python blood day and night. After the little dragon python hatched, it would need to receive the teachings of the eerie fire dragon python, and learn how to use its own strength to hunt. Feng Yuan did not have the leisure to waste his precious time to incubate these few snake eggs. Without a choice, he could only keep these eggs. Soon after, he made his way out of the hot and stuffy cave. He didn't linger here any longer. He flew high into the sky and continued on his way. Chapter 555. Like this, Feng Yuan flew for another 3 days, but there was still no sign of the sacred palace. Feng Yuan thought, it seems that after I entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, I was sent to a very far place. Otherwise, with my speed, I would have reached the sacred palace in 3 days. On the way, Feng Yuan met many goo masters and mortals. They were all members of He Tribe Alliance. After entering the Blessed Land, those with the ability gathered at the sacred palace. Those without the ability would choose a nearby place to stay. Imperial Court Blessed Land was not safe, there were large numbers of wild insects and fierce beasts. The arrival of He tribe army broke the tacit understanding here, disrupting the territories of the beasts and insects. Thus, collisions and killings were unavoidable. But the overall environment was much better than the blizzard outside of northern plains. Along the way, Feng Yuan saw several scenes of massacres. Some were corpses of beasts, some were broken limbs and bones of humans. Imperial Court Blessed Land's foundation was many times deeper than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land did not have astronomical changes, but Imperial Court Blessed Land did. Moreover, Imperial Court Blessed Land had day and night. This might not be strange in the eyes of mortals. Because in the outside world of Northern Plains, it was also day and night, they were used to it. Only a knowledgeable person like Feng Yuan would know how precious this was. It was already rare for a blessed land to have astronomical changes. If it had day and night, it meant that this place already had a deep foundation, at least in terms of time path laws. Normally speaking, blessed lands with astronomical changes were first-grade blessed lands. Feng Yuan's Hu Immortal Blessed Land had not had astronomical changes yet. And having day and night was the characteristic of a grotto heaven. A blessed land was a small world, and above the blessed land, there were even more complete small worlds, they were grotto heavens. Imperial Court Blessed Land already had the characteristics of a grotto heaven, it was already a quasi-grotto heaven. Lanya Blessed Land had fallen from grotto heaven level. Even now, there was no distinction of day and night. Night descended. Feng Yuan looked at the sky, the glorious golden sky was slowly turning into an elegant silver. The day of Imperial Court Blessed Land was a glorious golden sky. At night, it was no longer pitch black. Instead, it was a silvery night. Flying high in the sky, Feng Yuan witnessed the changes in the sky with his own eyes. The silver light sprinkled down, but it didn't have the brilliance and heat of the golden radiance during the day. Instead, it was gentle and contained a hint of sharpness. Feng Yuan's flying speed gradually slowed down. He looked down, and after scanning for a while, he found a gentle slope. With his many years of experience, he knew that this gentle slope was a good campsite. However, he was not in a hurry to land. Instead, he circled around the gentle slope a few times, his body stretching freely like a bird. Finally, after confirming that the slope was safe and reliable, he slowly descended and retracted his wings. The broad and powerful eagle wings were as black as iron. After Feng Yuan stopped activating the eagle rise goo, it turned formless and dissipated in the air. Only 1 or 2 black feathers were left, scattered on the grass on the gentle slope. Feng Yuan willed and activated the lizard house goo. Immediately, a mystical light shot out of his aperture and landed in front of him. The light expanded and expanded until it turned into an enormous lizard house goo. The lizard opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue, revealing the door in its mouth. Its tongue was like a flight of stairs on a red carpet. As Feng Yuan stepped on it, the door opened automatically. When he entered the goo house, the door closed automatically. At the same time, the lizard's mouth closed, leaving no gap. Although Feng Yuan was full of energy, he was still immortal. After his fatigue accumulated to a certain extent, he needed to rest properly to maintain his full mental and battle strength. Zha zha zha. Not long after Feng Yuan entered the goo house, he heard noises coming from outside. His gaze flashed as he muttered, "Blissful snow bats again." Feng Yuan had already understood the pattern. Every time white night changed, a large group of blissful snow bats would fly out from the sky. Blissful snow bats were white as snow and had furry bodies. They did not look ugly like ordinary bats and were very cute. This beast group was huge, each group had hundreds of thousands of them. Among them were large numbers of beast kings. Myriad beast kings were common, and there were even snow bat beast emperors. Even with Feng Yuan's dual aperture and killer move like 4-arm Wind King, he could not contend against them and could only retreat. Snow bats only hunted in the air, devouring the particles or flying insects in the air. The large lizard house goo was not in their food list. But for the sake of caution, Fang Yuan moved the large lizard house goo to the back of the gentle slope. The large lizard lowered its head and retracted its tail, curling into a ball. Looking from above, it looked like a large rock. Fang Yuan lay on the bed. Not long after he fell asleep, the cries of the blissful snow bats became hurried and noisy, and there seemed to be wolf howls mixed in. What's going on? Fang Yuan was startled by this noise. He opened his eyes and got up from the bed, walking towards the window. In the silver night sky, two groups of beasts were fighting against each other. The snow-white group was a large group of blissful snow bats. The dark green group was an azure wolf group. Although they did not have as many numbers as the bat group, they were fierce and had great teamwork. Although there were many snow bats, under the attack of the wolf group, there were many casualties. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. Azure wolves had the remnant bloodline of the desolate beast celestial wolf, thus they were born with the ability to float in the air. Adult azure wolves could display this talent to the fullest, and could run freely in the air. Azure wolves were elites. They were different from ordinary wolf groups. In an azure wolf group, each azure wolf was at least 100 beast king. Azure wolf groups were not large in size, but they had great battle strength. But no matter how strong a beast group was, they could not withstand the baptism of time and the turbulence of the mortal world. In the current northern plains sky, very few people could see the azure wolf's figure. Azure wolves were becoming rarer and rarer. They were already very rare. However, as the largest blessed land in northern plains, it was not strange for imperial court blessed land to have such a large azure wolf group. The wolf group fought fiercely. The bat group could not hold on any longer, leaving behind tens of thousands of bat corpses as they retreated pathetically. The azure wolf group, however, had few casualties. Most of the azure wolves landed on the ground and started to eat the warm bat corpses. Only a small portion of the azure wolf group floated in the air, looking around and maintaining their vigilance. Fang Yuan had a thought. After entering Imperial Court Blessed Land, my wolf group has scattered. Imperial Court Blessed Land is huge. I cannot gather all of them in a short time. This azure wolf group came at the right time. Not only can it fly, it can also keep up with my speed. It can also protect me. If I encounter a bad group in the future, I can just charge out. At this time, several azure wolves discovered Fang Yuan's large lizard house goo, and surrounded it. Fang Yuan left the goo house, keeping the large lizard house goo as he charged towards the myriad wolf king in the sky. The wolf group went into a frenzy, attacking Fang Yuan from all directions. But the azure wolves that had just eaten slowed down. Their desire to fight also fell by a level. To Fang Yuan, this was the best opportunity to subdue the myriad wolf king. Fang Yuan snickered, turning left and right, his body twisting and turning in the sky. With his flying master attainment, these azure wolves could only eat his dust. The myriad wolf king that he targeted was different from the other two myriad wolf kings. In the battle earlier, it was at the front. It was injured and lost many wild goo. Earlier, Fang Yuan had been paying attention to it, and knew about the wild goo it had. Charging in front of it, Fang Yuan activated 4-arm Wind King killer move, beating up the myriad wolf king. This unlucky myriad wolf king was beaten senseless by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used this chance to use rank 5 wolf enslavement goo, subduing it. Once it became Fang Yuan's subordinate, it howled, and a third of the azure wolf group also defected. Fang Yuan laughed. It was extremely dangerous to subdue the myriad wolf king under the attack of the wolf group, but now that he succeeded, it was a different story. With the wolf group, the situation turned around. Under Fang Yuan's control, the wolf group attacked left and right, cooperating with him, and soon surrounded the second azure myriad wolf king. The wild wolves attacked furiously, but Fang Yuan's subordinates formed a defensive line to protect themselves. He himself took action and fought with the myriad Wolf King. 15 minutes later, Fang Yuan successfully subdued the second Azure myriad Wolf King. The situation was settled. Seeing this scene, the last remaining myriad Wolf King ran away, leading his subordinates to flee in a sorry state. Fang Yuan first stopped his bleeding and checked his injuries. After cleaning up the battlefield, he stored the large lizard house goo, and moved his camp. This slope emitted a thick stench of blood, and soon attracted wave after wave of beast groups. If Fang Yuan was still there, he would not be able to bear the disturbance. 10 li away, he rested for 4 hours, before flapping his wings and continuing his journey. But this time was different from the previous few days. Fang Yuan was surrounded by 2 Azure myriad Wolf Kings, 38,000 Beast Kings, and 256,600 Beast Kings. It was a huge commotion. Like this, 6 days passed unknowingly. During this process, Fang Yuan found 3 inheritances. But they were all small inheritances. In his eyes, the gains were negligible. What was worth mentioning was that the wolf group had grown. On top of the 2 Azure myriad Wolf Kings, another one was added. This way, Fang Yuan had 3 Azure myriad Wolf Kings now. Imperial Court Blessed Land was a true treasure land. There were many beast groups inside. Azure wolves, which were rare in northern plains, were commonly seen here. Other than the Azure wolves, Fang Yuan also gathered a group of night wolves, wind wolves, turtleback wolves, and vermilion flame wolves. These wolves were originally his subordinates, but after entering Imperial Court Blessed Land, they were scattered everywhere. Fang Yuan only gathered a small portion of them. Chapter 556. 2 days later, a tall mountain peak suddenly appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. The dark blue mountain peak was like a lone vulture. It had a strange shape. Fang Yuan was slightly startled, but his gaze was filled with joy. This should be Xingjiu Peak. It seems my direction was correct. According to the description of Gu Immortal Lord Heaven weeping in my previous life, Vulture's gaze was on the sacred palace. Imperial Court Blessed Land, in the eyes of Northern Plains people, had a sacred status. It was the symbol of their spirit. It was also the cradle that nurtured Northern Plains Gu Immortals. When Zhongzhou State invaded the Northern Plains, the first place to be attacked was this major strategic location. Due to their carelessness, Imperial Court Blessed Land was invaded by the allied army of Central Continent Gu Immortals. The sacred palace was ruthlessly destroyed, turning into ruins. 88-point Jinyang Tower became a lost cause, vanishing in the long river of history, making future generations sigh and regret. Lord Heaven Weeping was one of the Gu Immortals who participated in the assault on Imperial Court Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's plan was based on the sneak attack methods of Central Continent Gu Immortals. Oh. There are people on Xingjiu Peak. Fang Yuan was about to ride the wolf group and cross Xingjiu Peak, when he suddenly stopped. At the peak of Xingjiu Peak, he saw many Gu masters. Among them were some familiar faces. He was not in a hurry. He rode the wolf group and landed on Xingjiu Peak. Pan Ping greets Wolf Wangde, Brother Shanin, we meet again. Seeing Wolf King descend, the Gu masters felt a chill in their hearts. 2 leading Gu masters walked out. One was Pan Ping, who had made a fortune in this imperial court contest, and the other was one of the demonic path's twin demons, Zhu Zai, who was invited by Tai by Yunsheng. Pan Ping had rank 4 peak stage cultivation now, and with Soul Blade Gu, his battle strength could match some rank 5 Gu masters. As a rank 5 strength path expert, Zhu Zai specialized in close combat, thus he was more wary of Soul Blade Gu than ordinary people. After he entered Imperial Court, he split up with his partner Gao Yang and rushed towards the sacred palace, arguing with Pan Ping along the way. We pay our respects to Wolf King. After Pan Ping and Zhu Zai, the other Gu masters paid their respects and knelt down on the ground. The battle with the Ma family had raised Fang Yuan's prestige to an unprecedented level, and he was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person of the current generation. She suppressed He Lulan and even Yi Lui Sang, who possessed a fire path immortal Gu. If not for the fact that Chang Shanin did not have Huang Jin bloodline and He Lulan was the alliance leader, there might have been people shouting for the alliance to change leaders. Get up, there's no need to be so restrained. Fang Yuan sat on the back of an azure myriad wolf emperor and nodded lightly. He then asked bluntly, "Did you guys gather here because you found some inheritance?" Everyone could not help but groan inwardly. That was the truth. At first, some people discovered the inheritance on Xingjiu Peak, but they did not have the strength to take it. Helplessly, he called for the other Gu masters to work together. In the end, they lost several people. The discoverers were unwilling to accept their failure, so they searched everywhere for helpers. In the end, it attracted Pan Ping and Zhu Zai. The two fought for their own benefits, causing the situation to come to a deadlock, and finally, Fang Yuan encountered them. Now that Fang Yuan asked directly, Pan Ping and Zhu Zai did not dare to lie, and could only explain the matter one after another. Wolf Wangde, it is fortunate that you came. This inheritance opens once every 7 days, and when it opens, starlight will burst into the sky, revealing a starlight door. Not only is this opening very short, there will also be insect groups that will rush out of the starlight door, blocking our entry. Pan Ping smiled as he introduced. There is only a short while left before the inheritance opens. Lord Chang Shanin, since you are here, I represent all the Gu masters here to request for you to uphold justice. Zhu Zai said with a sincere expression. Pan Ping's lips twitched, and he looked at Zhu Zai with extreme disdain. Zhu Zai is a demonic path expert, he is actually so obsequious. Pan Ping was filled with disdain towards Zhu Zai. Although Wolf King is strong, one day, I, Pan Ping, will also reach his level. Pan Ping was young, and still had some pride in his heart, but he did not show it, and instead lowered his head, expressing his respect towards Wolf King. He was a demonic path Gu master, and naturally had a clear understanding of the situation, and knew the principle of being flexible. Fang Yuan agreed without hesitation, and immediately became the person in charge here. As time passed, everyone saw starlight slowly spreading to the peak. When the time came, the starlight majestically rushed up, piercing through the sky. A small door slowly opened under the dazzling starlight. Buzz buzz buzz, a large number of insects gushed out like a tide. These insects were of different colors, and there were many wild Gu among them. Although they were ferocious, they only surrounded the starlight door, and did not pounce towards the group. Evidently, this was a test. Fang Yuan observed carefully, and laughed inwardly. This insect group test was not difficult. Even without him, with everyone's strength, they could overcome it. But Pan Ping and Zhu Zai were fighting amongst themselves, and their strength was scattered. Everyone supported one side, and no one was willing to give way, thus Fang Yuan managed to catch up. Fang Yuan's gaze swept past Pan Ping and Zhu Zai, and saw that their expressions were somewhat ugly. Fang Yuan did not care about this, and directly ordered, when these insects show their might, they are more difficult to deal with than beast groups. Listen to my arrangements, and we can reduce our losses, and deal with them calmly. Everyone quickly agreed. Next, they were led around by Fang Yuan and attacked in sections, luring the insects away, and killing them. After a dozen or so breaths of time, more than half of the insects were lured away, and a huge hole appeared in the tight defensive line. Pan Ping was overjoyed. Wolf Wangde is truly amazing. We were all blinded by a single leaf. Actually, exterminating the insects is not important, the key is to open a path. This way, we have plenty of time. Zhu Zai also sighed, with Wolf Wangde leading us, it is our fortune. But soon after, Fang Yuan said, "Stay here and restrain the insects, do not make any mistakes. I will be back soon." Saying so, he drove the wolf group towards the starry door. This, Wolf Wangde. Zhu Zai's expression changed. He did not expect Fang Yuan to take everything for himself. Pan Ping also stared with wide eyes, feeling indignant. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan first used an azure wolf to scout the path, and seeing that there was no danger, he rode the azure wolf king and entered the door. Of course, he left behind most of the azure wolf group to guard the door, forming a defensive line and protecting their path of retreat. Isn't Wolf King said to be proud and aloof? How can he be so shameless? This inheritance is very powerful. We were the ones who discovered it first, but Chang Shan got it first. Chang Shan is the great Wolf King. He actually left us here. Everyone was filled with anger, but they did not dare to say anything. Lord Pan Ping, should we charge in as well? A rank 3 Gu master's eyes moved as he ran towards Pan Ping, urging him. Pan Ping snorted, raising his leg and kicking him away, saying fiercely, "If you want to go, you can charge in." "What, you want to use me as a weapon?" "Lord, you misunderstood, I wouldn't dare." The rank 3 Gu master quickly complained. "Scram!" Pan Ping shouted, clenching his fists tightly. His eyes shined brightly as he stared at the starlight door. The hole was already empty, but now it was blocked by the azure wolf group. 2 myriad wolf kings, dozens of thousand wolf kings, over 300 wolf kings, and over 200 in the air. Pan Ping could not charge in at such a scale. His thoughts changed as he looked at Zhu Zai, saying in a mocking tone, "This is the result of you wanting Wolf King to uphold justice." Zhu Zai looked at Pan Ping coldly. He could see through Pan Ping's thoughts. He snorted in disdain in his heart. This Pan Ping is still young, and has just made a name for himself recently. He is so impetuous. He is actually encouraging me to work together with him to break through the wolf group's defense. So naive. Is the Wolf King so easy to deal with? Even if the Wolf King left behind an ordinary night wolf, I wouldn't dare to make a move. This scoundrel really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. When Pan Ping saw that Zhu Zai was ignoring him, he snorted angrily and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Back to Fang Yuan, after entering the starlight door, came to a courtyard. The courtyard style was peculiar. It was made entirely of blue metal. Its shape was strange and abstract, not in the style of the 5 regions. Fang Yuan pushed open the door and entered. The courtyard was bathed in a thin layer of light, mysterious and beautiful. At first, Fang Yuan was very careful, but after some exploration, he did not find any tests or traps. There were 6 rooms in the courtyard, all of which were explored by Fang Yuan one by one. So this was the residence of Northern Plains' great poet Do Min Jun over 100 years ago. Fang Yuan received the entire inheritance of the courtyard's owner, and knew this person's identity. Do Min Jun was a rank 5 Gu master. He had never married in his life, and was a maverick. He was known as the Wandering Lone Star. He was a famous poet immortal in Northern Plains. His poems were mostly about the starry sky, expressing his longing for his hometown, and his powerless struggle against fate. He was aloof, detached from the mortal world. In his life, he was pursued by many Northern Plains girls, and even men, but they were all heartlessly rejected by him. Later generations evaluated him, praising him. He was immersed in his own world. Although his body was in Northern Plains, his heart was in the starry sky. He was not a Northern Plainsman, he was a poet immortal who was banished from the starry sky to the mortal world. So Do Min Jun chose to commit suicide here. Fang Yuan sighed. Do Min Jun could not bear the melancholy in his heart, and established his final residence on Xingjiu Peak, taking the initiative to end his life here. And he left behind countless poems for future generations to recite and revere. Do Min Jun had outstanding talent, and left behind a rich inheritance. The first to bear the brunt was of emotion poetry gu. Emotion poetry gu was used to store emotions, and was on the same level as painting will gu. They were both wisdom path gu. They were very rare, and had high value. Next, there were large numbers of star path gu worms. They were numerous and varied. It could basically be an exhibition of all the star path gu in northern plains. This made Fang Yuan feel astonished. It seems this Do Min Jun had a fortuitous encounter, otherwise, how could he have so many and such a complete collection of star path gu worms? He actually created a whole set of star gu recipes. Fang Yuan looked at the recipes, and found Do Min Jun was indeed a genius. He created a new set of gu, from rank 1.5 star gu, to rank 2 stars shining gu, to rank 3 stars in the sky gu, to rank 4 stars cube gu, and finally to rank 5 stars aligned gu. Chapter 557. Although I am not a star path gu master, refining this set of star gu will be extremely helpful in opening the stargate and connecting to Hu Immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan could not help but feel a slight joy in his heart. He had spent a huge investment to nurture some starlight firefly gu in Hu Immortal blessed land. He also got many air bubble fish to raise the starlight firefly gu's production rate. But even so, the starlight firefly gu's consumption was too fast. Every time he opened the stargate, he would lose large numbers of starlight firefly gu. And nurturing starlight firefly gu required a lot of time. Fang Yuan had it better in northern plains, at least one of the stargates could use the starlight in the night sky. But in Imperial Court blessed land, there was no starlight to draw upon. Thus, once he opened the stargate, he would need to expend even more starlight firefly gu. But if he refined this set of gu that amplified the power of star path, one starlight firefly gu would have the effect of several starlight firefly gu. This way, the expenditure would be reduced by several times. Moreover, this gu recipe is quite interesting. Its way of thinking is different from the mainstream view. It is like an analogy of scientific data from Earth. To think that poet Immortal Do Min Jun had such a wondrous idea. Fang Yuan deduced a part of poet Immortal's wisdom from the gu recipe. After ransacking these few rooms, Fang Yuan leisurely returned the way he came. Do Min Jun was a righteous path gu master. The inheritance he left behind was a righteous path inheritance, thus there was only one test. It was not difficult. When Fang Yuan returned to the mountain top, the insect group that was making things difficult for everyone had already dispersed. Lord Changshan Yin, you are finally out. I wonder what gains Lord had inside. Pan Ping's expression was gloomy as he walked forward. His meaning was clear, you Wolf King ate the meat, you should at least let us have some soup. Ha ha ha, congratulations to Wolf Wangda, obtaining this inheritance is like adding wings to a tiger. Zhu Zai cupped his fists in celebration, not mentioning the matter of splitting the inheritance. Fang Yuan nodded lightly. This inheritance was created by poet Immortal Do Min Jun. There are still many treasures left inside. You can go and take them. Saying so, he sat on Azure Myriad Wolf King and rose into the sky. Pan Ping saw that the situation was bad and quickly shouted, Sir Changshan Yin. We worked hard to restrain the swarm for you, and you took the essence of the inheritance. According to the rules, you should at least give us some compensation. Compensation. Fang Yuan pressed down on the wolf's head and floated in the air, looking at the single-blade general with a faint smile. What kind of compensation do you want? Fang Yuan asked. Pan Ping requested with an expressionless face, it's hard to say what kind of compensation it is. My lord, why don't you show us your inheritance and let us evaluate it together? He. Fang Yuan laughed, saying to Pan Ping in an amiable manner, look at this compensation, do you like it? Saying that, with a single thought, the Azure Wolf Pack stared at Pan Ping, surrounding him from the ground and the sky. Pan Ping's expression suddenly changed. He held the handle of the golden saber with one hand and exclaimed, "Wolf Wangde, what are you doing?" Fang Yuan sat upright on the wolf's back, looking down at the single-blade general below him, and only sneered. Howl! The Azure Wolf Pack charged towards Pan Ping. Pan Ping was shocked. He blocked left and right, using all his strength. He had rank 4 peak stage cultivation, he had made a fortune from the war, his goo worms were of high quality and comprehensive, his battle strength had far surpassed before. But the Azure Wolf was not an ordinary wild wolf. Each of them was at least 100 Wolf King. This meant that they had large numbers of wild goo worms on them. After Pan Ping killed a few Azure Wolves, he could not hold on any longer, his body was bathed in blood, he was in danger. Lord Wolf King, aren't you being too overbearing? I'm your comrade, are you trying to put me to death? He shouted loudly, using righteousness to pressure the other party. The other goo masters did not know what to do. Fang Yuan's overbearing attitude made them feel disgusted. But because of their strength, they did not dare to say anything. Wolf Wangde, please calm down. Pan Ping does not know the immensity of heaven and earth, he offended Lord with his words, but what kind of person is Lord, why bother with a junior like him? Zhu Zai quickly persuaded. Pan Ping was He Lulan's favorite general, it was said that he had already been absorbed into He tribe. If he died here, when He Lulan pursues the matter, it would not do anything to Chang Shanin, but it would not be good for Zhu Zai. Since Zhu Zai joined He tribe alliance, he naturally wanted to join He tribe. Zhu Zai, you are thinking too much, I am not angry. Fang Yuan smiled lightly at Zhu Zai. Under his control, the Azure Wolf Pack's attacks became more ferocious. Zhu Zai was anxious, and was inwardly shocked at Fang Yuan's ruthlessness. On the other side, Pan Ping was in a critical situation, he activated the single-blade goo, but he could only protect himself, he could not break out of the wolf pack's encirclement. Wolf Wangde, please have mercy, Pan Ping is going to die. Pan Ping is going to die. Zhu Zai's expression was one of panic as he pleaded again. Fang Yuan slowly stopped his attacks, sighing to Zhu Zai, "Sigh, it is not that I am ruthless, but this junior does not know how to respect his elders. If I do not teach him a lesson today, will he turn the world upside down in the future?" Yes, 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 Lord is right. Zhu Zai quickly nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan waved his hand, the Azure Wolf Pack's attacks stopped as they retreated, but the encirclement did not disperse. Once the outside pressure was gone, Pan Ping collapsed on the ground. He was bathed in blood, his body was covered in injuries as he breathed roughly, his eyes filled with hatred as he looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw his expression and smiled, "It seems you are not convinced. Maybe my lesson was not enough, what do you think, Zhu Zai?" Zhu Zai's body shook, he could clearly sense the hidden killing intent in Fang Yuan's calm gaze. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Enough, enough. Pan Ping has already received enough of a lesson." Pan Ping quickly apologized to Wolf Wangde. Pan Ping clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. After a few breaths of silence, he finally closed his eyes and said with difficulty, "Wolf Wangde, I was wrong." But he was screaming in his heart, "Today's humiliation, I will return it to you in the future. Wolf King, remember this. Not just anyone can humiliate me." Pan Ping was originally a cautious and low-profile person, but his experience in the imperial court contest had ignited the pride in his heart. Especially when he was killed by 3 heads 6 arms in the battle with Lu tribe, but was revived by Tai by Yunxing using man as before Gu. This experience of coming back from the dead had caused his temperament to change, giving him a feeling of destiny. According to the rules, I should have checked my gains from the inheritance. Wolf King, you are too overbearing, you will definitely regret what you did today. Although you are strong now, you only started cultivating a few years earlier than me. One day, I will catch up to you, surpass you, and return today's humiliation to you. Pan Ping shouted in his heart. Fong Yuan naturally did not know what he was thinking, but Fong Yuan had no interest in understanding what he was thinking. If I had killed him on the spot, He Lulan would not pursue the matter. But this is a blatant demonic act, it does not match my identity. Moreover, it is of no benefit to my next plan. I might as well leave this Pan Ping for later. Pan Ping only had that soul blade goo on him that could catch Fong Yuan's attention. But even if he killed him now, he would not be able to obtain this goo. Thus, Fong Yuan said, since you admitted your mistake, that is good, it means you have finally realized my good intentions. A junior should act like a junior, do you understand now? I understand. Pan Ping shut his eyes tightly, he squeezed out the words from his gritted teeth in anger. Fong Yuan sneered, he was well aware of his emotions but did not expose him, he only nodded and continued, very good. Since that is the case, compensate me. In order to properly educate you, I have spent a lot. Look at the wolf corpses on the ground, there are 15 of them. What? Pan Ping was furious, he suddenly opened his eyes. What, you are not willing? Fong Yuan smiled lightly, his gaze towards Pan Ping was filled with undisguised mockery, like a cat toying with a mouse. I am willing. Pan Ping took a few deep breaths, he finally nodded and agreed. This is the attitude a junior should have. Fong Yuan chuckled, his smile was very kind and amiable. But in everyone's eyes, it was even scarier. It is all thanks to Lord's teachings. Zhu Zai flattered at the side. Of course. Fong Yuan did not pass on this responsibility, he smiled and accepted all this hypocritical flattery. Next, he looked at everyone, what about you guys? Do you want me to teach you a lesson? Everyone quickly said they did not dare, their faces were pale and their bodies were shivering, they were greatly frightened. Fong Yuan laughed loudly, extorting Pan Ping's goo recipes and several goo worms in front of everyone. Pan Ping was shaking from anger, the goo worms that Fong Yuan chose were crucial to his goo worm combinations, without them, Pan Ping's battle strength would fall by 2 levels. After toying with Pan Ping for a while, Fong Yuan felt satisfied, he patted the wolf's head and flew into the sky. Let's do this, there are still many good things inside, they are all unique. Go ahead and take them. Everyone heard this and their spirits rose. Many people could not help but think, Wolf Wangda still has feelings for people, it is natural for him to take the biggest share, Lord Pan Ping is too arrogant. Only when Fong Yuan and the Azure Wolf Group's figures disappeared into the horizon, did everyone dare to move towards the Starlight Door. In terms of seniority, Zhu Zai and Pan Ping were naturally the first to go. The 2 first entered the courtyard, but only found Do Min Jun's poems. As for the goo worms and goo recipes, they were all taken away by Fong Yuan long ago, not a trace was left. Wolf Wangda is right, these are all unique treasures. Zhu Zai waved the poetry book in his hand, smiling bitterly. Pan Ping, who was filled with hope and wanted to get some benefits from this to make up for his losses, had an ashen expression. Guh. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, fainting on the spot from anger. A few days later. According to my speed, I should be close to the sacred palace. Fong Yuan rode on the Azure Myriad Wolf King's back as he estimated. Suddenly, his eyes focused, and he stared fixedly at the ground below. This terrain is so familiar, don't tell me. Chapter 558. Fong Yuan looked down at the ground. Only to see a mound, standing tall on the ground. The mound did not have a solid peak, there was a hole on it, revealing a huge hole that seemed to lead underground. And around this mound was a swamp. In the swamp, there were sparse small trees. At the southwest corner, there was a river. The river was not clear, but it flowed for a long time, extending beyond Fang Yuan's vision. Light in the soil, shine as high as 1,000 feet, roaming in the sky for 100 li, praising the fragrance of plum blossoms. Looking at this terrain, Fang Yuan could not help but think of this phrase. Is this the location of Di Qiu inheritance? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, he came to a realization. Back then, he had obtained information about Di Qiu inheritance from a fake gray-white stone slab. The painting Wilgu on the gray-white stone slab directly sent this map into the depths of his mind. Thus, Fang Yuan had a deep impression of it, even if he wanted to forget it, he could not. He flapped his wings, flying around in the air, confirming that this terrain was the same as the one in his mind. So it was like this. I had my doubts earlier, using the terrain as a clue to the inheritance is usually not reliable. If this inheritance was set up in the outside world of Northern Plains, it would be easily destroyed by external forces, changing the terrain. But in this Imperial Court blessed land, it is different. Fang Yuan thought to himself. This Imperial Court blessed land opens once every 10 years. The victors of the Imperial Court contest would swarm in, maybe because of the battles and other reasons, the terrain would change. But when Imperial Court blessed land closes, the terrain would slowly return to normal. 10 years later, when Imperial Court blessed land opens again, it would return to its original state. Di Qiu inheritance, since it was set up in Imperial Court blessed land, and even had the ingenuity to tamper with the fake gray-white stone slab. The inheritance owner spent so much effort, the inheritance inside should not be bad. With such a thought, Fang Yuan slowly flew to the mound. After observing the hole in the mound for a while, he summoned several azure wolves and sent them into the hole. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the azure wolf returned to Fang Yuan's side unscathed. This deep cave looked pitch black from the outside, but deep inside, it was covered in glimmering moss, so it was not dark at all. There was nothing in the cave. The air was moist, and there were only rocks and moss. Fang Yuan also personally went down to investigate, but he also did not find anything. He frowned slightly and walked out again. He was already mentally prepared for this outcome. This inheritance isn't simple. If it were so easy to obtain, it would have been taken by someone else long ago. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that this inheritance has been taken by someone else. However, Fang Yuan secretly analyzed that the possibility of this was very small. There are at least 2 conditions to come here. The first was to coincidentally obtain clues to the inheritance, and to appraise the gray-white slate. Only a Gu master proficient in appraisal could do it. Secondly, a Gu master must be able to enter Imperial Court blessed land. This means that you need to survive in the battle for the Imperial Court and have a unique vision in order to become the victor. This inheritance isn't simple at all. It seems that to obtain this inheritance, I need to decipher the password. Fang Yuan concluded in his mind. Light in the soil, radiance reaching 100,000 feet, roaming in the sky for 100 li, praising the plum blossoms and snow fragrance. What was the meaning of this password? Fang Yuan thought hard, but could not get an answer. His mind was filled with complex thoughts, without any clues. Forget it, I'll leave it at that. I still have some time left in Imperial Court blessed land. Fang Yuan flapped his wings and flew, leading the wolf group towards the sacred palace at the center of the blessed land. That was the main point of his plan. He had spent so much time in hiding, it was to enter Imperial Court blessed land. Obtaining landscape as before Immortal Gu was his main goal. Other than that, it was Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance in 88 Point Jinyang Tower. Not just him, most Gu masters with ambition and ability would rush towards the sacred palace. The sacred palace was the core of imperial court blessed land, and also the place where the essence was. The sacred palace was one of the 4 above-ground chambers of giant sun Immortal, and also the most important one. The other chambers were located in Eastern Sea, Western Desert and Southern Border. And in Central Continent, giant sun Immortal had an even grander and more glorious heavenly chamber, located in Longevity Heaven. In history, there were 10 rank 9 Gu masters, known as Immortal Venerable and Demon Venerable. These 10 traversed the long river of history, from the remote Antiquity era to Olden Antiquity era, Medieval Antiquity era, and Recent Antiquity era. Each of them was an expert of their own era, invincible and invincible in the world. At the same time, they each had their own specialties and differences. The bloodthirsty spectral soul Demon Venerable, the mysterious red lotus Demon Venerable, the intelligent star constellation Immortal Venerable, the indifferent paradise earth Immortal Venerable. At the same time, giant sun Immortal was also an extremely legendary character. He was a demonic path Gu master, born in northern plains. His life was filled with endless blessings and good luck. Not only could he turn calamities into blessings, he could even turn calamities into blessings. After he became a demonic path Gu Immortal, he wandered around Amorous, nobody could stop him. Even the #1 fairy of Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, was taken in as his concubine. Because of this, he was recruited by Spirit Affinity House as an external supreme elder, turning into the righteous path. Giant sun Immortal was a playboy by nature. After becoming an Immortal Venerable, he went to Immortal Court and became a 4th-generation Immortal King. He built 5 chambers and had tens of millions of concubines. He was extremely energetic. When he was over 1,000 years old, he even recruited girls from all over the world to fill his harem. Thus, among all the venerables, he had the most children. He had too many children, he could not even name most of them. These children had once spread all over the 5 regions, but now, most of them were gathered in northern plains. The Gu master tribes that had the bloodline of giant sun Immortal were collectively known as the Huang Jin tribes. Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. Family is the world. Beauty is a woman's natural dowry. I wish I could marry all the women in the world. These were his famous sayings. Even though the world changed and time passed, the mark he left in history was still shining brightly. Especially in northern plains, the Huang Jin tribes controlled the entire situation. Giant sun Immortal still influenced every generation. Sacred Palace, Central Control Great Hall. Night. Silver light shone brightly, shining on Halolan's face. He raised his head, looking at the plaque on the Central Control Great Hall. His muscular body that resembled a bear stood silently in the silver light. As the leader of the Alliance forces, he had the Huang Jin bloodline. The moment he entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, he entered the Sacred Palace. The plaque on the Central Control Great Hall was extremely huge. It was 60 meters long and 80 meters wide. There were 3 words written on it: Family is the world. The golden light was like glass, dazzling to the eyes. The Central Control Great Hall was grand and grand, as if it was the residence of a giant. Compared to this huge plaque, Halolan's fat body seemed very small. Family is the world. He raised his head, his expression was extremely complicated. There was hatred, admiration, anger, and indifference. Lord. Cunning Lord's grandson Shirhan walked over slowly, calling out softly. What is it? He Lulan turned around. His expression had already been retracted, changing back to his usual wild, boorish, and violent self. Cunning Lord did not suspect anything. He took out a letter from his chest, reporting, "This is a letter sent by Soul Blade General Pan Ping not long ago." In the letter, he accused Wolf King Chang Shan, saying that he coveted the inheritance and extorted it publicly. His actions are extremely vile. He hopes Lord can uphold justice. Oh. He Lulan stretched out his fat right hand. Cunning Lord quickly handed over the letter with both hands. Lord, it is not me speaking out of turn. This Chang Shan is getting more and more overboard. He even bullied and humiliated his own comrades. Sigh, Lord Pan Ping has good intentions. He originally had an inheritance, he wanted to share it with Chang Shan because of old friendships. But he was treated like this. Werewolf Chang Shan Yin's contribution is established, but this does not mean he can do whatever he wants. If everyone behaved like him, wouldn't it be a mess? Cunning Lord took the chance when He Lulan was reading the letter to carefully speak from the side. He Lulan snorted coldly, stretching out his hand again, "Give it to me." "Ah, Lord, you are." Cunning Lord was confused. This letter is only Pan Ping's side of the story, there should also be a letter from Zhu Zai. He Lulan's gaze was sharp. Cunning Lord immediately smiled, "Lord, you are really wise, I admire you from the bottom of my heart." He Lulan took the second letter, his gaze sweeping through the contents, he was expressionless, making Sun Shirhan unable to decipher his thoughts. This letter was nothing more than Zhu Zai claiming credit, but together with the first letter, He Lulan had a general understanding of the situation. He clenched his hand, and the two letters were corroded by a layer of dark light, turning into dregs. When Pan Ping and the rest arrive at the sacred palace, go to the supply camp and give them some compensation. He Lulan instructed. "Yes, Lord." Cunning Lord bowed and accepted the order, but after waiting for a while, he did not hear He Lulan's next words. He raised his head curiously, asking, "Lord, will that Wolf King Chang Shan not be punished?" "Punishment? What a joke." He Lulan laughed, "Why should I punish him? If it were me, I would also swallow this inheritance. It's just that his table manners are somewhat ugly." Sun Shirhan was not resigned, he urged, "Lord, this subordinate has a different idea. This Wolf King Chang Shan is arrogant and unruly, you cannot be so arrogant and spoil him. Although he made great contributions, without the support of Lord's tribe, how could he have so many wolf groups? And he is the hero of Northern Plains, his reputation is very high. If Lord does not punish him, he might become even worse in the future. In the end, his contributions might even surpass his master. Everyone knows Chang Shan Yin's name, but they do not know Lord." "Ha ha ha. Lord, why are you laughing?" "Shirhan, you are thinking too much. Once this matter happens, what good reputation will Chang Shan Yin have left? Bullying the weak and coveting the inheritance will only cause his reputation to fall. Moreover, he does not have Huang Jin bloodline, without a guest token, he cannot enter Truyang building." After pausing for a while, He Lulan continued, "From this matter, we can see that Chang Shan Yin is also immortal. He has desires and selfishness, this is good. Moreover, I still have Chang tribe and Good tribe in my hands. He is already rank 5 peak stage, a genius like him will definitely want to advance further. But as for how to advance to Gu Immortal, I will only reveal it to him after he joins He tribe. I know you do not have a good impression of Chang Shan Yin, but when I challenge Truyang building, I will need him. Don't bother me with such trivial matters in the future. Do you understand?" "Yes, Lord." Cunning Lord lowered his head, his voice slightly trembling. You may leave." Chapter 559. Wind was howling in his ears. The golden sky was glorious. The Azure Wolf group moved in the sky, Fang Yuan rode on the Azure Wolf King's back, the wind blew his hair back. His gaze was solemn, showing a pondering expression. These last few days, he had been trying to comprehend the secret language of Di Chio inheritance, but there was no progress. A splendid palace gradually appeared at the end of their vision, with a flat, circular roof. Sensing this, Fang Yuan's gaze moved over, putting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind. A trace of emotion flashed past his face. The sacred palace, he had finally arrived. As Fang Yuan got closer, a majestic palace slowly showed itself. It had 8 floors, over 800 meters tall. The first floor, which was the bottom floor, had the largest area. The second floor was above the first floor, and so on for the third floor. Every floor had walls that formed concentric circles. The snow-white walls were 10 meters thick, the walls were connected without any gaps. On the city wall, there were 7 colored towers spaced at certain intervals. Each tower had a different color: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple. They were separated from each other. Stacked on top of one another, the entire Saint Palace resembled a towering mountain. As Fang Yuan got closer, the entire sacred palace seemed to have risen from the ground, appearing out of nowhere and piercing the heavens. Majestic, sacred palace. Even though Fang Yuan was knowledgeable, he was in awe at this sight. What is flying in the sky? The Wolf King is here. Just like the information said, that should be the Azure Wolf Group. Fang Yuan's appearance attracted the attention of the Gu Masters in the sacred palace. Right now, there were over 10,000 people stationed in the sacred palace. These people were lucky. After entering the blessed land, they were near the sacred palace. Thus, they arrived earlier than Fang Yuan. He Lulan had already instructed them. The Gu Masters in charge of receiving quickly reacted. When Fang Yuan landed, there were already people standing at the entrance of the first floor. The moment the myriad Wolf King under Fang Yuan landed on the ground, the guide Gu Master went up and greeted, "Wolf Wangde, you have returned. This lowly one is fortunate enough to be responsible for guiding you into the city. Your residence is on the 8th floor, and your room has already been cleaned for you. No rush. Show me around first." Fang Yuan nodded and got off the Azure Wolf. Out of respect for the giant sun Immortal, no one was allowed to ride mounts in the sacred palace. They could only walk on foot. "Yes, sir. It's my honor." He followed the guide Gu Master into the sacred palace. There were many pavilions and courtyards in the Saint Palace. Looking from the outside, the eaves were protruding outwards, the corners of the house were tilted upwards, and the copper tiles were gilded with gold. It was magnificent. All the buildings were built together and connected layer by layer. Some places were vast, bright, and grand. On the other hand, there were other places where corridors crisscrossed, palaces were everywhere, and space twisted and turned unfathomably. In the interior of the pavilion, be it the pillars or the beams, they were all covered with brightly colored paintings and carvings, full of the atmosphere of luxury and wealth. "Lord, this is Joy Palace. The great ancestor giant sun is currently residing in the sacred palace, and every day, he would hold a grand musical celebration in this palace." According to historical records, in every celebration, there would be large numbers of concubines competing to perform a dance, hoping to win ancestor giant sun's favor. "Lord, this is Spring Soup Palace. It has the largest hot spring in Northern Plains. Every 7 days, ancestor giant sun would invite hundreds or even thousands of concubines to soak in the water and play. This is Drifting Fragrance Courtyard. Ancestor giant sun had once moved the legendary wine pool and meat forest here. Every morning, the meat forest would produce all kinds of delicious meat fruits. And every night, the wine pool would produce all kinds of fragrant wine. The guide Gu Master introduced everything they went to. He was quite eloquent. Fang Yuan strolled leisurely as he looked around, feeling it was quite interesting. At the 4th floor of the sacred palace, the guide Gu Master brought Fang Yuan to the main hall. "Lord, this is one of the 8 main palaces of the sacred palace, Painting Palace. Ancestor giant sun had many talents, and was especially skilled in painting beauties. The murals in this palace were all painted by him alone. Please come this way. The guide Gu master opened the side door of the palace, and invited Feng Yuan in. The sacred palace's 8 main palaces all had main doors, but only Giant Sun Immortal could enter and exit them. Although Giant Sun Immortal had already passed away, this rule was still passed down. Later generations followed this rule, and also expressed their reverence and love towards Giant Sun Immortal. After entering the palace, the grand murals immediately filled Feng Yuan's vision. There was nothing in the painting palace, only the surrounding walls. On these walls, all kinds of beauties were painted, some were seductive and enchanting, some were pure as water, some were grinning happily, some had their heads lowered in deep thought. All of their expressions were alluring, and there were over 80,000 of them. The women who could be recorded in the painting palace were all ancestor Giant Sun's favorites for a period of time. At that time, to be personally painted by an immortal venerable was the greatest glory of all the women in the world. Ancestor Giant Sun had countless concubines, and those who could be recorded here were all elites. Their beauty can be considered to have been preserved forever. The guide Gu master said this with a look of reminiscence on his face. Feng Yuan did not speak, he only looked at it silently while thinking, it is not to the extent of being preserved forever. At least in the 500 years of my previous life, Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by Central Continent Gu Immortals, and the sacred palace became extinct. Sigh, true eternal life, even an immortal venerable cannot achieve it. When bystanders came here, they would be captivated by the sacred palace's luxurious and grand aura, even if they were not mesmerized by it, they would feel reverence in their hearts. But Feng Yuan could sense a trace of decay and decay from this glory. Without eternal life, so what if one was an immortal venerable? The glorious giant sun that had existed for thousands of years had now vanished into thin air. The traces left behind were like proof, but to Feng Yuan, this proof was filled with the feeling of failure, and carried faint mockery and sorrow. The pleasure of touring was over. Let's go, bring me to the 8th floor's residence. Feng Yuan sighed, instructing. The guide Gu master quickly retracted his mesmerized expression, hesitating, but Lord, the sacred palace has countless grand sights, we have only just started. Other than these, there is Beauty Palace, Young Girl Palace, Charm Palace, and Pure Truth Palace. There is also Unique Fragrance Palace, female variant humans lived there in the past, and even hairy men were there. There is also Jade Statue Palace, it uses soft jade to make statues of beauties for the ancestor to enjoy. The guide Gu master was anxious, with his identity, he could not enter the places he mentioned. He wanted to use this chance to feast his eyes. But Feng Yuan did not fulfill this small wish of his. Giant Sun Immortal rarely descended to the lower realm in his later years, and stayed in the sacred palace. He stayed in longevity heaven, living in seclusion. And every year, Northern Plains would choose a large number of women for him to fill the sacred palace. The last time Giant Sun Immortal came to the sacred palace, he did not have any luck with these women. He built 88-point Jinyang Tower, and after setting the rules of the Imperial Court contest, he completely disappeared, vanishing from the eyes of the world. The sacred palace thus withered, those pitiful beautiful women were like canaries trapped in a cage. Although Imperial Court Blessed Land was big, there was no freedom, no matter how big it was still a cage. In the end, they stayed here obediently, wasting away their youth. They could not escape, and no one dared to save them. Under the glory of Giant Sun Immortal, countless women's pain, resentment, and sorrow were buried. And in Feng Yuan's eyes, the sacred palace did not have much value. It was only the inheritance of Giant Sun ancestor, no Gu master dared to leave behind an inheritance here. And the valuable items left behind back then had already been plundered by the generations of Gu masters. Even when the Central Continent Gu Immortals searched together, they could not find anything. The only valuable place in the sacred palace was also the entire Imperial Court Blessed Land. No, more accurately speaking, it was the most valuable place in the whole of Northern Plains. That was the top of the 8th floor, 88-point Jinyang Tower. The goo house that giant Sun Immortal had suggested, and long-hair ancestor had personally refined. Rank 8 Immortal goo. But now was not the time yet. The top of the 8th floor was empty. Only when the 10-year blizzard erupts would 88-point Jinyang Tower gradually appear. In the following days, Fang Yuan lived in seclusion, cultivating as he waited for the opening of True Yang Building. The Azure Wolf Group was handed to others to manage, there was no need for Fang Yuan to worry about it. During this period, He Lulan sent people to summon him, revealing her intention to recruit him. Join He tribe and become an external elder. Facing this suggestion, Fang Yuan said he would consider it, showing a moved expression. But the truth was, he would never do that. Human skin goo could disguise him as the Wolf King, but it was immortal goo after all, it could be exposed by the investigation of an immortal goo. Recruiting external elders was a common trick of the super forces in Northern Plains. This way, demonic path goo immortals could be converted into righteous path strength, it would be extremely helpful to the Huang Jin tribes in controlling Northern Plains. As for the matter on Xingjiu Peak, He Lulan did not mention a word. Instead, there was a wave of rumors that started to spread, saying how tyrannical Wolf King was, how vile Fang Yuan's performance on Xingjiu Peak was, how he used his strength to bully the weak. The description was exaggerated, but it seemed to be true. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart, someone was clearly manipulating him from behind the scenes to ruin his reputation. Pan Ping is very likely, Sun Shirhan and the rest also have motives, even He Lulan is involved. But even if my reputation is ruined, so what? In the past, giant Sun Immortal had a terrible reputation, a demonic path goo master who flirted everywhere. But now, he was an immortal venerable that everyone respected. He had a harem, how many girls had he trampled on, how much happiness had he destroyed? But even until today, no one dared to criticize him. Strength was the foundation of everything in this world. On Earth, gossip was a fearful thing, 3 people would become a tiger. That was because everyone was immortal, the rules of the world were different, it could not allow an individual to have strength that surpassed the masses. But here, it was not so. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Yuan loved this world. Half a month later, the golden sky suddenly began to sway slightly like water. The whole ground started to shake. Wind blew in the air, a ball of light that was as dazzling as the sun suddenly appeared at the peak of the sacred palace. The light lasted for 10 minutes before fading away. In the place that was originally empty, a tower appeared. Second, make arrangements in secret and try to scheme against I by Yunxing, making ample preparations for the moment I make my move. Third, solve the problem of cultivating enslavement and strength path, and try to increase my battle strength as much as possible. Fang Yuan calculated quietly. He was clear that the four-armed Wind King had already used up all of his previous life's foundation. After all, in his previous life, he was proficient in blood path, and only dabbled in enslavement and strength path. The so-called arrangements and methods used to scheme against Gu Immortals were mostly unreliable. Fang Yuan had advanced to Gu Immortal in his previous life. He knew that when a mortal becomes a Gu Immortal, they would be cleansed from head to toe, from the inside out, even their appearance would change. The only thing he could really place his hopes on was the 88-point Jinyang Tower. Days passed, golden light and silver light alternated in the sky. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was still brewing, the aurora was getting brighter and brighter, eventually, more than half of the sacred palace was bathed in the aurora light. Imperial Court blessed land was filled with birds and fragrant flowers, a cool breeze was blowing. But in the outside world, Northern Plains, it had been snowing for over a month. Wind and snow were raging, bone-chilling winds were blowing, snow was falling. Heaven and earth were covered in white, one's vision was blurry. The trees had already withered, frozen into ice pillars. The hills were covered with a thick layer of snow, and the valleys were also filled with deep snow. Beast groups had countless casualties, and even weeds with vigorous vitality were frozen into ice. A person only needed to spit out a mouthful of saliva and it would instantly turn into an ice cube. But heaven would never seal off all paths. In the unseen world, there would always be a sliver of hope. In various parts of northern plains, there were still tribes remaining. These tribes were big or small, but they relied on terrain like Warm Pond Valley to resist the wind and snow, struggling to survive in the blizzard. Man tribe that controlled Hong Yen Valley was one of them. Discussion hall. The elders were divided into 2 rows, and Man tribe leader Man 2 was sitting on the highest seat. Rank 3 external elder Shi Wu knelt on the ground. Lord tribe leader, this subordinate is here to ask for forgiveness. Oh, Shi Wu, what crime did you commit? Man 2 asked with a smile. Reporting to Lord tribe leader, the spirit spring D that I was in charge of guarding suddenly froze and dried up yesterday. It has been completely abandoned. Shi Wu respectfully replied. He, no matter. Man 2 lightly waved his hand. In fact, he already knew about this. Elder Shi Wu, please get up. It is now the 10-year disaster. There is a possibility that the spirit springs will suddenly freeze and dry up. This is not your fault. Lord tribe leader is magnanimous and magnanimous. I am ashamed. Shi Wu pretended to be moved to tears, but inwardly he sighed in relief. His surname was Shi. To Man tribe, he was half an outsider. Although he married a Man tribe wife, he was still ostracized. The spirit spring he was in charge of guarding had a problem. This could be a big or small matter. But fortunately, this generation's Man tribe leader was an open-minded ruler. He did not pursue the matter. The matter of the spirit spring is a big matter of the tribe. Man duo, how many spirit springs do we have now? Man 2 frowned and asked. Man duo was Man 2's 3rd son. He was thin and small, but shrewd and cunning. He had always assisted Man 2 in handling the tribe's internal affairs. He immediately answered, Lord Father, there are 7 spirit springs A, B, C, E, G, Gung, and Xian in Hong Yen Valley. Among them, Gung and Xian spirit springs are already close to drying up. They can't last a month. Yes. Man 2 nodded. That is to say, after a month, we will only have A, B, C, E, and G springs. What do you think, elders? Lord tribe leader, this matter is very difficult. This is a natural disaster. Human strength cannot reverse it. We might as well reduce the supply of Yuan stone to Gu masters. These 8 spirit springs in Hong Yen Valley are the result of our tribe's hard work over these 10 years. This year's situation is much better than our tribe's history. This is all thanks to Lord tribe leader's wise leadership. There is no need to worry. The other tribes are in a worse situation than us. Even if all the spirit springs dry up, what can we do? Wait until we get through this 10-year snow disaster. At that time, new spirit springs will appear one after another. The clan elders spoke one after another, expressing their own opinions. Man 2 nodded. After quietly listening to these words, he said, the spirit spring is the most important aspect of a Gu master's cultivation. It cannot be neglected. Without Yuan stone, a Gu master's cultivation will be hard to advance. The snow disaster has just started. Not long later, snow monsters will appear. Hong Yen Valley's true defense still relies on Gu masters. Saying so, he paused and muttered, how about this? We will take out a spring egg Gu from the tribe warehouse and plant it. Let's name this new spirit spring as Spirit Spring D. Lord tribe leader, spring egg Gu is a rank 5 Gu. An elder felt heartache and objected. Man 2 raised his brows. So what if it is a rank 5 Gu? You must know, with the supply of spirit springs, our tribe's Gu masters can advance continuously. Only then can we maintain our battle strength and protect ourselves when we resist the snow monsters in the future. As long as our tribe's Gu masters do not lose too many members, our tribe's vitality can be preserved. After the snow disaster, when the flowers bloom in spring, it will be the time for our tribe to realize our grand ambitions. Realize their grand ambitions. Hearing these words, the elder's eyes shone brightly. Man too worked hard, and under his leadership, Man tribe continued to grow stronger and had already annexed many small and mid-sized tribes. Right now, Man tribe controlled Hongyan Valley and was already an overlord of a region. But now, everyone heard Man two's words. This Man tribe leader still wanted to go further. The current Man tribe could not satisfy his ambition. The elder who raised the objection quickly apologized. Lord tribe leader is wise and decisive. I can only bow my head and serve you to the death. I am willing to die for the tribe. The other elders said in unison. I have everyone here. I have a great ambition. Man too laughed for a while and ordered with a firm expression, Elder Shi Wu will be in charge of the new D Spirit Spring. Everyone looked at Shi Wu with envious and jealous gazes. Looking after a spirit spring was a lucrative job. Shi Wu was truly moved this time, his eyes turning red. I am favored by tribe leader. I will definitely do my best to repay you. Everyone discussed for a while more before dispersing. Shi Wu did not leave, but followed Man Duo to the tribe warehouse and took the spring egg goo. This is the spring egg goo. Shi Wu held it with both hands and looked at it with curiosity. His tone was even trembling. Soon, his expression became firm and he bowed to Man Duo. Third young master, please teach me how to activate this goo worm. Man Duo saw that he understood the situation and laughed. I don't dare to teach you. This spring egg goo is rank 5 and consumes a lot of primeval essence. Even a rank 5 middle stage goo master cannot activate it in one go. Elder Shi Wu, you have rank 3 cultivation. If you want to activate it, you will need to use endurance goo and continuation goo. However, it would take at least half a month for the spirit spring to be planted. Elder, you don't need to worry, I will help you during this period of time. Chapter 561. The location of the spirit spring had already been chosen. Shi Wu brought the spring egg goo and Man Duo to the destination. After making preparations, he started to mobilize his primeval essence. He first injected it into endurance goo and continuation goo, before injecting it into the spring egg goo. The spring egg goo floated in the air, absorbing primeval essence as it floated up and down. 17 to 18 days passed. Shi Wu only slept for 3 hours a day, eating and going to the toilet as much as he could. Although it was hard, the results were clear. The spring egg goo was shining with a beautiful light after being injected with primeval essence. On this day, Man Duo came to inspect again. Seeing this, he said with joy, the time is almost up. Look at this spring egg goo, there are already cracks. When it breaks, it will be a success. Elder Shi Wu, it has been hard on you. Not at all, not at all. Shi Wu refined the goo as he spoke humbly. He was tired, his body had clearly become thinner. With his cultivation level, forcefully activating a rank 5 goo was very tiring. But if he did it, it would be a huge contribution. Man Duo continued. During the tribe meeting, Lord Father specially instructed us. Elder Shi Wu's hard work is clear to everyone. Ask Elder if you have any requests, we will try our best to satisfy them. Shi Wu was moved to tears. I am ashamed to have troubled Lord tribe leaders so much. How can I go overboard and have any requests? It's just that I've had a question recently. Oh. Please speak. Young Master Man Duo, I feel that Hongyan Valley has been getting colder recently. I see that many of the flowers, birds, and beasts nearby have frozen to death. Man Duo's expression sank. Hongyan Valley was indeed in trouble. It had been mentioned several times in the tribe meetings. The result of the investigation was that the underground lava supporting Hongyan Valley had decreased by a lot for some reason. This was completely different from the history. In the meeting just now, tribe leader Man Tu had flown into a rage and demanded everyone to think of a solution. At the same time, he tried to hide it to prevent people's hearts from wavering. Elder Sherwu is at the crucial moment of planting the spirit spring. I will not tell him this news, in case he becomes unstable and ruin this important matter. Thinking of this, Man Duo made up a few lies to make Sherwu relax. Sherwu didn't suspect anything and was just about to speak when his expression suddenly changed and he cried out in alarm, "Oh no, it's actually Flying Hand Snow." Man Duo turned around and was shocked. Why is there Flying Hand Snow in Hongyan Valley? But in the sky, intense winds blew, snowflakes in the shape of palms fell from the sky along with the aura of the rank 5 goo. "Oh no, come quickly, protect the spring egg goo." Man Duo shouted, summoning the nearby goo masters. However, the momentum of the snow was astonishing, and the wind was like blades. The might of the world was wreaking havoc. After resisting for a while, they gradually became unable to hold on. Snow monsters. Snow monsters have appeared. Misfortune never comes alone. The wind and snow condensed, forming a snow monster that was 6 meters tall. The goo master's defensive line was quickly broken through. In the sky, a large number of flying snowflakes condensed together, forming a giant hand. Under everyone's indignant but helpless gazes, the huge snowy hand grabbed the spring egg goo in the air and clenched it. Bang! With a soft sound, the snow-white hand collapsed. The snowflakes fell to the ground, but the rank 5 spring egg goo was nowhere to be seen. The silver light was tranquil and hazy like a veil, shining on Imperial Court blessed land. Howl, howl, the Azure Wolf group was running around, roaming in the sky, or diving down to the ground. Even though there were goo masters in the sacred palace to feed them, the wolf group still yearned for freedom. They were fierce beasts that yearned for a vast world, not canaries in a cage. As their owner, Fong Yuan allowed these wolf group to roam freely. Meanwhile, he spread his eagle wings and circled in the sky, looking down. Di Chio inheritance was below him. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet, roam in the sky for 100 li, praise the plum blossoms and snow fragrance. What does this mean? Fong Yuan pondered. These last days, he would personally come to the inheritance site every few days. His intuition told him that this Di Chio inheritance was not simple. As for the reason he came out, it was to stroll around these wolf groups and train his basic techniques to control them. But even so, he could not stay here for too long. Fong Yuan had a high status now. He was only second to He Lulan. His every action attracted everyone's attention. It was no longer as convenient as before. This time, he did not find anything. To prevent others from suspecting him, Fong Yuan could only leave this place temporarily. With his current status, he could use his own name to encircle this place. But Fong Yuan did not do so. If this inheritance's value was too high, even if he had great strength, people would fight with him for it. He did not have Giant Sun's bloodline. To enter 88-point Jinyang Tower, he needed He Lulan's guest token. But he had sent people to monitor this place. The reason he used was because of the Azure Wolf group. Every time he led the Azure Wolf group out to hunt, there would be a rout. Every time he went out, he would send goo masters to scout for him, and go to whichever route had the most prey. There were 5 to 6 routes to choose from, and no matter which one, they would pass near Di Chio. Putting on a show, Fong Yuan brought the Azure Wolf group and continued to hunt according to the predetermined route. In Imperial Court blessed land, there were many beast groups, and resources were plentiful. Especially near the small tower, there were groups of worms and many wild goo. Only a small portion of Gu Masters had the chance to enter 88-point Jinyang Tower. Most Gu Masters would roam around the vast blessed land, subduing wild Gu or searching for inheritances. Along the way, Feng Yuan saw many Gu Masters. As for the area near Di Chio inheritance, there were also many Gu Masters passing by. Feng Yuan was not worried that Di Chio inheritance would be obtained by a fated person. He was instead looking forward to it. If someone accidentally opened the inheritance, he would definitely hear about it, and it would not be too late to make a move then. After all, he was bullying the weak, and snatching the inheritance. He had already done it on Xingjiu Peak. Cough, rumble, a series of muffled sounds came from the ground. Feng Yuan rode on the azure myriad Wolf King. Looking down, he saw a small tower, shining with a dazzling light, slowly sinking into the ground. Feng Yuan was not surprised. During the process of 88-point Jinyang Tower condensing, every 8 li in Imperial Court blessed land, there would be small towers that would sink into the ground. These small towers were like beehives, filled with the wild Gu that were accumulated over the past 10 years. Many people guessed, the wild Gu in these small towers were the source of energy to condense 88-point Jinyang Tower. From a certain point of view, these countless small towers were perhaps a part of the 88 True Yang building. This guess had never been verified. The Gu immortals who could verify this could not enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. And the mortals who could enter Imperial Court Blessed Land were worlds apart from the giant sun Immortal, and they did not have the ability to scout. But Feng Yuan was an exception. 88-point Jinyang Tower has a unique design. It is truly a work of art. These small towers are indeed a portion of True Yang Tower. Feng Yuan knew this better than many Gu immortals, because he had comprehensive information on 88-point Jinyang Tower. The source of this information was the land spirit of Langia. And the land spirit's predecessor was the rank 8 Gu immortal in charge of refining True Yang Tower, Long Hair Ancestor. Wait. Feng Yuan's body shook, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, like lightning piercing through the fog. At this moment, he suddenly discovered something different about Di Chio. There were no such small towers near Di Chio. That's right, that is indeed the case. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He had brought azure wolves out several times. Even if he did not fly above Di Chio, he would observe from nearby. Now that he thought about it, he immediately discovered something strange about Di Chio. According to logic, there should be a small tower every 8 li. Actually, every tower corresponded to a region in northern plains. But there's nothing around Di Chio. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan could not help but feel excited. This was a breakthrough discovery. With this clue, he could very likely unravel the profundity of Di Chio inheritance. But Feng Yuan did not turn around. If he ran back excitedly, he would be suspected. He suppressed the slight excitement in his heart and continued to walk according to the previous route. The Azure Wolf group set off from the Sacred Palace. After taking a huge detour, they returned to the Sacred Palace. The Sacred Palace was like a mountain. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was still being nurtured at the top. The colorful aurora that it emitted had already covered the whole of the Sacred Palace. The originally grand and majestic Sacred Palace was now dyed into a grand and majestic scene. Feng Yuan would go out every 6 to 7 days to hunt with the Azure Wolf group. However, plans could not keep up with changes. 3 days later, the colorful aurora in the sky suddenly gathered and condensed into a shape. The first floor of the 88-point Jinyang Tower had appeared. This delightful news caused a commotion in the Sacred Palace. At once, everyone was discussing this topic after their meals and tea. Of course, most Gu masters could only watch from the sidelines. He Lulan could not wait to enter. Several hours later, he walked out in a miserable state with injuries all over his body. His injuries were not light, but he could not conceal the shock on his face. The second time he set off, he brought many He tribe Gu masters with him. He tribe members had the bloodline of Giant Sun Immortal. They could freely enter and exit True Yang building without any restrictions. At this time, tribesmen were more reliable. If they could keep something for themselves, why would they share it with outsiders? When He Lulan came out again, he had an extremely tired expression. And of the Gu masters he brought in, only 60% returned. Soon after, all sorts of rumors spread. They were all related to True Yang building. Some said True Yang building's uncanny craftsmanship, some said it was difficult to enter, some said it was difficult, some said it was very exciting. Chapter 562. Bam! He Lulan raised his leg, kicking the tribesman He Qixing to the ground. Useless thing. The black fatty cursed loudly, his face was twitching, his gaze was cruel and ruthless. The hall was silent. He tribe's Gu masters did not dare to make a sound. He Lulan was known as the Black Tyrant. He was famous for his ruthlessness and ruthlessness. Especially when he was obstructed by the 54th round 6 times, his temper was like a barrel of gunpowder that was ignited. Lord Tribe Leader, I am useless, I deserve death. He Qixing crawled on the ground, prostrating himself as he begged for mercy. Fool! How can our He tribe have such a useless fool like you? He Lulan gritted his teeth, kicking He Qixing several times. Seeing him spit out blood from his kicks, He Lulan's anger subsided slightly. The surrounding elders were all silent, not daring to speak. Previously, an elder had pleaded for He Qixing, but he was heavily injured by He Lulan. He was still bedridden now. He Lulan's temper was slightly restrained during the imperial court contest. But after entering the blessed land, his violent temper and cruel nature were completely exposed. You are all a bunch of fools, useless trash. Why are you standing here in a daze? Speak, tell me a good way to pass the 54th round. If you can't think of one, I will punish you with your offerings. The tribe does not support useless people. I gave you Yuan Stone, I gave you wealth, I promoted you, I nurtured you, what was that for? Now is the time for you to perform. He Lulan screamed, his voice was so loud that even the windows were shaking. The group of elders secretly complained, each and every one of them were like frosted eggplants, lowering their heads and secretly glancing at each other, but no one dared to be the first to speak. He Lulan's tiger-like eyes swept around before finally fixing on Elder He Pei. As the most experienced big clan Elder He Pei, he could only brace himself and respectfully bow. Lord, in this subordinate's opinion, this 54th round is testing the enslavement path. It is extremely difficult, only Grandmaster level attainment can pass it. Elder He Qixing might be an enslavement path Gu master nurtured by our tribe, but he is not a master. If we want to pass this stage, I'm afraid we'll need the strength of Lang Wangda's men. Are you asking me to ask for help? Do you want outsiders to laugh at us and think that our He tribe is useless? He Lulan's eyes blazed fiercely as she roared fiercely. He Pei's heart trembled. He bowed deeply again and hurriedly said, Lord Patriarch is wise and valiant, leading the masses and the lord of this imperial court. With Lord here, whoever thinks that He tribe is useless is the world's #1 idiot. The so-called external help was far from it. This Wolf King Chang Shan has joined the Alliance army and is Lord's subordinate. It is his duty to ask him to help. I'm sure Chang Shan is very grateful to Lord. After all, as an outsider, it is his greatest honor to be able to enter True Yang building. Hearing this, He Lulan's anger eased slightly. The elders observed his expression and praised He Pei's eloquence in their hearts. To be able to become a big clan elder, he truly had some ability. He Lulan paced around slowly. He was not resigned to his fate. Right now, he only had 2 guest tokens. They were the rewards for passing the 12th light and 46th round of True Yang building. It was not that he could not bear to part with the guest token, but once he invited the Wolf King, the rewards for passing this 54th round would fall into Chang Shanyan's hands. If it were his own tribesmen, He Lulan could use the authority of the tribe leader to take all these good things for himself. But according to tradition, these rewards should go to the external helper. Let's call this creator Di Chio Gu immortal for now. Then who was he or she? Why did he set up his inheritance here? As a Gu immortal, how did he or she come in? The more crucial question was, how did he or she know about the arrangement here? How did he or she understand the principle of 88-point Jinyang Tower? If he or she was like Tai by Yunqing and advanced to Gu immortal in Imperial Court Blessed Land, then there would be a new explanation. Fang Yuan felt a headache as he thought about it. He stopped thinking about it. A star letter Gu tore through the sky and flew towards him. Fang Yuan received it and saw that it was He Lulan's urging letter. Forget it, I will go to True Yang building first. Gu Immortal Di Chio could be said to have used the loophole in Giant Sun Immortal's arrangement. After I enter True Yang building, I might be able to follow the clues and indirectly comprehend the secret of this place. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan replied. Since He Lulan had personally sent a letter to urge him, Fang Yuan did not need to maintain his stance, he directly returned. I will need to borrow Wolf King's strength this time. He Lulan laughed loudly when he saw Fang Yuan. He was actually very anxious. The time spent in Imperial Court Blessed Land could not be considered long, but it was not short either. As long as the 10-year snow calamity in Northern Plains subsided, Imperial Court Blessed Land would close and they would have to come out of the Blessed Land. Before that, He Lulan not only had to carry the tribe's Gu Immortal's mission, more importantly, he had to find a strength path Immortal Gu for himself. With Wolf King's return, He Lulan could not wait and formed a team again. Everyone came to the front of the building, and He Lulan handed an ancient token to Fang Yuan. This is a guest token, Wolf King, you do not have any ancestral bloodline, you are an outsider to True Yang building. To enter the building once, you need a guest token. Fang Yuan received the guest token and laughed lightly without any pretense, saying eagerly, I am looking forward to seeing the grandeur of True Yang building. Next, He Lulan did not push open the door, but directly entered the door. But these things in the treasure room could not be casually taken away, they had to be exchanged by the challenger. Exchanging for Gu worms, exchanging for Gu recipes, even one's own cultivation experience could be used as an exchange item. Only after the contestants completed the exchange would they proceed to the next stage. He Lulan only needed low-grade round to enter the 55th round, he would be satisfied. But Fang Yuan's requirements were different. He needed high-grade round to enter the treasure room. Only in the secret treasure pavilion could he use the means that he had prepared for a long time to reap the greatest benefits. Low-grade round is as easy as flipping my palm. But I don't know what the criteria for middle-grade and high-grade rounds are. I can only give it a try now. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took a deep breath and nodded at He Lulan, indicating that they could begin. He Lulan took out a token and waved it towards the sky. This token was different from the guest token, it was the owner token. When He Lulan first entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, he obtained this token out of nowhere, it represented his noble identity. As the owner token waved, ripples appeared in the air and dozens of fish enslavement Gu appeared, there were rank 1, 2, 3. When Fang Yuan received these Gu worms and easily refined them, the others were restrained by a formless gentle force and could not help him. Only He Lulan could still speak, he reminded, Brother Shanin, pay attention to the time. You only have 10 minutes to finish this round. Fang Yuan nodded and waved his hand. The fish enslavement Gu in his hand turned into dozens of mystical lights and flew out. Everyone saw Fang Yuan's casual action and gasped in their hearts. If it was He Qixing, he would have to be extremely cautious and pick the goo worms one by one. When this fish enslavement goo is used, the goo master would definitely face the resistance of the fish group. If they were not careful, the enslavement would fail. It could even lead to a backlash on the soul. Isn't Wolf King being too careless? I have never seen such an enslavement. This is bad. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. But soon after, their eyes widened. They saw that after the goo worms were planted, the fishes started to move, swimming out of the island. It was as if they belonged to Fang Yuan to begin with. There had never been a case of enslavement failure. The water snake lions were also alarmed by this situation. They changed their laziness from sitting to standing up. The lion heads roared while the snake heads hissed. Many water snake lions jumped into the water and built an underwater defense line. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan stood proudly with his hands behind his back. His body did not even sway, showing his enslavement path attainment and soul foundation. Everyone praised him in their hearts. Heavens, he actually did it. Just this scene alone is an eye-opener for me. Wolf King is indeed an enslavement path master. He is different from others. A master is indeed a master. Maybe he can succeed in one go. Everyone's eyes shone with anticipation. Even He Lulan looked on with a hopeful expression. However, the shoal of fish did not go straight for the water snake lions as everyone expected. Instead, it spread out in all directions, constantly patrolling. What is Wolf King trying to do? Wolf King is very steady. It seems he is familiarizing himself with the fish group's habits. But as time passed, the fish group was still swimming freely. Everyone watched anxiously, but did not see the fish group and lion group fight. This time, even He Lulan became slightly anxious, urging, "Brother Shanin, hurry up. No rush." Fang Yuan's expression was calm as he leisurely replied. The water snake lions saw that the fish group did not attack for a long time. Some water snake lions came out of the water and climbed onto the island. The underwater defense line gradually weakened. After a while, He Lulan urged again, "Brother Shanin, it has already been 5 minutes. No rush." Fang Yuan waved his hand, his eyelids drooping as if he was sleepy. More water snake lions came ashore. The old Lion King even laid on the ground, closing his eyes and pretending to sleep. Everyone was disappointed, cursing in their hearts. This Wolf King is all bark and no bite. To think I thought so highly of him. So what if he is a master? This is true yang building. It seems that this time, Chang Shan-yin's main goal is to familiarize himself with the fish group and accumulate experience for the next attack. Seeing that the time limit was approaching, everyone's last bit of hope was used up. It is a pity that a guest token was wasted like this. Or should I think about what to eat after returning home? After failing this round, I wonder how Lord Tribe Leader will deal with Chang Shan-yin. Just as everyone's mind was in a mess, Fang Yuan laughed heartily, and the fish group suddenly charged towards the water snake lion group from all directions. They are here. He Lulan's eyes shined with bright light. He had already guessed, since Chang Shan-yin wants to save the real big move for the next time, then this time, he spent so much effort to familiarize and train the fish group. He will definitely test the lions and understand their situation and battle strength. The sudden attack of the fish group caught the water snake lions unprepared. The hedgehog fish group was like a group of hungry sharks. With lightning speed, they destroyed the small number of water snake lions in the water. So that's it. Chang Shan-yin was training the fish group earlier while numbing the lions. The effect of this sudden attack has already destroyed 30% of the lions. A master is indeed a master. What amazing beast-taming skill. Compared to Chang Shan-yin, He Qixing is like a baby and a strong man. Everyone stared with wide eyes, amazed at the result that Fang Yuan had created in an instant. Roar! Seeing that his sons had been slaughtered, the old Lion King was furious. He roared and personally led the pride to jump into the water, launching a revenge attack on the fish. What was strange was that Fang Yuan swept away his previous unyielding style. Under his control, the fish group retreated again and again. The lions chased relentlessly, and when they reached a certain place, the group suddenly fell into chaos. What is going on? Everyone was puzzled. So there is an undercurrent whirlpool here. He Lulan exclaimed. Soon after, the elder's eyes shined. I know. It seems that Wolf Wang Da's men gathered the fish group not only for training, but also to investigate the terrain. That's right. A beast battle is like a battle between two armies. Not only do we have to consider the enemy, we also have to consider the terrain. Many Gu masters saw this and almost slapped their thighs, shouting loudly. The water snake lions were trapped by the undercurrent, and the fish group immediately turned around and attacked. The lions were huge, and the undercurrent had a deep influence on them. But the fish group was small, and the influence of the undercurrent was almost negligible. An incomparably exquisite battle unfolded in front of everyone's eyes. The powerful water snake lions were as weak as paper. And the fish group, under Fang Yuan's control, were like a group of invincible elite soldiers, cooperating well, advancing and retreating, splitting and encircling the lions, quickly nibbling away at them. The fish group would gather at times and attack fiercely. At times, they would scatter, causing the lions' counterattack to be futile. This is like a joke. So powerful, so powerful. In just a dozen or so breaths of time, the Wolf King obtained complete victory. This round is past. He tribe members were overjoyed, their gazes towards Fang Yuan were filled with reverence, admiration, fear, and all sorts of other emotions. Good, what a good Wolf King. He Lulan clapped and laughed. Fang Yuan also laughed heartily, because the moment he completely killed the lions, information entered his mind, high-grade evaluation. The next moment, Fang Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. What happened? He tribe members saw such a shocking change, their eyeballs almost falling out. Chapter 564. Fang Yuan was in the crystal corridor. Light flowed in front of him, the four walls were translucent crystal walls that could reflect one's figure. Fang Yuan's gaze looked around, behind and to his left and right were walls, he could only walk on the path in front of him. I've finally arrived at the treasure room. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a small arc as he strode forward. The crystal corridor was long and transparent. In less than 5 steps, Fang Yuan could see goo worms or goo recipes appearing on the crystal walls to his left and right. They were like insects in amber, quietly sitting inside the crystal walls. These were the treasures of the treasure room. If he wanted to obtain them, he would need to exchange for them with items of corresponding value. Oh. There is a woodpath heavenly essence treasure king lotus here. Fang Yuan slowly stopped his footsteps and found a familiar goo worm sealed in the crystal walls. This goo was a blooming blue and white lotus. The wash basin laughed heartily. It had an extraordinary origin and was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It was a set of rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus, rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus and rank 6 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Among them, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was ranked 6th among the 10 great immortal goo. Its value was comparable to spring-autumn cicada. Right now, it was in the hands of Land Spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan had once used a Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. To a large extent, it made up for his lack of aptitude and was a great help to him. But for this goo's advancement, not only did Fang Yuan lack the corresponding goo recipe, the refinement cost was also very high. He needed to use a natural spirit spring. This spring had to be full of primeval energy, it could not be a spirit spring that had been used for many years and lacked foundation. After success, this spirit spring would be completely wasted. Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Lotus required 7 spirit springs. At rank 5, another 9. At rank 6, another 11. This number was based on the spirit springs of Southern Border and other places. If he used Northern Plains spirit springs, it would be at least 60% more. It was too difficult for Feng Yuan to advance the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus back then. Moreover, his aptitude had improved greatly, so he gave up on the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. But now, this rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus moved his heart. The Heavenly Origin Treasure Lotus is known as the Mobile Spirit Spring. Once refined, it could produce natural true essence. The rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus Goo is no longer suitable for me. But rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus is suitable for my current state. However, in order to obtain this Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, according to the rules, Feng Yuan had to use treasures of equivalent value to exchange for it. Then let's change. Feng Yuan could be said to be extremely wealthy now, having a blessed land was the capital of a Gu Immortal. To exchange for the Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, to others, it was a large transaction that required them to give up their capital. For Feng Yuan, it was just a small matter of choice. What should I trade for it? Feng Yuan sent his consciousness into the 2 apertures. The Strength Path and Enslavement Path Goo worms in the aperture could not be exchanged. His first vital Goo, the Spring Autumn Cicada, could not even be taken out. But other than that, there were also many miscellaneous Goo worms. The value of each of these Goo worms was naturally lower than the Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, but if one was not enough, 2 or 3 could be used to exchange for it. Oh. Why are there 18 spring egg Goo here? Feng Yuan was astonished to find that there was a batch of rare rank 5 Goo in his first aperture. But he quickly thought of the reason. I almost forgot, this is my high-grade reward, it was sent into my aperture by True Yang Building. Logically speaking, this Goo Master's aperture was the foundation of cultivation, the secret of all secrets. But True Yang Building was indeed personally created by Longhair Ancestor, and was also arranged by Giant Sun Immortal. It had great power and could directly send Goo worms into a Goo Master's aperture. Spring Egg Goo might not be as good as the Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus, but it was also a rank 5 Goo. Spring Egg Goo looked like a white goose egg, and was obtained by killing a powerful Eggman Emperor. By planting Spring Egg Goo deep underground, it could form a spirit water spring. Spirit springs were the foundation of Goo Master's cultivation, thus large tribes and clans would collect Spring Egg Goo to strengthen their foundation, in case of emergencies. Even Goo Immortals would often purchase them and plant them in their own blessed land, to form a spirit spring and nourish all living beings. Feng Yuan casually took out 1 Spring Egg Goo. But this Goo's quality was not good, the eggshell was covered in cracks. There were clear traces of primeval essence in the Goo, it had clearly been used by someone. Feng Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he sneered, it seems this Goo was plundered by Flying Hand Snow when it was activated. The rewards for clearing 88-point Jinyang Tower are all from this source. Giant Sun Immortal, in order to realize his dream of ruling the world, and at the same time to benefit his descendants, had painstakingly arranged this scheme. First was the Imperial Court contest, to weaken and eradicate the other tribes. Next was the 10-year snow disaster, to store the heavenly materials and earthly treasures from all over Northern Plains into 88-point Jinyang Tower. One had to know, Goo Master's cultivation was extremely reliant on resources. Giant Sun Immortal's establishment of 88-point Jinyang Tower was to take drastic measures. He plundered resources and gave them to his own descendants, and even cut off the hope of other tribes rising up. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, when Central Continent Goo Immortals attacked Imperial Court Blessed Land, they made use of this characteristic of True Yang Building. They sent chess pieces to infiltrate Imperial Court blessed land. At the same time, they purposely scattered goo worms, allowing the flying hand snow to plunder in. Finally, they caused damage from the inside of True Yang building, creating a crucial gap. After Central Continent Goo Immortals destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land, they also exposed Giant Sun Immortal's sinister intentions to the public, causing a huge commotion in Northern Plains, and the public's opinion was in an uproar. But commotion was one thing, Northern Plains was still second only to Central Continent in terms of battle strength. In this vast and boundless darkness, there was a sun-like existence. It emitted an extremely weak light. The light seemed to be breathing, fluctuating rhythmically. This is Giant Sun Immortal's will. Feng Yuan immediately became extremely vigilant. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was Giant Sun Immortal's possession. It was refined by him. Naturally, there was Giant Sun Immortal's will inside. Although Giant Sun Immortal's main body had already passed away, his will was placed in the body of the 88-point Jinyang Tower and had survived for a long time. This will is truly vast and vast, it makes me feel like I am facing a real sun. An immortal venerable's strength is unimaginable, and this is only a small portion of Giant Sun Immortal's will that has been left behind after so many years. Fortunately, this will has fallen into slumber. My movements are light and should not disturb it. I must not awaken it, otherwise, I will end up like those two Goo Immortals whose souls dissipated in my previous life. The vast and boundless darkness represented the 88-point Jinyang Tower. Giant Sun Immortal's remnant will was as large as the sun, suppressing the center. It was in slumber and emitting a faint light. And Feng Yuan's will was only the size of a sesame seed compared to it. It also emitted a faint light, hiding in the most remote corner. Feng Yuan continued to inject primeval essence. He was very cautious. As his primeval essence entered the guest halt steel, the amount of will he instilled in the 88-point Jinyang Tower also increased. In the dark corner, the light that represented Feng Yuan continued to expand, gradually expelling the darkness and occupying it. Time passed bit by bit. Feng Yuan was very careful, his forehead was slowly covered in sweat. To think that refining this steel would be so difficult. My two rank 5 peak stage apertures have less than 90% primeval essence. If not for the heavenly essence treasure King Lotus I just obtained, I might have to go through a lot of trouble. After 4 hours, Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and retracted his palms from the steel. His whole body was exhausted, mainly because of the huge mental pressure. It was more dangerous than walking on a tightrope. I finally succeeded. Feng Yuan looked at the guest halt steel in front of him. A sense of intimacy came from the steel and went straight to the depths of his heart. But the joy of success soon faded. Feng Yuan's brows furrowed even deeper. My previous life's video indeed had many cuts. I used so much primeval essence, but the Goo Master in the video was only rank 5 middle stage. He did not rest during the process and only refined for a short hour. Maybe this Goo Master's aperture contained some supplementary goo worms. But Feng Yuan was more convinced of the possibility of the video being cut. But Feng Yuan was prepared. He willed, and at once, 5 to 6 strange goo worms flew out of his aperture, turning into lumps of colorful smoke that covered his body. Feng Yuan inspected again, and after confirming that he was completely covered, he walked past the guest halt steel. Smoke of all colors started boiling, forming a blood-red light that spread to the surroundings. Feng Yuan looked around, and found that the treasures in the crystal wall were indeed of a higher grade than the previous section. Oh. This is... Suddenly, Feng Yuan's gaze focused. He saw a rank 5 strength path goo worm sealed in the crystal wall. Chapter 567. This problem was obvious long ago, but normal people could easily overlook it. Why did this mysterious goo immortal go through so much trouble and take such a huge risk to curry favor and use Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements to set up his own inheritance? If I were this goo immortal, if I wanted to set up my inheritance, why did I have to take advantage of Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements? If I wanted to set up my inheritance, why did I have to take advantage of 88-point Jinyang Tower's loophole? If I set up one by myself, with some effort, I would be able to set it up perfectly. 88-point Jinyang Tower is a rank 8 immortal goo house. It was personally set up by Giant Sun Immortal. The risk of using its loophole is too huge. If I wanted to leave behind my inheritance, would not go far and deliberately take risks. Unless... Feng Yuan's eyelids drooped, a cold light flashed in his dark pupils like lightning. Unless, the inheritance has to be set up like this. Thinking of this, the fog in Feng Yuan's mind seemed to be pushed away by a pair of large hands. Humans have motives when they act. Only a huge motive could make a goo immortal take such a huge risk. Maybe this goo immortal did not like Giant Sun Immortal and had a grudge against him. But Giant Sun Immortal had already passed away for countless years. This possibility was very small. Then, putting aside the factor of emotions, there was only benefits. For this benefit, this mysterious goo immortal was willing to take the risk of violating an immortal venerable's arrangements. What exactly is he or she making use of 88-point Jinyang Tower? Thinking of this, the information that land spirit of Langya had given him appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. He had already studied this information hundreds and thousands of times. Even on the eve of the Imperial Court contest, he had not stopped studying it. Even after so many times, every time he looked at it again or recalled it, he could not help but feel a sense of admiration. 88-point Jinyang Tower could be said to be a work of art that surpassed nature. The concept was so strange that it could shock the world. This was a wild idea, but it could be realized. It was like a miracle. 88-point Jinyang Tower was an immortal goo house in essence. Back then, the Giant Sun Immortal wanted to plan for his descendants, so he took the initiative to find the long-hair ancestor and asked him to refine an everlasting inheritance treasure. Giant Sun Immortal's requirements were too high. In order to meet his standards, long-hair ancestor racked his brains and pondered bitterly for 100 days to no avail. Suddenly, one day, he had a burst of inspiration and came up with a unique method. Such a huge immortal goo house was simply too huge. Long-hair ancestor could only settle for the next best thing and split it into countless sub-bodies, which were small pagodas. There were tens of thousands of these small towers, and every 10 years, they would attract wild goo worms to enter. Every 10 years, they would sink one after another, sacrificing the wild goo inside, and at the same time responding to the snow calamity in northern plains, obtaining a mystical power. These mystical forces condensed, and the quantitative change reached a qualitative change, condensing into the first floor of the 88-point Jinyang Tower. Layer by layer, they would eventually form the complete 88-point Jinyang Tower. Looking at it from another angle, every time the 88-point Jinyang Tower was formed, it was a process of refining goo from scratch. Long-hair ancestor was indeed the publicly recognized #1 refinement path immortal. His goo refinement attainment had already transcended mortality and entered sainthood. It was already extremely difficult for ordinary people to refine goo into a finished product. It was even more so for goo immortals to refine immortal goo. But long-hair ancestor had already surpassed the scope of ordinary goo refinement. He could be said to have a unique craftsmanship that had reached perfection. Had the 88-point Jinyang Tower been refined? Actually, it had not been completely refined. According to normal standards, the complete 88-point Jinyang Tower would be a tower that had taken form, existing in the Blessed Land and standing at the peak of the sacred palace. But this standard was too difficult. Back then, when Giant Sun Immortal had mentioned it, long-hair ancestor had frowned deeply and said on the spot, if it was truly refined, this immortal goo house would definitely be rank 9. What was the concept of rank 9 immortal goo? Legend had it that strength goo, wisdom goo, fate goo and others were all rank 9 immortal goo. These immortal goo were rare treasures among treasures, they had already gone extinct and could only be seen in the legends of Renzu. Just like how rank 9 goo immortals were called venerables by the world. In the long history of the world, there had only been 10 of them. There had never been a rank 9 immortal goo house, but Giant Sun Immortal did not give up. Long-hair ancestor had no choice but to agree due to the might of an immortal venerable. Eventually, he thought of a method that had no other way. He obtained a rank 9 immortal goo house that could only exist for a short period of time, thus, the current 88-point Jinyang Tower was rank 8. Giant Sun Immortal was originally not satisfied, but after inspecting it, his attitude changed and he praised it greatly, saying directly, 88-point Jinyang Tower itself was the secret for mortals to become goo immortals. Why did he say that? It was because mortals needed to pass the 3 chi to become goo immortals. 1 chi as heaven. Heaven above, heaven's might was unfathomable and vast. 1 chi as earth. The earth was at the bottom, virtuous and heavy. 1 chi as man. Man at the center, the spirit of all living beings, vigorous and vigorous. Mortals were like ants, only by communicating with heaven and earth could they transcend mortals and evolve in essence. And the formation of 88-point Jinyang Tower used these 3 chi. The contest for the imperial court was to spread human chi. 10 years of wind and snow, it was dangerous weather. The small tower sank underground, it was using the blessed land's earth chi. 3 chi as 1, mortal became immortal. 3 chi as 1, created 88-point Jinyang Tower, plundered Northern Plains resources, created Huang Jin tribe's super forces, and made Giant Sun Immortal's influence inextinguishable for countless years. Wait, don't tell me. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly, a divine light shot out of his eyes. The small tower was originally a part of 88-point Jinyang Tower. The mysterious goo immortal who set up Di Chio inheritance destroyed this small tower, creating a loophole. Once the loophole is formed, according to the principle of refining 88-point Jinyang Tower, the return of the heavenly force will be formed. From there, a new small tower will be formed. 88-point Jinyang Tower was a rank 8 immortal goo house, it was very hard to destroy. But the small towers were easy to destroy, it was like goo immortals and mortals. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal arranged these small towers in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Using the power of Imperial Court Blessed Land, they were protected tightly, isolating most of the damage. Since Long-Hair Ancestor was the #1 refinement path immortal, he naturally considered the situation of the small towers being destroyed. Thus, every 10 years, when the main body of 88-point Jinyang Tower was created, the heavenly force would first flow back to fill the gap in the small tower. Then, the main body would be created. But Di Chio inheritance has been set up for many years, but this small tower has not been created yet. Instead, the mysterious goo immortal used some method to seal this gap, deceiving the 88-point Jinyang Tower. I understand now, the reason he or she did this was to use the heavenly force of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Light in the soil, shine up to 100,000 feet, swim in the sky for 100 li, sing the fragrance of plum blossoms. This means that this secret phrase should be the language of goo refinement. Actually, Fang Yuan had guessed this before. But he had no proof. Although it was only a guess now, after this exploration and experimentation, Fang Yuan was much more confident than before. Time always passed quickly when one was concentrating on thinking. He Lulan and the rest lost to the golden white tiger phantom and were transported out of the tower. In order to not arouse suspicion, Fang Yuan used the glass owner token and left the tower. A group of people suddenly appeared, standing at the entrance of the first floor of the tower. They have appeared, the lords have returned. Subordinate greets Lord Tribe Leader, greets all the lords. The He tribe direct descendant Gu masters guarding this place immediately came forward and greeted. He Lulan and the rest were covered in dust or had blood stains on their bodies, they were in a sorry state. Although they failed, their gains were not small, and they even advanced more than 10 rounds. But this situation was special. He Lulan and the rest were looking at Fang Yuan in the crowd. All kinds of inquisitive, curious, doubtful, and scrutinizing expressions were revealed. Ha ha ha, in this round, everyone worked hard and made great contributions, especially Wolf King's contribution. When we return, immediately prepare a banquet, we will celebrate for 3 days. He Lulan laughed heartily, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder to show their intimacy. High-grade round made Fang Yuan's value rise by another level in his heart. I gained some insights from this round. I need to go into closed cultivation to consolidate them. I hope Lord He Lulan won't blame me. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, but directly rejected him. He Lulan's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered and said it was fine, showing the magnanimity of a leader. As for how angry he was, and how envious and jealous the others were, Fang Yuan did not care. He wanted to return now and research the secret of Di Qiu inheritance. 6 days later. Fang Yuan pushed open the window, looking at the sacred palace below him, a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. Di Qiu inheritance's secret language had been completely deciphered by him. For this kind of riddle, as long as there was a correct direction, the rest was only a matter of time. Like what Fang Yuan had guessed, the secret language was a recipe to refine an immortal Gu. The mysterious Gu Immortal who set up the inheritance used the loophole of 88-point Jinyang Tower, using the power of the immortal Gu to refine an immortal Gu. As long as one followed the secret language and refined the Gu step by step, even a mortal Gu master could refine it successfully. This 88-point Jinyang Tower is ours, why should we let outsiders take a share? Although there are precedents for this, looking at history, it was always those weak tribes who won by luck. They did not have the ability to attack it and could only mobilize other Huang Jin tribes. But our He tribe has a strong army. We have so many talents, how can we borrow the help of others? Humph. He Lulan raised her eyebrows. Since you have a strong army, why can't you even defeat a golden-white tiger phantom? You dog farts, all of you cherish your lives. You want outsiders to risk their lives for you, but are afraid that outsiders will benefit from it. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Different from these elders, He Lulan was already anxious and impatient. He had the great strength true martial physique, he needed a strength path immortal Gu to advance to Gu Immortal. Only by advancing to Gu Immortal. Only then could his life be saved. But was there a strength path immortal Gu in 88-point Jinyang Tower? Which floor was the strength path immortal Gu in? These were all unknown. Thus, he wanted to break the rules and make the Huang Jin tribes work together to attack. Every time he passed a floor, his owner token would be promoted, and he would be able to continue attacking more easily. Although he was stuck at this stage, losing time and time again. But to He Lulan, this was a good opportunity. He took the chance to attack, shouting loudly in the hall again. His furious roar reverberated in the hall, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Due to He Lulan's might and fierce reputation, the elders could only compromise. First Elder He Pei said worriedly, opening 88-point Jinyang Tower is like pouring a flood. Once the momentum grows, the losses will be disastrous. I suggest restraining it. Wolf King Chang Shanyin's lesson is right in front of us. These words immediately caused a strong resonance among the elders. Someone said with a sour tone, "That's right, Wolf King is too shameless, he took all the benefits and kept them to himself. Even now, he is in closed cultivation. I'm afraid he is secretly rejoicing. Someone sneered in disdain. 88-point Jinyang Tower belongs to our He tribe. We let him attack it. We thought highly of him. But he repaid us like this? Humph, what bullshit Northern Plains hero. In my opinion, he is just an ingrate. Someone had a cold gaze. In my opinion, we should open 88-point Jinyang Tower this time. Don't bother Chang Shan. Teach him a lesson. He Lulan snorted coldly. He was very dissatisfied with Fang Yuan's performance. If it were someone else, he would have attacked already. But Chang Shan was not ordinary. His appearance during the Imperial Court battle was still deeply engraved in his mind. He would be lying if he said he was not afraid. But it was also inappropriate to reject Fang Yuan. Not only would he lose his magnanimity, if he angered the Wolf King, even if Chang Shan did not attack, he still had the Azure Wolf group. First Elder He Pei, since you made this suggestion, tell me about it. He Lulan said. He Pei smiled lightly, speaking with assurance. From tomorrow onwards, we can open 88-point Jinyang Tower. But before entering, no matter who it is, they will have to pay a fee. Only 800 people can enter the tower every day, and the fee will increase according to the ranking. At the same time, poison vow goo will be used, and 50% of the rewards will belong to our He tribe. After pausing for a while, he continued, as for outsiders, if they want to enter the tower, they will have to buy our guest token at a high price. These words made all the elders' eyes light up and they all started to praise him. He Lulan's gaze swept around, his upper body leaning back as he slowly closed his eyes. All right, I will leave this matter to you, He Pei. He Pei was overjoyed. Lord Tribe Leader is wise, thank you for your appreciation. Once the news of opening 88-point Jinyang Tower was spread, it caused a huge commotion in the sacred palace. Countless people rushed to the registration location. On one side, they were cursing the black-hearted He clan for raising the entrance fee to such a high price. On the other side, they were generously donating, and even fighting each other for a spot to enter the building. Fang Yuan looked on coldly, feeling joy in his heart. To him now, inheriting Di Chio inheritance was the most urgent matter. Even if He Lulan invited him, he would not be willing. Now that everyone's attention was attracted by 88-point Jinyang Tower, it was the best time to start the inheritance. They formed a fence of light, covering the light blue light. The light was about to burst out. At this time, the unlimited spring light goo flew in, emitting an infinite jade green light that was gentle like water, suppressing the blue light. The two were in a deadlock. Finally, the blazing heaven illumination goo flew into the cave and turned into a dense red light, piercing through the green light and the blue light, sinking into the depths of the cave. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the entrance of the cave completely closed. In the depths of the ground, the three colors of light fused together, causing a mystical change that even Fang Yuan could not explain. Fang Yuan saw this and let out a sigh of relief, knowing that he did not make a mistake in his comprehension. This was the meaning of the secret phrase, light in the soil. Although he had over 80% confidence, he was still worried about making a mistake. After all, he only had the second half of the clues to Di Chio inheritance. The first half of this inheritance was in the hands of the Central Continent Gu Immortals. But the second half of the clue specifically described how to activate this inheritance. Fang Yuan used his Refinement Path Master Foundation and the information from 88-point Jinyang Tower to forcefully decipher this secret phrase, giving him the possibility of taking the inheritance by force. About an hour later, the rumbling sounds became softer and softer. But the ground started to heat up. Even though Fang Yuan was wearing Northern Plains deerskin shoes, he could not isolate this heat. The cave on the ground slowly opened. There was no light inside. it was pitch black. Feng Yuan saw this and was not shocked, instead, he was happy. After light in the soil, it was shine 10,000 feet high. If one were to interpret it literally, it would be 1,000 miles off. This secret phrase was also a test to see if the Gu master had refinement path attainment. The secret phrase was related to refinement path. Shine 10,000 feet high was not just a description of the scene, it also described the steps to refine the Gu. Feng Yuan was unhurried, throwing in 2 rank 5 defensive prickle Gu, 3 scouting Gu, 1 attacking myriad heart-piercing Gu, as well as 9 assisting Gu, 3 scouting Gu, 3 attacking Gu, 1,000 heart-piercing Gu, and 9 assisting Gu. But in the cave, gray-yellow smoke rumbled, but it did not leak out. The chirping of birds sounded like the whistling of arrows piercing through the air, vaguely coming from the smoke. This phenomenon lasted for several minutes before it was covered by darkness again. The ground closed up again, and the cave vanished. This time, the mound did not heat up, instead, it emitted traces of cold air, causing Feng Yuan's legs to stiffen from the cold. Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He looked towards the sacred palace. But when Tai Bai Yunqing gradually aged, and his healthy and energetic body became rotten, he became more and more reluctant to part with the beauty of his youth. Most of the time, a person's thoughts change according to the situation. On earth, life and death could not be transcended, one had to be indifferent to it. But here, as long as there was a trace of life, a trace of hope, they would struggle. Only when he personally experienced it, did Tai Bai Yunqing feel a great terror from the word death. Precisely because of this, he secretly observed and patiently waited for several batches, finally seeing the situation clearly and participating in this imperial court contest, entering imperial court blessed land. If I can obtain lifespan Gu from 88-point Jinyang Tower, I can increase my lifespan. Although lifespan Gu is hard to find and even harder to buy, I believe 88-point Jinyang Tower will have it. If I cannot obtain lifespan Gu in the end, then I can only try to advance to Gu Immortal. Tai Bai Yunqing inwardly thought. The inheritance that the old beggar gave him was extraordinary. It was a complete set of inheritances for a rank 6 Gu Immortal. The contents of the inheritance had detailed descriptions of how mortals could advance to Gu Immortal. Thus, Tai Bai Yunqing was very clear about the huge risks of advancing to Gu Immortal. The process of advancing to Gu Immortal required the fusion and fusion of heaven Qi, earth Qi, and human Qi. If these 3 aspects were slightly lacking, one's soul would scatter and die. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Tai Bai Yunqing did not want to advance to Gu Immortal. Because even if he successfully advanced to Gu Immortal, his lifespan would not increase. However, Tai Bai Yunqing's inheritance had given him a sliver of hope. But this hope was very harsh. He had to advance to Gu Immortal before it could be realized. All these years, Tai Bai Yunqing had been searching for lifespan Gu. But lifespan Gu were born in heaven and earth, their traces were hard to find. Tai Bai Yunqing had yet to obtain any. 88-point Jinyang Tower should have lifespan Gu. I can definitely find it here. I can definitely find lifespan Gu here. Tai Bai Yunqing looked at the silhouette of 88 Truyang building as he encouraged himself. Chapter 570. The entire sacred palace fell into shock and fear. A moment later, there was a huge commotion. What is going on? What happened? Why is the mist shrinking? An unprecedented scene happened in front of everyone's eyes. The condensing second floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower was slowly fading. A large amount of dense rainbow mist was shrinking at a visible rate. What is going on? He Lulan frowned. He stretched out his thick arm and grabbed Elder He Pei's collar, pulling him in front of him. His expression was distorted. He stared at him angrily and shouted, "Investigate." I want to know what happened. He Lulan had one of the 10 extreme physiques, the great strength true martial physique. Only by advancing to an immortal could he avoid the pressure of death. But for the 10 extreme physiques to advance to an immortal, they needed the help of the corresponding immortal goo. He Lulan placed his hopes on finding the crux of his immortal ascension in 88-point Jinyang Tower, the strength path immortal goo. How could he allow anything to happen to 88-point Jinyang Tower? Elder He Pei was shivering in fear. He Lulan wanted him to investigate. He was just a mortal. How could he investigate? What could he find? He said with a sobbing tone, This subordinate does not know. There are no records of this in history. It's fading, it's getting fainter. Someone pointed at 88-point Jinyang Tower, shouting. The rainbow mist was getting smaller, the dense aurora was getting dimmer. Many Gu masters looked at it in a daze. Panic and fear were spreading rapidly. Could it be that 88 Truyang building is finished? This was personally arranged by our immortal venerable ancestor. Is 88-point Jinyang Tower also unable to resist the flow of the river of time? Everyone's faces were pale, some even held their foreheads with their hands, their gazes were filled with panic and fear. It's a mess. Far away, Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he smiled coldly. Even though they were quite a distance away, the panicked cries from the sacred palace could still be heard from afar. The culprit behind the panic glanced at the sacred palace from afar. Then, he lowered his head and stared at the deep hole beneath his feet. His eyes lit up as he praised, Amazing, truly amazing. Fang Yuan had originally estimated that only 10% of the multicolored light would be absorbed back. He didn't expect that when it was really activated, the mighty force that flowed back was far beyond his expectations. Based on this alone, Fang Yuan could see that this Gu Immortal's understanding of 88-point Jinyang Tower was not below his own. Who is this mysterious Gu Immortal? What was his identity? I was lucky to have the convenience of being reborn, and I even had first-hand information about the land spirit of Langia. How did he or she know so much about 88-point Jinyang Tower? At this moment, in the underground cave, the multicolored light was already abundant, and there was even a tendency to overflow. However, it was still restrained by a layer of black light at the entrance of the cave. The multicolored light rumbled, and there was a strong light inside that was getting brighter and brighter. Crack, crack, cracks appeared on the first floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower. He Pei and the other elders had pale expressions as they stared at this scene in a daze. As for the other Gu masters below the top floor of the sacred palace, many were already kneeling on the ground, kowtowing. They were either shouting, crying, or begging, Don't collapse, don't collapse. Old ancestor, what did we do wrong? Why are you punishing us like this? Ancestor, please be merciful and give us, the unfilial descendants, another chance. These voices entered He Lulan's ears. He stared fixedly at the first floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Cracks continued to spread on the first floor. Even though He Lulan was a rank 5 Gu master with one of the 10 extreme physiques, an existence that stood at the peak of mortals, he was at a loss right now. He was helpless and hesitant. No, we can't do this. I won't allow this to happen. Suddenly, He Lulan roared in anger. His expression was malevolent, his gaze burning with anger. I have not avenged Mother's death. My great revenge plan. My strength path immortal Gu. He roared in his heart. Bam! A light sound echoed, but the ground shook. The first floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower completely collapsed, turning back into multicolored light. The multicolored light was like a flood that broke through a dam. It gushed out and spread rapidly. In a few breaths of time, it enveloped the sacred palace and dyed the sky red. Puff! He Lulan's eyes were dazed, his chest felt stifled, blood rushed to his throat and gushed out. No! I won't allow it. Condense, come back. He opened his arms, his fingers spread wide, trying to grab the multicolored light. As if responding to his efforts, the multicolored light that gushed out gradually shrunk. The periphery of the multicolored light continued to retreat. He Lulan's gaze shone, the spark of hope that had just been ignited completely dimmed. Although the multicolored light retreated, it did not condense into the first floor silhouette again. The multicolored light became smaller and smaller, as if a formless beast was greedily devouring it. No, don't. Far away, Tai Bai Yunqing muttered, his eyes dazed. Does heaven want my He tribe to perish? He Pei's first elder pulled out a bunch of his hair. If something happened to 88-point Jinyang Tower in He tribe's hands, He tribe would be finished. The other super forces and Huang Jin tribes would not let them off. Oh heavens, what happened? 88-point Jinyang Tower actually. Yi Lui Sang clutched his chest, panicking. In his chest, there was a fire path immortal goo. Before the Imperial Court contest, Yi Lui tribe's supreme elder Yi Lui Lai had lent it to Yi Lui Sang. Right now, this fire path immortal goo was trembling. At the same time, Fang Yuan's expression also changed slightly. In his aperture, spring-autumn cicada showed its true form, trembling and emitting the might of an immortal goo, causing his rank 5 aperture to creak. This is the resonance of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Fang Yuan was well aware. Man was the spirit of all living beings, Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, the carrier of the great Tao. If mortal Gu were only a tiny fragment of the laws of heaven and earth, then immortal Gu were a corner of the great Tao, a complete segment of the laws of heaven and earth. Precisely so, immortal Gu were unique. Every time an immortal Gu was born, the surrounding immortal Gu would tremble and react. The more similar or conflicting the laws of Gu worms were, the deeper the resonance between the immortal Gu would be, and the greater the trembling. Chapter 571. The shocking change in 88-point Jinyang Tower shocked everyone in the sacred palace. Countless people worried about this day and night, they were fearful and did not know what to do. Fortunately, not long after the first floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, the situation stabilized. The rainbow aurora light also stopped shrinking, it started to grow again. Maybe because it was stimulated, the aurora light's expansion speed was even faster than before. Several days later, the thick aurora light condensed into the first floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Once it was completely formed, He Lulan and the rest immediately rushed in. The process of entering and exiting 88-point Jinyang Tower was very smooth. This made He Lulan feel much more at ease. The furious He Lulan gradually calmed down. 88-point Jinyang Tower was extremely important to him, he wanted to take revenge for his mother, he had to become a Gu immortal. And as one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength true martial physique, he had to obtain a strength path immortal Gu from 88-point Jinyang Tower to ascend to Gu immortal. The legends of Ren Zhu had a description of this. A person could live without strength or intelligence, but they could not live without hope. He Lulan regained hope, his mood turned for the better as he started to attack the 100 rounds. The first floor of the newly created 88-point Jinyang Tower was reset, He Lulan's hard work turned into dust, he had to attack everything again. To He Pei and the other elders, this was a huge good thing. This is joy after extreme sorrow, we can get even more rewards by challenging the rounds again. Maybe this is just a small joke that old ancestor Immortal Venerable is playing on us. Each floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower has 100 rounds, the higher the level, the higher the difficulty. The number of Imperial Court lords that have passed the floors can be counted on one hand, we cannot hope to get through the final round. As long as we can pass the previous rounds, our clan's strength will soar greatly. The elders were jubilant, but to He Lulan, it was bad news. If he wanted to obtain a strength path Gu Immortal from 88-point Jinyang Tower, there were only two ways. One was to pass the upper grade and enter the treasure chamber. He used his bloodline identity to exchange for the immortal Gu in his collection. The second was to get through the final round of every floor. There was a chance of obtaining an immortal Gu. For He Lulan, the first method required her to take out an equivalent amount of treasures in exchange, so it was not realistic. There was only the second method that had a chance of success. He cleared the last few stages. It was very difficult. Now that the checkpoints had been reset, it would be a waste of his precious time to clear them again. Time waits for no man. Once the time was up, they would be sent out of Imperial Court Paradise. If he had not obtained the Strength Path Immortal Gu before this, not only would He Lulan not get her revenge, but she would also die. Because of this, He Lulan went against everyone's opinion and stubbornly decided to expand the scale and recruit foreign Gu masters, completely opening up 88-point Jinyang Tower. They could enter and leave 88-point Jinyang Tower at will. He tribe did not charge any fees. This way, excluding He tribe leader, the sacred palace was filled with jubilation. He Lulan has an unparalleled spirit. She did something that none of the previous generations of kings had done. I, Yi Lui Sang, am filled with admiration. Yi Lui Sang was the first to enter 88-point Jinyang Tower, his face glowing. He was the current tribe leader of Yi Lui tribe. He was originally a popular candidate for the Imperial Court Lord position. Obtaining the support of the tribe's Gu Immortals, they did not hesitate to lend a Fire Path Immortal Gu to him. But Yi Lui Sang lost in the end. Wolf King has gone out to walk his wolves. Soon, someone answered. Chang Shan Yin is indeed not an ordinary person. He can casually enter and exit 88-point Jinyang Tower, but he is not moved at all. Praises came from the crowd. Pan Ping snorted coldly and said in a sinister tone, "Everyone, don't forget that our wolf Wang De has already entered this building." According to reliable sources, he even got a high-grade clearance. After leaving the building, he immediately chose to go into seclusion. Even though Chief He Lulan repeatedly invited him, he refused to go. Everyone was well aware of the conflict between him and Fang Yuan. No one was willing to offend the famous Lone Blade General. The praises directed at Fang Yuan came to an abrupt end. Everyone fell into a brief silence. Many Gu Master experts' expressions changed slightly. They had uneasy expressions. Pan Ping's intentions were sinister. He pointed out that Fang Yuan had once obtained great benefits and left enough room for everyone to imagine, successfully evoking the jealousy in everyone's hearts. It would have been better if they had not experienced it before. But now, everyone was charging forward. Many people had personally experienced it and could sense the enormous benefits of 88-point Jinyang Tower. This caused the hatred and jealousy in the depths of everyone's hearts. At this time, a young Gu Master's voice broke the silence. Since 88-point Jinyang Tower is open to everyone, everyone can obtain benefits. Lord Father being able to obtain benefits is because of his ability. Everyone's gazes shifted over and found this person was not a bystander. It was Chang Shan Yin's own son, Chang Jiyu. Immediately, Pan Ping's expression froze as he stared at Chang Jiyu with a sinister gaze. Although Chang Jiyu's strength was slightly lower than Pan Ping's, his heart was filled with reverence towards his father and he stared back without showing any weakness. Pan Ping's killing intent surged in his heart, but he did not dare to make a move. For a moment, he was forced into a corner by this junior Chang Jiyu. The person with the most complex emotions was Chang Biao. He was actually Chang Jiyu's own father. At this moment, he watched as his own son defended the greatest enemy of his life. His heart was filled with endless bitterness and hatred. Cough, cough. Tai Bai Yunqing stood up at this time to smooth things over. Everyone, it is better to focus on this round. The only thing we can do now is to ask Lord Wolf King for help. Among us, old Sir Tai Bai has the highest prestige. As long as you personally write a letter, you will definitely be able to invite Wolf Wangde. Gu masters spoke one after another. Once they spoke, Chang Biao and Pan Ping glanced at each other, feeling anxious in their hearts. If Wolf King came, he would definitely be able to pass this round. But this way, not only would he be able to obtain the round reward, he would also be able to display his methods and increase his prestige. This was a situation neither of them wanted to see. Pan Ping wanted to say something but stopped. He had the intention to stop it, but he took the opportunity of Tai Bai Yunqing's interruption to get off the stage. If he was pitted against by Chang Jiyu again, he would probably lose all his face. Chang Biao had been secretly observing Pan Ping's expression. Seeing that he opened his mouth several times but did not speak, Chang Biao inwardly scolded the coward, his gaze sweeping across the crowd and signaling to a spy in the crowd. This spy immediately understood and shouted from the crowd, "In my opinion, Wolf Wangde is a busy person, it might not be easy to invite him. It would be better to invite Lord Tang Miaoming. Her enslavement path attainment is already close to Master Realm." Tai Bai Yunqing's heart could not help but move. He had not interacted much with Fang Yuan, but he had truly experienced his arrogance. Chapter 573. Fang Yuan grinned as he looked at the ink text on the wall of the bowl. This calamity beckoning gu was rank 7, a grade higher than Fang Yuan's spring-autumn cicada. Its effect was extremely mystical, it actually involved earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. The middle part of the ink text had a detailed explanation. Calamity beckoning gu could attract calamities and calamities for gu immortals, it could divert the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations from their original targets to themselves. Fang Yuan's expression could not help but become strange. Who would dare to use such an immortal gu? Heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations were such troublesome destructive powers, such terrifying heavenly power. They could live peacefully, but using calamity beckoning gu to attract these heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, wasn't this simply courting death? Gu Immortal Mo Yao, the great 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, why would she refine such an immortal gu? The latter part of the ink text provided a reason. It turned out that she really wanted to die. Back then, she and Bo Qing fell in love and became a righteous path couple. They were a legend in the 5 regions. Sword Immortal Bo Qing was extremely talented, he was invincible in the world, people called him the pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. He was fortunate to live for the sake of love. Looking at the world, looking at his life, the only thing in front of him was the supreme goal of advancing to rank 9. However, advancing to rank 9 was extremely dangerous, even a Grand Sword Immortal would feel like he was walking on thin ice. He only had a 15% chance of success. Bo Qing had lofty ambitions, he was determined to advance to the peak of rank 9. Mo Yao could not persuade him, she could only help with the preparations with tears in her eyes. Bo Qing set up his inheritance and made arrangements for his funeral. His first attempt failed and he was heavily injured for 70 years, he was bedridden and could not move at all. It was Mo Yao who took care of him. After his injuries healed, Bo Qing wanted to advance to rank 9 again. Mo Yao knew this was difficult, especially at the final hurdle of advancing to rank 9, there would be endless earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations descending. Even though Bo Qing had unparalleled battle strength, he lacked stamina. In order to help her lover, she secretly betrayed her sect and targeted 88-point Jinyang Tower. 88-point Jinyang Tower was the arrangement of a famous immortal venerable, long-hair ancestor's work. It was the #1 immortal gu house in the world. Mo Yao had started researching it long ago. He gained insights from it and deepened his refinement path grandmaster attainment. Even though she was only a variant human and did not have Giant Sun's bloodline, during Giant Sun's era, Spirit Affinity House had consecrated many outstanding women who became Giant Sun Immortals' concubines. Among them, there were several female gu immortals who had obtained Giant Sun Immortals' favor. Thus, Spirit Affinity House kept many of Giant Sun Immortals' secrets. Among them, they knew even more about 88-point Jinyang Tower. From these documents, Mo Yao learned the secret of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Imperial Court Blessed Land was located in the center of Northern Plains. It was vast and had 2 heavens. It was also separated into the black and white heavens. It had the effect of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It was extremely blessed. Thus, every once in a while, it would attract extremely fierce earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. Giant Sun Immortal considered this. When he constructed 88-point Jinyang Tower, he put in a divert disaster gu. It was an important foundation of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Like this, Renzu's third son was born. He was Northern Dark Ice Soul. Oh my son, thank you for your company. I do not have much time left, in my final days. Because of your company, I am not lonely at all. Renzu sighed. Northern Dark Ice Soul was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Although he did not speak much, he was very filial towards Renzu. Seeing Renzu getting weaker day by day, his mood became increasingly heavy. He was determined to save Renzu. Renzu could feel his determination. He felt gratified and pained at the same time. Don't bother, my son, I appreciate your filial piety. But I understand now, life and death cannot be forced. Humans have to die eventually, this is the fate of humans. Northern Dark Ice Soul sobbed, Father, I know what you said is right. I also know that my efforts will be in vain. But seeing you getting weaker like this, if I do not work hard, my heart will feel even more terrible. Let me do something for you. Renzu sighed, he could only let him go. Northern Dark Ice Soul wandered in Luopa Valley. He was born here. The Luopa wind could not cut his soul, the bewilderment fog could not block his vision. He searched bitterly, but could not find the way out. Just as he was getting more and more desperate, he encountered a gu worm. Ayaya, to think I was discovered by you. This gu worm looked like a ladybug. It was fat like a ball, but it was extremely agile, flashing around Northern Dark Ice Soul. Northern Dark Ice Soul's eyes brightened. He asked curiously, What gu are you? My name is Accident. This gu worm answered. Northern Dark Ice Soul's gaze dimmed. So you are Accident gu, but you are not Success gu. Accident gu sneered, Young man, don't look down on me. I am an existence that makes Success gu love and hate. The power of accident is very strong. Do you know what it means for you to meet me here? What? Accident gu shook its fat body, saying proudly, What is this place? This is Luopa Valley, a death realm. You are here, it means you are already dead. But you met me, it means you met with an accident in death. That is, rebirth. Hold on to me tightly, I will bring you back to the human world and revive you. Really? Northern Dark Ice Soul was overjoyed. Can I bring my father with me? Accident gu shook its head. You met me, not your father, so I can only bring you with me. Northern Dark Ice Soul was extremely disappointed. He rejected, Since I cannot bring my father, I will not leave either. I want to accompany my father until his final moments. Accident gu laughed loudly, saying in a domineering tone, The accidents of life cannot be rejected. Young man, you must leave with me. The moment it finished speaking, Accident Gu forcefully brought Northern Dark Eye's soul away from the door of life and death, returning to the human world. Northern Dark Eye's soul had a living body of flesh and blood, facing the huge world alone. He felt extremely lost. Accident Gu disappeared. He suddenly recalled Renzu's words. He had a second sister called Desolate Guayin. At this time, Cognition Gu found him. Young man, don't doubt me. Cognition has always been a person's friend. I am here to help you. Cognition Gu told Northern Dark Eye's soul about Qingbai Mountain and Desolate Guayin. Northern Dark Eye's soul decided to meet his second sister first. When he saw Desolate Guayin, he shed tears of sadness. Northern Dark Eye's soul tried to communicate with Desolate Guayin. But Desolate Guayin, who had turned into a monster, kept on muttering questions. Where is this? Northern Dark Eye's soul pondered for a moment before replying. This is the human world. Living beings can move around here. Above us is the sky, below us is the earth. Who am I? Desolate Guayin asked again. You are a human, Renzu's second daughter. Your name is Desolate Guayin. You are my second sister. Northern Dark Eye's soul replied. Second sister, wake up quickly. Chapter 574. Feng Yuan carefully looked at Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu in his hand. This Gu was rank 7, after being nurtured by the giant vermilion bull, it had already formed completely. It was the size of a pinky, grayish-white in color and was extremely exquisite, resembling a silkworm chrysalis. As Feng Yuan played with it, Calamity beckoning Gu continued to absorb his aura. Feng Yuan could clearly feel that the deepest connection between him and Calamity beckoning Gu was becoming deeper and longer. Feng Yuan's heart rippled slightly. It would be a lie if he did not sigh. In his previous life, he had gone through untold hardships and slaughtered countless lives to refine a rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. Now, with the advantage of rebirth, he had obtained Calamity beckoning Gu before he was even 100 years old, which was a rank higher than spring-autumn cicada. Calamity beckoning Gu's effect was extremely unique. It sacrificed itself to attract heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. But Feng Yuan firmly believed that a Gu master's use of Gu depended on their thoughts. Like the chainsaw golden centipede, a rank 4 mortal Gu master, electric saw mad demon, could use different methods against it. Then why couldn't he, Feng Yuan, create new uses for it? Let's not talk about other things, just the existence of this Calamity beckoning Gu proves that the legendary luck path truly exists. Giant Sun Immortal had been extremely lucky his entire life. It was rumored that it was because of the luck path Gu worms he created. However, this rumor had never been verified. But now, the Calamity beckoning Gu in Feng Yuan's hands belonged to luck path. It was an immortal Gu refined by Refinement Path Grandmaster Mo Yao through the senses of Divert Disaster Gu in 88-point Jinyang Tower. Divert Disaster Gu, Calamity beckoning Gu, these were luck path Gu worms. The ink text on the surface of the bowl was a strong proof. Mo Yao even pointed out in the text that Giant Sun Immortal's luck path Gu worms could snatch other people's good luck and use it on himself. At the same time, it could also divert his bad luck and divert the calamity to someone else. As a complete path, luck path had a clear structure. It included attack, defense, divert, healing and other aspects. It was just that everyone had the invisible and colorless luck that was targeted at them. After luck path was created by the Giant Sun Immortal, he had kept it a secret, silently making a fortune. The Giant Sun Immortal is the great thief of luck. Once the Giant Sun dies, the great thief of luck will disappear. Mo Yao expressed his feelings in the article. This strange woman had a strong personality. She even dared to make such comments about the celestial venerables. She even speculated that the treasury chamber of 88-point Jinyang Tower might contain the legacy of the giant sun immortal's luck Dao. If I can inherit this legacy, will I be able to replicate the success of the giant sun immortal? Fang Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement. He pondered for a moment before placing Calamity Beckoning Goo into the vermilion bowl again. Although Calamity Beckoning Goo had already formed, Fang Yuan could not refine it yet. Although the connection in his heart was extremely strong, there was still a qualitative difference from truly becoming the owner of Calamity Beckoning Goo. Fang Yuan was still immortal now, he did not have immortal essence to refine it. This situation was different from when he refined Divine Travel Goo back then. In Three Kings' blessed land, he refined fixed immortal travel goo with the land spirit's help. He was the leader. Thus, once fixed immortal travel goo was born, it became his goo worm. But it could not be used. If not for the land spirit's help, Fang Yuan would not have been able to teleport to Hu immortal blessed land. They relied on this move to defend against 3 attacks from Goo Immortals. They created the famous agreement of 3 moves that went down in history. And this Tortoise House was the first Goo House in the history of Goo Masters. Thus, in essence, a Goo House was a killer move formed by the combination of several or even dozens of Goo worms. Mushroom Forest Goo House was a classic example. It was a courtyard formed by a large number of mushroom room goo. 88-point Jinyang Tower was the representative of the peak. It had defense, collection, storage and other effects. It was formed by countless small towers. Divert Disaster Goo was one of the main foundations. After sacrificing the collected wild goo, they would form a heavenly force and form the main building. There was also White Bone Chariot. Back then, Proud Bone Demon Lord Shinjiao had amazing talent. When he advanced to rank 6, he did not have any immortal goo, so he created a killer move called White Bone Chariot. White Bone Chariot was formed by many rank 5 goo like a white bone wheel. It was powerful and could match rank 6 immortal goo. White Bone Chariot was actually a goo house. As for 3-star Cave, Lizard House Goo, and Great Lizard House Goo, they were all evolved branches. They were the true simplifications of goo houses. Normal goo houses were formed by the combination of several goo worms. As for 3-star Cave and the others, they were simplified into one goo, thus their power was greatly reduced. They were more like ordinary goo. And Water Pavilion was a rank 7 immortal goo house. This meant that among the goo worms that formed it, there was at least one rank 7 immortal goo. With my current strength, I cannot refine immortal goo. But I can still refine other mortal goo. This was the source of Fang Yuan's confidence in refining Water Pavilion. There were not many obstacles in the refinement process. Water Pavilion was one of the symbols of Spirit Affinity House. It was controlled by Fairy Mo Yao back then. For her lover, Mo Yao betrayed the sect and refined Calamity Beckoning Goo, sacrificing herself. This immortal goo house became ownerless. This way, Water Pavilion was an open embrace to Fang Yuan, a little beauty that he could do whatever he wanted. Amazing, there are actually over 3,000 goo worms that formed Water Pavilion. And each goo worm is interlinked with each other, faintly resonating with each other. The core is the rank 7 water fusion goo. It can allow the goo master to completely fuse with water. As long as the water exists, the goo master will not die. Other than that, there are 2 supplementary immortal goo, the rank 6 movement immortal goo worldly wave trace, and the wisdom path immortal goo delight in water and mountain goo. The refinement process was the process of gaining a deeper understanding of Water Pavilion. The refinement of immortal goo far surpassed Fang Yuan's ability. He could forget about it. What he started with were rank 1 and rank 2 mortal goo. After spending 6 hours, Fang Yuan felt dizzy as he refined 500 rank 1 and 2 mortal goo for his own use. In this way, I will have 10% control over the Water Pavilion. Even if I am discovered, with this 10% control, I can obstruct the enemy for some time. This time is enough for me to be alerted and rush over. After another 2 hours, Fang Yuan's control increased to 13%. The further he went, the more difficult it was to refine. It is a pity that I have spring-autumn cicada, it is like a ticking time bomb. I cannot use time path instant success goo to assist in the refinement, otherwise the results would be much more than this. Fang Yuan's head was spinning, he knew he had reached his limit, the rank 5 peak stage primeval essence in his 2 apertures was almost expended. But just as he was about to retract his mind, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Time passes quickly, I have finally met you today by fate. Chapter 575. The sacred palace was shrouded in colorful lights. The multicolored light shone brightly, illuminating the surrounding 100 li. Looking at the top of the sacred palace, 88-point Jinyang Tower had already formed 2 floors, there was an endless stream of people entering and exiting daily. Retracting his gaze, Fang Yuan lightly closed the window. Ever since he refined Calamity Beckoning Goo and returned from Water Pavilion, half a month had already passed. During this period of time, He Lulan opened 88-point Jinyang Tower to the public without charging any fees, allowing people to enter and exit freely. 88-point Jinyang Tower, Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance ground. To Goo Masters, its attraction was astonishing. Countless Goo Masters with Giant Sun's bloodline flocked in, even if they could not pass the round, they would take pride in seeing it and broadening their horizons. Especially after 88-point Jinyang Tower mutated and formed 2 floors, it stimulated everyone's desire to explore it. As for outsiders, they could only enter and exit with guest tokens. The guest medallion was a one-time consumable, and it could only be obtained after clearing the checkpoint. Up until now, there were only 7 guest tokens in everyone's hands. Each one was sold at an astronomical price, but countless Goo Master experts without Giant Sun's bloodline were still scrambling for them. Fang Yuan already had the Glass Owner token, he could freely enter and exit 88-point Jinyang Tower, he could even enter the treasure room. But to deceive others, not long ago, he still spent a huge price to buy a guest token. Young lad, I advise you to prepare the killer moving transformation I taught you. This way, after you enter the central control room, you will be able to get twice the results with half the effort. A female voice resounded in Fang Yuan's mind. It was none other than Fairy Mo Yao's Will, who had stealthily sneaked in. Fang Yuan heard this and frowned, he snorted in his heart, this killer move of yours is already outdated. Some of the goo worms among them are already extinct. Now that I want to collect them, I will need to spend some effort. How can I be in a hurry? Mo Yao's Will chuckled, young man, you are quite fortunate to possess who Immortal blessed land. We should make good use of jewel yellow skies and purchase these goo from there, it is not difficult. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. He unlocked the cipher, inherited Di Chio's inheritance, and even successfully refined Calamity Beckoning Goo, but he attracted the trouble of Mo Yao's Will. Mo Yao's Will was currently residing in his mind, becoming a huge hidden danger. Once Fang Yuan thought about it, he would have an idea. Fairy Mo Yao's Will was able to see through these thoughts and thus understand Fang Yuan's secret. In this half a month, she understood many of Fang Yuan's secrets, including who Immortal blessed land. Right now, Fang Yuan could only use the space thought goo to generate thoughts to think. With space thought goo as the main goo and other goo worms as support, the thoughts formed had the profoundness of emptiness. Even if Mo Yao's Will could capture it, he might not be able to read the contents of the thoughts. But this situation was only temporary. Wills were above thoughts, Mo Yao's Will was residing in Fang Yuan's mind. The more she interacted with these empty thoughts, she would gradually become familiar with them, and eventually, Fang Yuan's defenses would not be able to stop her. Young man, you are so young, but you have so many secrets. He, this is really interesting. Mo Yao's will floated in the air, sinking and floating. She covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes were moving and her body was beautiful, as expected of the fairy of spirit affinity house of that era. After interacting with Fang Yuan for a long time, she gradually became more active, showing an extremely curious nature that liked to pry into other people's secrets. With just a thought, Mo Yao's will could sense a seductive figure appearing in the pitch-black space of his consciousness. I accept your suggestion, I will return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan transmitted his second thought. A strange light flashed in Mo Yao's eyes. She did not expect that Fang Yuan would choose to compromise so quickly. According to these days of fighting, she clearly understood that Fang Yuan was a person with astonishing willpower, an opinionated person, and a strong and courageous personality. Personality decided one's fate. Such a person was destined to be an outstanding person regardless of whether he became a hero or a ruthless person. She threw out the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, but concealed it, she did not give it all. Rather than saying it was a bait, it was better to say that it was a statement of her attitude. She knew that with Fang Yuan's intelligence, he would definitely understand what she wanted to express. She had originally estimated that Fang Yuan would only choose to negotiate after 7 to 8 days. But in fact, after just 1 day, Fang Yuan took the initiative to find her. Sigh, a wise man submits to circumstances, a great man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Unfortunately, most people in the world are limited by their own abilities, they are too proud to lower their heads. Throughout history, countless heroes have known the principle of taking a step back, but it's easy to talk about it, but when it comes to themselves, how many of them have actually done it? Mo Yao's will heaved a forlorn sigh. Water Pavilion might be good, but to me, it is not of much help. You should know some of my situation, right now. Because of who Immortal blessed land, Crane Gate has declared me to be a member of a sect. Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate are both part of Central Continent's 10 sects, it is not easy to return Water Pavilion there. Fang Yuan continued. He. Mo Yao's will covered her mouth and laughed. Young man, I know what you mean. Don't worry, you are my inheritor, Calamity Beckoning Goo is yours, I have no intention of harming you. Returning an Immortal Goo house is an important matter, I am very clear about the risks involved. To complete this mission, you need at least the strength of a Goo Immortal. And I will do my best to help you become a Goo Immortal, I will also assist you in the process of obtaining 88-point Jinyang Tower. As for my refinement path insights, how much you can comprehend is up to you. After Mo Yao said this, she waved her hand and a will appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. The content of the will was the final crucial part of the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Fang Yuan immediately asked in dissatisfaction, Earth Chief Corpse. Are you sure, this is your so-called 6th flying zombie goo? He already knew about Earth Chief Corpse goo. It was the main material obtained from killing an Earth Chief beast, extracting its tendons and skin, gathering dozens of goo worms, then using the Yin soil 900 li underground, as well as hundreds of years old mountain-sucking grass and dark tide flowers to refine it. Although its power was extraordinary and it was rank 5 like Azura corpses, heavenly demon corpses, blood-white corpses, nightmare corpses and plague corpses, it did not have the ability to fly. Without the ability to fly, how could it be considered a flying zombie goo? Facing Fang Yuan's doubt, Mo Yao smiled proudly, ordinary Earth Chief Corpse goo, of course not. But who am I? I have already modified the goo recipe and refined a new Earth Chief Corpse goo. When used by goo masters, they can transform into an Earth Chief Corpse goo. Although they still have no wings, they can use the Earth's magnetic energy to fly into the sky and change directions as they wish. Saying this, another will was transmitted. It was the modified Earth Chief Corpse goo recipe. Feng Yuan's eyes brightened as he took a look. This goo recipe had several materials added by Mo Yao boldly and ingeniously, especially the magnetic essence was the main material. It was the most important factor in the modification of Earth Chief Corpse goo. Feng Yuan thought for a while, and with his 500 years of experience, he knew this goo recipe was very feasible and could not help but praise it. Mo Yao's will in his mind laughed proudly. Young lad, you are quite knowledgeable. Not bad, you have some talent in refinement path. But you need to be careful, this killer move is only a rough creation based on the foundation you provided. I advise you to find a few people to test it out first, then verify it yourself. Feng Yuan nodded. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, this killer move, had peerless power, almost 10 times that of 4-arm Earth King and 4-arm Wind King. Its power was huge, and if it failed, the backlash would naturally be very fierce and powerful. Feng Yuan could test 4-arm Earth King earlier because the risk was not high and he could bear it. But this 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was a different matter. Third floor, the third floor is formed. Everywhere in the sacred palace, cheers resounded in the sky. The multicolored light was still very dense. As time passed, the speed of 88-point Jinyang Tower's condensation became faster and faster. Especially the newly formed third floor, it stimulated everyone's desire to explore even more. Every floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower had 100 rounds. The rounds at the front were relatively simple. The further they went, the harder the rounds were, and the greater the rewards. To most goo masters, they were unable to overcome the rounds at the back, while the rewards at the front were things that everyone fought over. A group of goo masters, more than 10 of them, were rushing out of the palace. When they were passing through the eastern gate of the sacred palace, the commotion at the third floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower made this group of goo masters stop. Jiang Dong looked back at the top of the sacred palace at the 88-point Jinyang Tower, snorting coldly and saying to Ma Hongyun and the group, "You Huangjin tribe goo masters are in luck. The rewards of any round in 88-point Jinyang Tower will allow you to soar to the top." Ma Hongyun laughed foolishly. "Leader is right, he he he. It is a pity that my bloodline concentration is not high. I cannot enter 88-point Jinyang Tower. Otherwise, I can go in and broaden my horizons." Even the Huangjin tribe, the descendants of giant Sun Immortal, might not be able to enter 88-point Jinyang Tower. If the ancestors had too much mixed bloodline, causing the bloodline to thin and not reach the standard, they would not be able to enter the tower. When Jiang Dong heard this, the bitterness and jealousy in her heart lessened by a lot. Chapter 577. Rumble, the ground shook, a flood of wolf groups appeared in the sky. They were endless, like a vast river, surging forward. 10,000 wolves sprinted, wolf groups mixed together. There were wind wolves, sprinting like they were flying. There were water wolves, pure white as snow. There were night wolves, pitch black and strong. There were turtleback wolves, sturdy and steady. Vermilion flame wolves, blazing with flames. 100 Wolf King, 1,000 Wolf King, myriad Wolf King led the pack. There were mutated wolves. They were very eye-catching. For example, blood forest wolves, they carried a bone forest on their back. They were tall like mountains. Shark fin wolves, they were armored like elephants. They could move on land and water. There was also frenzied wolves, silver gray 3 eyes. They were battle maniacs. Imperial court blessed land, in the faint golden sky. Azure wolf groups were galloping in the sky, howling. They were extraordinary. Feng Yuan sat steadily on the back of an azure myriad wolf king. the wild winds could not move his determined face. His eyes were dark and deep, he was looking down at his feet, his thoughts unfathomable. Even though the wolf groups were scattered when they first entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, they were scattered all over the Blessed Land. But Feng Yuan had already issued a mission. Ever since he entered the Blessed Land, other than recalling the old wolf groups, he had also recruited countless new wolves. Right now, the wolf group below him was like a sea, the scale reaching 500,000. At this stage, he was truly at the peak of the mortal world. At the start of the Imperial Court contest, he, Jiang Baoya, Ma Zun and the rest were called the 5 Great Beast Kings. After the Imperial Court contest ended, not to mention the world's recognition, he was already the #1 enslavement path master of the current generation in Northern Plains. Other than his enslavement path attainment, he also had shocking strength path methods and the strength of a flying master. He was truly awe-inspiring. Who did not respect Wolf King Chang Shan Yin? Who did not fear him? In the entire Northern Plains, how many people could be his match? But at this moment, in Feng Yuan's mind, there was a voice attacking him. He, young lad, you actually want to combine enslavement and strength path, you have quite the ambition. But I advise you to give up on this thought as soon as possible. Mo Yao's will smiled. Enslavement and strength path are clearly separated. The combination of enslavement and power have been a difficult problem for thousands of years. It's already very difficult for you to dual cultivate. Why don't you change as soon as possible and retreat in the face of difficulties? Why do you keep doing things that are strenuous and unrewarding? Sai, sister is an experienced person. You have to know that there are countless paths and sections. The strength of a Gu master does not lie in how many paths they walk, but in who walks further. Mo Yao tried to persuade him, but Feng Yuan snorted coldly and rejected him coldly. When there's a will, there's a way. What's there to be afraid of? The reason why the confluence of enslavement and strength has been a problem for thousands of years is because there has never been a person like me, Feng Yuan. Sooner or later, I will dominate the world and leave my name in the annals of history. I will be comparable to the likes of Xingqiu, Red Lotus, and Paradise. Star Constellation, Red Lotus, and Paradise Earth were all rank 9 Gu venerables. In the long history of the human race, after countless years, there were less than 10 of them. Feng Yuan was still immortal, yet he dreamed of becoming such a figure. It was like an ant dreaming of becoming an elephant. Such ambition and tone left Mo Yao's will dumbfounded for a moment. Roar! Kill all these Earth Chief Beasts. Where are the healing Gu Masters? Someone is injured, come and help. Beast groups roared and Gu Masters shouted. The small-scale battle had already reached its most crucial moment. On the small battlefield, there were pits everywhere and severed limbs and blood splattered everywhere. 5 to 6 Gu Masters surrounded the Earth Chief Beast King and engaged in a fierce battle. Around them, there were large numbers of Earth Chief Beast corpses. These Earth Chief Beasts had human bodies and snake tails, their faces were like bats, their noses were pointed upwards and their ears were large. Their bodies were black and they had flesh armor. There were 5 to 6 flesh whips on their chest, the shortest were 10 feet long, while the longest were over 20 feet long. The flesh whips were like hands and agile like snakes, they could be swung with great force and could be used for both offense and defense. Earth Chief Beasts lived underground, but they were not deep underground, they often built their nests in shallow layers. They had high value, be it their eyeballs, fur, or tails, they were all rare Gu refinement materials. What was even rarer was the length of the flesh whips on their bodies, the longer the better. Flesh whips over 20 feet were hard to find, they were priceless. Earth Chief Beasts were now rare in Northern Plains. But in Imperial Court Blessed Land, there were many of them. For example, this area had an area of 10,000 li, it was filled with Earth Chief Beast groups. Wealth moved people's hearts, and because this place was not far from the sacred palace, many Gu masters often came here in groups to hunt. This team that was engaged in a fierce battle was one of them. Most of the Gu masters in the group had hunted Earth Chief Beast groups 3 or 4 times, they had rich experience. But this time, they met with trouble. Although they only attracted 100 Earth Chief Beast group, it was under their control. But to think that this Beast King was not an ordinary 100 Beast King, it was an old 1000 Beast King. Although this Beast King could not fight and was old and sickly, the wild Gu parasite on its body was a genuine rank 3 Gu. Among mortal Gu masters, rank 1 was an apprentice, they had just started and had weak battle strength, they were the most common. Rank 2 was the backbone, the cornerstone, they were very common. Rank 3 was called elders, clan elders, they were the core of a force, their numbers were decreasing rapidly. Rank 4 was the leader of a force, the leader of tens of thousands. Rank 5 was called the peak of mortals, they were even rarer. The Earth Chief 1000 Beast King itself was not a threat, but it had several rank 3 wild Gu, such battle strength was beyond the ability of this group. Chapter 578. Wherever the wolf group went, it was like a huge wave that washed the blessed land with blood. Fong Yuan's expression was indifferent as he sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, ignoring the merciless slaughter below him. In his mind, Mo Yao's will frowned slightly. She was a fairy nurtured by Spirit Affinity House, a righteous path person, she naturally did not feel any joy at seeing Fong Yuan kill so easily. This young man can disguise his identity and sneak into Imperial Court blessed land under the noses of Northern Plains Gu immortals, he is a valiant and cunning person. He can also decipher my inheritance clues and refine immortal Gu, he has great fortuitous encounters and extraordinary methods. He is also flexible, when he knows he cannot win, he immediately compromises, he is extremely shrewd. What is his background? Mo Yao's will could not help but make guesses. She had just come out of Water Pavilion and was residing in Fong Yuan's mind, although she had deciphered many of Fong Yuan's thoughts and knew many secrets. But Fong Yuan reacted quickly and immediately took measures, causing her to make little progress. Thus, Mo Yao's will did not know many of Fong Yuan's secrets. Among them, there were also the secrets that Fong Yuan exposed to her. She did not know that Fong Yuan had spring-autumn cicada. She did not know that Fong Yuan was a transmigrator's greatest secret. This was the world of Gu. Mo Yao had died long ago, only a will was left behind. Without being able to activate Gu worms, Mo Yao's will could only bully Fong Yuan's low wisdom path attainment. I have just arrived, I do not know his background. This young man has a firm will and is a very opinionated person. I should wait for now and guide him to return Water Pavilion to the sect. As long as I return to Spirit Affinity House, it will not be too late to persuade him. Mo Yao's will had inherited some of the main body's wisdom, seeing that her persuasion was useless, she kept quiet. There was no resistance on the ground. Fong Yuan's gaze was eerie as he slowly retracted his disdainful gaze, he sat on the wolf's back and closed his eyes to rest. He was not a person who killed innocents. There must be a reason for him to allow the wolves to sweep through the banquet and slaughter everyone along the way. The first was to lure the earth fiends underground. The Earth Chief Beast was a wild beast. It would be attracted by the thick smell of blood, which would stimulate its ferocious nature and proactively emerge from the ground. Secondly, massacring a large number of people would bring in a large number of souls. At the start of the Imperial Court contest, Fong Yuan had been using the soul burial toad to collect them. He had Dang Hun Mountain. As long as Dang Hun Mountain wasn't completely destroyed, the more souls he had, the better. Thirdly, it could also test Mo Yao's will in his mind. As for the vile repercussions of wantonly killing Gu masters, Feng Yuan was not afraid. Not to mention the fact that he had already made an announcement before and had already laid the groundwork. Even if the public opinion was boiling and the people were resentful and hateful, so what? He was at the peak of the mortal realm, the famous Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. He was no longer the small fry who was treading on thin ice a few years ago. In this imperial court-blessed land where Gu immortals could not enter, his roar would cause all the Gu masters to tremble. With a stomp of his feet, the sacred palace would tremble. With just a thought, the wolf group would howl and blood would dye thousands of li in blood. There was a famous saying on earth, political power comes from the barrel of a gun. Strength was power, and power was the truth. But on earth, it was about gathering people. Apart from violence and fists, one had to use righteousness to conceal it, and use the people's hearts to mediate. But here, the strength of an individual could override the collective. The people's hearts and righteousness were weak. Not to mention others, just take Feng Yuan's current situation for example. Who cares about your bullshit resentment? I will destroy whoever comes. Whoever is not pleasing to the eye, I will slaughter them all. Looking down on all living beings, trampling on the people's hearts, free and unbridled like the wind. But Feng Yuan was determined to pursue the great Tao and had no interest in slaughtering ants. Today's large-scale massacre was only a small step towards his grand goal. Thinking of this goal, Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Roar! A beast's roar resounded through the clouds. In the distance, a hill rose up from the ground, and with a boom, soil and rocks flew everywhere as a 50-zhang tall Earth Chief Myriad Beast King jumped out. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light as he sneered, "It's you." He immediately commanded the wolf group to attack. For a moment, thoughts flew in his mind like bubbles and drizzles, endlessly. Looking down from the sky, 10,000 wolves were galloping like an endless tide. The scene was extremely spectacular. When approaching the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King, the wolf group suddenly split into several groups, each group like ants climbing an elephant. At the same time, azure wolves howled down, circling around the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King like a flock of birds circling a tree. The Earth Chief Myriad Beast King jumped into the wolf group, sweeping left and right, wolf blood splattered and wolf corpses littered the ground. Its large feet left behind sinister bloody pits. Feng Yuan had a smile on his face, sitting upright in the clouds. Under his command, the wolf group advanced and retreated in a well-defined manner, rushing forward in waves, forming a battle of ants devouring an elephant. The Earth Chief Myriad Beast King roared again and again, charging left and right, causing large amounts of damage to the wolf group. It was truly brave. In his mind, Mo Yao gasped, slightly surprised at Feng Yuan's enslavement path attainment. TSK, to think this kid has so much talent, at such a young age. He can control the myriad of wolves as if he was breathing, commanding them calmly like his own arm, fighting strong enemies with a battle of attrition. He has deep mastery of enslavement path. This is the mastery of a master level. But he was only slightly surprised. Mo Yao was experienced and knowledgeable. She was not an ordinary Gu immortal, she was a certain generation's fairy of spirit affinity house. Her vision was very high, and in her memory, there were many young masters like Feng Yuan. The battle lasted for a while. The Earth Chief Myriad Beast King roared again and again, exhausted by the wolf group. It was no longer ferocious. Large numbers of Earth Chief Myriad Beast Kings emerged from underground, joining the battle. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. He had expected this and commanded calmly. Looking at it from another angle, a goo house is only a form of a killer move. Since 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King can only be used on me, why can't it form a goo house and affect many people at the same time? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked in front of him again. In the goo house, the bodies of those goo master captives had already started to change. What happened to me? Everyone screamed in fear. They found that their skin was rapidly growing golden scales. Ah, so painful, so painful. Itchy, too itchy, I can't take it anymore, just kill me. Soon, they fell to the ground one after another, some scratching their skin and tearing their clothes into shreds, some arched their backs like prawns, clutching their chests as blood flowed out of their mouths and noses. What is this thing? Why are there monstrous arms growing out of my back? Not long after, the screams of the people reached their peak, shaking the roof tiles. Arms grew out one after another. Each arm was different. Some were dark green, some were dark purple, some were yellow, and they were of different thicknesses, looking deformed and ugly. But Fang Yuan did not care about such minor details. He squinted his eyes, feeling the dangerous aura of the goo masters. He felt joy in his heart, but also fear. Fang Yuan thought of this and laughed coldly in his mind. Willpower wasn't something that could be formed just by gathering all sorts of random thoughts together. But wills were indeed the combination of countless thoughts. Once a will thinks of a problem, it would use its own thoughts to collide with each other, creating new thoughts and obtaining the result of the thought. Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster. Her will also inherited the attainment level of a refinement grandmaster. But she created a flawed 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, not because her abilities were limited, but because she was worried about her own safety. She did not dare to think deeply. At this point, Fang Yuan had already found the weakness of Mo Yao's will. A living person thinking endlessly would harm their body, not to mention a remnant will. The more the will thinks, the more it would consume itself, and the weaker it would become. If Mo Yao was still alive, the thoughts consumed by her will would be replenished in her mind. But the current situation was, Mo Yao was already dead. Why was her will sleeping in Water Pavilion, only waking up when Fang Yuan came in? Because her will could not be awake at all times. When she was awake, her thoughts were agile. That meant she could think. The more she thought, the weaker her will would become, and eventually, it would die. Looking at 88-point Jinyang Tower, this grand and majestic rank 8 immortal goo house contained Giant Sun Immortal's will. But even someone as strong as Giant Sun Immortal's will was slumbering now. Be it Giant Sun's will or Mo Yao's will, they were rootless. Without any replenishment, they would only become weaker. Although my wisdom path attainment is very shallow, I have a huge advantage. That is, I am still alive. Currently, even though I cannot match Mo Yao's will, as long as I have enough time to maintain this stalemate, the result will be my victory. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan stopped thinking about this. After all, he had a portion of Mo Yao's will in his mind. Thinking too much leads to more thoughts. Even though he was using space thought goo now, there was no guarantee that Mo Yao would find a flaw. Sigh. In the hall, Fang Yuan sighed faintly. Mo Yao's will was a huge burden. When Fang Yuan thought about problems, he had to be wary. Originally, sneaking into Imperial Court blessed land and seizing landscape as before Immortal Goo had already caused him to rack his brains. Now, with such a huge enemy lurking in his mind, Fang Yuan had to be cautious. Every time he thought about a problem, he would have to mix in other thoughts. If it was in the past, he would be able to do this by just calming his mind and concentration. But when Fang Yuan did it now, he felt both mentally and physically exhausted, with a feeling of mental exhaustion. Mo Yao's will heard this sigh, but misunderstood Fang Yuan. He consoled, he, little brother, you are still young. You should work hard, why are you sighing? If there are too many of them, they will interfere with the corpse energy. At best, the killer move's power will fall. At worst, the killer move will collapse. If there are too few of them, the duration of the battle will decrease sharply, and its practicality will fall greatly. Fang Yuan listened, nodding on the surface, expressing his agreement, but he scoffed inwardly. Mo Yao's words were like changing the topic. The fusion of life and death was indeed an eternal problem. From start to finish, no one had ever heard of someone dying and living at the same time. Life and death could not coexist. But Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster. Could he not think of other killer moves? Why must he use 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King? It was just that she had modified the killer move, 4-arm Wind King, that Fang Yuan provided to save time and effort in thinking. Fang Yuan was sure that with her grandmaster attainment level, Mo Yao could completely start from scratch and think of a completely new killer move. Mo Yao is a variant human, an Inkman. If he is not of our race, his heart is definitely different. Thus, these last days, she has used over 1,000 Gu masters to experiment, but as a righteous path person, a fairy of spirit affinity house, she has been indifferent. Her lover is the famous sword Immortal Bo Qing. I think that within this love, there is probably more admiration for the strong. Bo Qing was known as the pseudo-venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. Compared to him, Fang Yuan was just a mortal. In Mo Yao's heart, was he no different from a dead test subject? Thus, in this world, one has to rely on oneself. Only oneself is the most reliable. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. He did not expose her, instead asking Mo Yao, "So, is the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King completed?" Mo Yao shook his head. "Not enough, the test subjects are only low-rank Gu masters, we still need high-rank Gu masters. Rank 5 Gu masters are the best. If it is rank 5 strength path, that would be perfect." Rank 5 strength path. Fang Yuan frowned. As far as he knew, there were no other candidates besides him. Mo Yao continued, "Loopholes can't be casually made. Choosing randomly will only awaken the slumbering giant sun's will. Once the will wakes up, we will all die without a proper burial ground." Fortunately, the 88-point Jinyang Tower has been through the vicissitudes of time. It is no longer perfect. Time has carved out all sorts of flaws. Back then, I chose Di Chio because it had the biggest flaw. So that's it. Fang Yuan nodded, feeling happy in his heart. Mo Yao's will was like water without a source. If she wanted to find a flaw, she would need to think a lot. This was a huge drain on her. But Mo Yao did not follow Fang Yuan's wishes. She said, "Little brother, follow my instructions and use your mind to look into the sand table. I will tell you the mysteries of the 88-point Jinyang Tower's operations. This will help you find a flaw." "All right." Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. Mo Yao's actions were not out of his expectations. She cherished herself. It was fine if she did not think for herself. Fang Yuan used this chance to secretly learn from her and increase his understanding of the 88-point Jinyang Tower. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was extremely profound. Fang Yuan's mind entered the sand table. It was like a small boat in a vast ocean. It felt boundless and unfathomable. One corner or one side, they were both worth studying. At this moment, he felt insignificant and gasped in amazement. According to Mo Yao's instructions, Fang Yuan found a total of 54 flaws. 13 of them were bigger and formed a flaw, comparable to the one in Di Chio. This result made Mo Yao sigh. Time flies, so many years have passed. Even the 88 Truyang building could not escape the erosion of the river of time. Back then, I only found 38 flaws and only 6 flaws. After pausing for a while, she continued to instruct Fang Yuan, "Little brother, next, you can use the killer moving transformation to refine these flaws." Fang Yuan followed her instructions. He willed and over 800 goo worms flew out of his aperture. These goo worms ranged from rank 1 to rank 5. They were related to metal, wood, water, earth, rule, soul, blood, and other paths, with dark path as the main path. Although these were mortal goo, over 10 of them had already gone extinct during the medieval antiquity era, while some could even be traced back to the remote antiquity era. Thus, they were extremely rare, completely extinct in the 5 regions now. Only a few goo immortals had collected them. Fang Yuan had spent a lot of money to gather these goo worms. He had spent at least 1.5 Immortal Yuan stone. Immortal Yuan stone had extremely high value. It could directly replenish a goo immortal's immortal essence and help them cultivate. It was also the currency used by goo immortals for transactions. Even in Fang Yuan's previous life at his peak, he had only accumulated over 60 Immortal Yuan stone. In this life, he had risked his life to obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and the highest record he had was 12 Immortal Yuan stones. Right now, he only had 2 left. There was no helping it, there were too many places that required Immortal Yuan stone. Purchasing wolf groups, gathering wisdom path information, purchasing goo worms, and so on, they all required Immortal Yuan stone. Close to 1,000 goo worms flew in the air, like a swarm of bees, or a rain of flowers. Fang Yuan held his breath and concentrated. He commanded the goo worms. When the time was finally ripe, he shouted, "Ink transformation." The goo worms turned into a lump of dark cloud. Raindrops fell from the cloud, landing on the sand table and turning into drops of ink. The drops of ink accumulated, gradually covering the surface of the sand table. Fang Yuan's mind was highly concentrated on a certain flaw. He controlled the ink liquid to rush towards it. In his rank 5 peak stage aperture, his primeval essence rapidly decreased. More than half of the ink liquid was used up, before it could barely break through a layer of obstruction, forming a whirlpool of holes and slowly entering the hole in the sand table. Seeing this, Mo Yao said, "Put in the glass owner token in your hand." Fang Yuan obeyed, putting in the glass owner token. The glass owner token sank into the whirlpool of ink, vanishing without a trace. The ink liquid consumption suddenly increased. About an hour later, the dark cloud was the first to dissipate. 4 hours later, the ink liquid was completely gone, and a brand new owner token flew out of the hole. Fang Yuan grabbed it. The owner token's appearance had already changed. On the previous foundation, there was a sharp protrusion at the edge, like a horn. One edge owner token, this is indeed the image. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. In the 88-point Jinyang Tower, after a descendant of Giant Sun Immortal passes through a floor, the owner token will be promoted to a one-edge owner token, gaining control over that floor. At the same time, they can enter the treasure room and take away one of the treasures without exchanging. If they can pass through 10 floors, the owner token will be promoted to a 10-edge owner token, and they will be able to take away one of Giant Sun's true inheritances from the treasure room. Mo Yao introduced. Giant Sun's true inheritance. Fang Yuan's heart palpitated. Mo Yao continued, "That's right. Giant Sun Immortal planned for his descendants. He set up the rules of the Imperial Court contest. He built the 88-point Jinyang Tower, and left behind 88 true inheritances in the tower. An immortal venerable's true inheritance is no small matter. But among the victors of the Imperial Court, there are very few who can pass through 10 floors. When I was alive, of the 88 true inheritances, only 53 were left behind. I wonder how many are left now. He, speaking of which, I am envious of your luck. We found a total of 13 flaws. Each flaw, after ink transformation, can be promoted to one corner. If you make use of all of them, you will be able to obtain the 13-edge owner token, and you can take away one of Giant Sun's true inheritances. Sigh, it will not be like me back then. I only had 6 flaws. Fang Yuan heard this and his burning heart felt like it was doused with a bucket of cold water. He smiled bitterly. Make use of all the flaws. I won't hide it from you. I only have 2 immortal Yuan stone left. I can only use ink transformation one more time. Is that so? Mo Yao's gaze flashed. While Fang Yuan was probing her, she was also probing Fang Yuan. Immortal Yuan stone was one of the most important standards to measure a Gu immortal. Although Fang Yuan was still immortal, he had Hu immortal blessed land. In Mo Yao's mind, he was already half a Gu immortal. So this kid only has 2 immortal Yuan stone. Is he speaking the truth? It should be. Ma Yingjie was standing beside him. At this moment, he stepped out of the crowd and said, "Then let me do it." No one objected. Once the myriad beast king appeared, everyone took turns to attack. This was agreed upon earlier, according to the order. And it just happened to be Ma Yingjie's turn. As expected of Ma Yingjie, he personally led the Pegasus group and easily obstructed the Sandwar myriad beast king, immediately stabilizing the situation. Little Mazun is truly extraordinary. On the sand dune, everyone praised. Brother Chang, what do you think of Ma Yingjie? Pan Ping secretly transmitted his voice. Ma Yingjie was once Ma tribe's young tribe leader. His teacher was Ma Zun, but Ma tribe failed and was forced to submit by He Lulan. Now, Ma tribe was on the decline, and was only a mid-sized force. Chang Biao knew what Pan Ping meant. He wanted to rope in Ma Yingjie and make him a member of the Wolf-Killing Alliance. The so-called Wolf-Killing Alliance was a secret organization to deal with Fang Yuan. Pan Ping's inheritance was stolen by Fang Yuan on Xingjiu Peak, thus he was filled with hatred and wanted to take revenge. Chang Biao and Chang Shanyin had a grudge against each other for stealing his wife. Fang Yuan's influence was unparalleled. He could contend with He Lulan. Pan Ping and Chang Biao had many gains, obtaining many benefits from 88-point Jinyang Tower, and were already rank 4 peak stage. But to deal with Fang Yuan, they knew the chances of success were low, thus they needed more powerful helpers. Seeing Chang Biao remain silent, Pan Ping continued, Ma tribe suffered a crushing defeat mainly because of Chang Shanyin. Ma Yingjie's master Ma Zun died in his hands. He and Chang Shanyin have a deep grudge. But Chang Biao shook his head, transmitting, no. Ma Yingjie is a man of perseverance, he is a hero of his generation. From what I see, he is only thinking about the tribe now. He wants to revive Ma tribe. Since he wants to revive the tribe, he will not go against the Wolf King. Instead, he will try to befriend him. The Wolf King is powerful, and our wolf-killing alliance is in the dark. This is our biggest advantage. We cannot recruit outsiders recklessly. One wrong move and we will expose ourselves. Pan Ping was not willing to give up. He persisted. Brother Chang, how can we be overcautious when doing big things? Chang Shanyin is a petty person. He has myriad wolf guards. When we fight in the future, our strength will be greatly reduced by the wolf group. Don't forget that this person has an extremely high strength path cultivation. Ma Yingjie commands the horse group. People call him Little Ma Zun. He has the bearing of a great master. We need such an expert to deal with the wolf group. Chang Biao glanced at Pan Ping, feeling dissatisfied. Pan Ping was a demonic path Gu master, known as the Lone Blade General. He did things without restraint. He was bold and ruthless. Chapter 583. Boom. A figure dashed out like a bolt of lightning. His 6 arms pounded like heavy cannons and blew up an enormous helmeted crab. At once, in this secret room, blood splattered everywhere, broken limbs flew everywhere. Ha ha ha. Pan Ping's hair was disheveled, ignoring the blood and broken limbs on his body. He raised his head and laughed. Exhilarating, exhilarating. This 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move is really powerful. Using the corpse, I can avoid the lack of strength path foundation. Thus, even if I only cultivate strength path slightly, I can still use it. Pan Ping's eyes shined brightly as he muttered to himself, savoring it. He was from the demonic path, he lacked resources and talent, thus, he had never grasped any killer moves. But even if he had not eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. After roaming in northern plains for so many years, Pan Ping's horizons had been broadened. He knew that this 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move was as described in the records. It was extremely powerful. As long as I have it, my chances of winning against Wolf King will increase by 10%. Wolf King has a strength path killer move, now I have one too. Wolf King, don't be arrogant, one day, I will return the humiliation I suffered to you. Pan Ping gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. At the same time, Chang Biao was also testing this killer move. As expected of the reward from 88-point Jinyang Tower, this killer move is too powerful. The power of the killer move also shocked Chang Biao. If there is anything lacking, it would be that my appearance is slightly ugly. Chang Biao looked at the mirror in front of him with a deep gaze. The Chang Biao in the mirror had green-gray skin, fangs protruded from his mouth, his eyes were dim yellow, and his hair was a mess of red and green. It was very horrifying. Especially the 6 monstrous arms on his back. They were all different in thickness, each looking ferocious, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Pan Ping was from the demonic path, he usually lacked resources and lived a tough life. With survival as his goal, he did not care about this image. But Chang Biao was different. He came from Chang tribe, he was noble. He was a reputable person in the righteous path, he cherished his feathers and cared about his reputation. If he appeared in front of people with this appearance, he would feel uncomfortable. However, although he is ugly, this is the only way to deal with Chang Shan Yin. Thinking of Fang Yuan, Chang Biao made up his mind. Speaking of which, this move is quite similar to his strength path killer move. His killer move was to grow 4 arms on his back together with his own arms. A total of 6 arms. My killer move is to grow 6 arms on my back, a total of 8 arms. This was the difference in appearance. In terms of power, my killer move is also more powerful. Chang Biao compared inwardly, his impression of Fang Yuan's killer move was still at the imperial court contest. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Chang Biao's mind, and a guess appeared in his mind, but it is also strange. The 2 killer moves were so similar. Maybe, this killer move of mine is the original version, while Chang Shanyin's killer move is an incomplete version that he obtained by chance. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Chang Shanyin is already an enslavement master, with talent in enslavement path. How can he also have talent in strength path? When I kill him in the future, I wonder what expression Chang Shanyin will have when I use this killer move. I am really looking forward to it. Thinking of this, Chang Biao's lips curled into a small smile. Right at this time, a servant came to report. It said that Pan Ping was here. Chang Biao thought about it and roughly understood Pan Ping's intention. He ordered, "Bring him to my study room and serve him with good tea, I will be there in a while." Because he was testing the killer move. Chang Biao's clothes were already tattered. After changing his clothes, he came to the study room and saw Pan Ping drinking tea on the guest seat. What a pity for my good tea. Chang Biao sneered in his mind, cupping his fists, Brother Pan, looking at your joyful expression, it must be that the killer move you tested is effective. Ha ha ha, Brother Chang guessed correctly, it is indeed so. This killer move is extremely ingenious and powerful. Pan Ping laughed heartily before changing the topic, but there are some problems. I tried it 3 times, and every time I stopped the killer move, I felt an unbearable pain in my stomach. And it got heavier each time. Is this the side effect of the killer move? Oh. Chang Biao heard this and his gaze focused. My symptoms are different from yours, you have pain in your stomach, but I feel dizzy, and even temporarily lose my hearing. Even if you did not come, I would have gone to discuss this with you. The two discussed for a while, but could not come up with anything. Firstly, they did not cultivate strength path. Secondly, they did not have refinement path attainment. The so-called discussion was just a trial and error experience. They could not go deep into it. Pan Ping suggested, besides us, there are 3 others who passed the round. Why don't we invite them over and discuss it together? Friendship is formed through interaction. When we are close enough, we can invite them to join the wolf-killing alliance. Pan Ping did not forget to recruit people. Chang Biao smiled and said vaguely, I have already made arrangements for this. I believe we will see results in a few days. Imperial Court blessed land, 1,000 li away from the sacred palace. In the lush green forest, a group of Gu masters were carefully moving forward. Crack. With a crisp sound, Ma Hongyun accidentally stepped on a piece of dead wood. Everyone stopped, their shocked and furious gazes gathered on him. You idiot! How many times have I told you, pay attention to your steps, pay attention to your steps? The group leader suppressed his voice and scolded with his eyes wide open. Sorry, I did not do it on purpose. Ma Hongyun quickly apologized. Shut up. Shoo, lower your voice, you idiot. The Gu masters beside Ma Hongyun were anxious. The person beside him even covered Ma Hongyun's mouth in a moment of desperation. The leader's expression was solemn with slight killing intent. He was also anxious. All of you, quiet down. If we disturb the Iron-beak bird group, we will be doomed. This time, we are only here to steal the bird eggs. We will leave after stealing them. Whoever dares to mess this up, I will kill them first. The leader was the only rank 3 Gu master in this group. He was strong and naturally had prestige. Hearing his words, everyone hurriedly nodded their heads, including Ma Hongyun. She tore her clothes, revealing her snow-white shoulders and disheveled hair, looking delicate and pitiful like a frightened rabbit. Ma Hongyun ran over, only looking ahead and running for his life. He did not notice Changli. Changli was dazed, but she had an idea in the midst of the crisis, tripping Ma Hongyun when he was about to run over. Plop! Ma Hongyun fell flat on his face. Turning around to look, he was stunned. What a beautiful girl! He was usually simple-minded, but he was also at the age of a young man. Gongzi, please save me, Changli said. Changli's voice made Ma Hongyun's heart itch. As expected of a young hero. Chang Biao looked at Ma Hongyun and praised him. After a pause, he continued, since ancient times, heroes love beauties, and beauties are paired with heroes. I won't hide it from everyone. Ever since my daughter was saved, she has been very quiet and unwilling to leave. I asked for the reason and found out that my daughter's heart belongs to someone else. She is worried about that heroic young man who saved her in danger. I held this banquet to express my gratitude and also because of this reason. Once he said this, the hall was in an uproar. Countless gazes were filled with envy, jealousy, shock, and disbelief as they looked at Ma Hongyun. What kind of dog shit luck does this kid have? To be able to gain the favor of Chang family's young miss. Chang Li is pretty and lovely, who would have thought that she would fall in love with such a silly kid? Sigh, if I had known, I would have gone to the forest where the iron-beak birds live. Although this Chang Li is not Chang Biao's biological daughter, she was adopted since young and has always been loved by Chang Biao. She is the apple of elder Chang Biao's eye. If Ma Hongyun marries Chang Li, his father-in-law will be Chang Biao. At once, everyone's emotions were boiling. Ma Yingjie quickly recovered from his shock. He quickly thought and still had doubts, could this be the reason why Chang Biao invited us to a banquet? Although there is the matter of Su Xian's night elopement, isn't this too good? Even better things were yet to come. In front of everyone, Chang Biao took out 2 white silver relic gu. The new generation excels the old. Nephew is a young hero of our northern plains, I have to reward you. These 2 white silver relic gu are my thanks for saving my life, nephew, please accept them. The commotion in the hall became even louder. Ah! Ma Hongyun looked at Ma Yingjie in a hurry. Ma Yingjie nodded and smiled. I don't dare to refuse an elder's gift. Hongyun, why aren't you kneeling and thanking him? Ma Hongyun quickly left his seat and walked forward, kneeling. Thank you Lord Chang Biao for the gift. Chang Biao laughed heartily and also left his seat, personally handing the 2 white silver relic gu to Ma Hongyun. Under everyone's gaze, he intimately patted Ma Hongyun's hand and asked, I wonder what nephew's opinion of my daughter. Ah! Ma Hongyun raised his head with a flushed face, not knowing how to reply. After pondering for a while, he finally squeezed out a few words. Lady Chang Li is beautiful, very beautiful. Ha ha ha. Chang Biao raised his head and laughed. That's good, that's good. Nephew, please return to your seat. They returned to their seats and continued with the banquet. The banquet lasted from evening until late at night before the host and guests left after enjoying themselves. As the crowd dispersed, the matter of Chang tribe marrying off their daughter and the lucky lad Ma Hongyun spread far and wide. But different from Zhao Lianyun's estimation, after Ma Yingjie accepted them, he did not return them to Ma Hongyun. This caused Ma Hongyun to complain to Zhao Lianyun when he returned. Chang Biao resisted the wolf group's attacks. He heaved a long sigh and said, I finally know why this round can only be entered and not exited. If we can easily retreat, how can this round test the Gu masters who are trying to pass it? The pitiful two still did not know that this Yuan stone hill was intentionally left here by their great enemy, Fang Yuan. His goal was to continue experimenting and make them use their killer moves more times. The situation was all within Fang Yuan's grasp. Even if the two did not want to use their killer moves. If they used their original methods, Fang Yuan could still manipulate the wolf group to charge and create a dangerous situation. Thus, the two had no choice but to use their killer moves. Fang Yuan's worries were unnecessary. The more the two used their killer moves, the more smoothly they used them, and subconsciously, they started to rely on it. In the following battles, they rarely used their original methods. When the livor mortis on their bodies thickened, it was already the time when their bodies were in grave danger. Only then did the two realize. Right now, it was already too late. I am not resigned, I am not resigned, I am actually going to die here. Wolf King, I will not let you off even as a ghost. Pan Ping Xian died. Before dying, he cursed Fang Yuan. A few days later, Chang Biao also died from exhaustion in the intense battle. He died with everlasting regret, and on the verge of death. When he was on the verge of death, he muttered, "Exit, where is the exit?" He had too many things on his mind. Too many things that he could not put down. The wolf-killing alliance was still in its infancy, and the plan to kidnap Ma Yingjie had just begun. What he was most worried about was his own son, Chang Jiyu. Actually, Chang Biao was also a pitiful person. For his reputation, he did not dare to acknowledge this son of his from start to finish. He could only hear Chang Jiyu calling him Godfather, Godfather. Even so, he felt it was not safe. To conceal it, he even adopted a few orphans as his adopted sons and daughters. One of them was Chang Li. He had painstakingly hidden his entire life, planning so much, but he could not see anything at the moment of his death. He was not resigned, he was remorseful, he was vexed, but what could he do? I really want to hear him call me father. This strong thought before his death finally transformed into a bellyful of grief, indignation, and regret. Along with the extinguishing of the candle of his life, he passed away unwillingly. Activating the killer move for the 2311th time, although he died from exhaustion, the corpse energy accumulated in his body was the main cause of his death. Fang Yuan flashed and appeared beside Chang Biao's corpse. He smiled lightly. The experiment had achieved the desired goal, and he found a problem. Even if the killer move could not be used for more than the time limit, using it too frequently would cause the body to have livor mortis, and if it accumulated too much, the Gu Master would die. Be it Pan Ping or Chang Biao's death, it was because of this problem. Fang Yuan stored the Gu worms on the two people's bodies. This round was under his control. Even if Pan Ping and Chang Biao wanted to detonate their Gu worms, it was impossible. Chang Biao had a set of wind path Gu worms, they were of excellent quality. Pan Ping's Gu worms were also extraordinary, but with Fang Yuan's current knowledge and capital, it was better than nothing. Only Pan Ping's soul blade Gu had some collectible value, and Fang Yuan took a few more glances at it. A few days later. In the study room, Fang Yuan held an east window Gu, meditating with his eyes closed. Hostility Gu can condense hostile intent. Hostility Gu has strong and fierce attacks, invading like fire, but lacks flexibility and does not have the ability to sustain. Determination Gu can condense determination. Determination Gu is sharp and unstoppable, like a blade or a spear, but it is hard to recover and replenish. Unrestrained Will Gu can condense unrestrained intent. Unrestrained intent has no restraints, it is the most powerful, but it is hard to control, easily harming others and oneself. This east window Gu contained a relatively complete wisdom path inheritance. Fang Yuan had bought it from Jewel Yellow Skies, paying the little remaining immortal yuan stone he had. But it was worth it. Fang Yuan had benefited greatly after reading it. Fang Yuan pondered, in this inheritance, there are 14 wisdom path Gu worms, among which, there are 6 that involve wills. They are, Hostility Gu, Determination Gu, Unrestrained Will Gu, Change Will Gu, Cold Will Gu, and Chaos Will Gu. The first 3 are used to condense wills, and each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Wisdom Path was the most mysterious Gu Master Path. It was broad and profound, originating from star constellation Immortal Venerable. It existed since the immemorial antiquity era. Although the number of people who cultivated it was extremely few, it was still passed down to this day, never declining and lasting for 10,000 years. Then, is Mo Yao's will hostile, determination, or unrestrained? The reason why Fang Yuan researched these was to guard against and deal with this huge threat in his mind. Her hostility is ferocious like fire, her determination is sharp like a spear, and it's unbridled and uncontrollable. But Imo Yao's will is mysterious like the ocean, hidden and ethereal. When I fought her earlier, I only felt that it was difficult to exert my strength, as if I raised my fist and punched onto cotton. Feng Yuan analyzed and felt that Imo Yao's will did not belong to any of them. This inheritance he had collected was only a corner of wisdom path. There were definitely large numbers of other wisdom path goo worms. It seems, I need to continue collecting information on wisdom path. Feng Yuan sighed to himself. Mo Yao's will was not easy to deal with because Feng Yuan was not familiar with wisdom path, he did not know her details and could not use his methods. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. I will endure it for now. On one hand, I will let her think and weaken herself, on the other hand, I will use her to explore True Yang building. Just as he was thinking, the vague figure of Mo Yao's will appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. It's done, this time, 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is truly perfected, there are no more flaws. Mo Yao said, her tone was weak and her expression was tired. He was happy because he now had a hexagon owner token. Once He Lulan's owner token reached 4 corners, he would be able to snatch it and refine it into a 10-edge owner token. With the 10-edge owner token, he would be able to inherit a true inheritance of Giant Sun Immortal. An Immortal Venerable's true inheritance was a huge temptation to anyone. He was worried because for this 6th ink transformation, Feng Yuan had really emptied his savings. To raise funds, he sold the Immortal Goo remnant recipes again, causing these remnant recipes to lose their value. At the same time, he sold large numbers of rock men, fox groups, wolf groups, goo worms, and even precious hairy men, as well as a few air bubble fish. For example, the rank 4 emotion poem goo, golden dragon goo, golden wind goo, several rank 5 spring egg goo, vitra angry gaze goo, touch gold goo, loose bones goo, crow 7 goo, and clues goo were all sold. Right now, I only have the enslavement and strength path goo worms in my aperture. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there is one of Blood Sea ancestors' true inheritances, rank 4 blood skull goo. Rank 3 bone flesh unity goo, as well as yin yang rotation goo which has already used up its yin goo. There are also some Stargate goo, whole earth goo, connecting heaven goo, divine sense goo, burial soul toad and other supplementary goo worms. Some of these goo worms were extremely important and could not be sold easily. Some were absolutely necessary and needed to be used. Hu Immortal Blessed Land has almost been squeezed dry by me, I need to recuperate for a period of time. But I have the 6-edge owner token, I can control any 6 floors of 88-point Jinyang Tower. I can take away the rewards from each of the 6 levels at will. This amount of wealth is extremely abundant, if I take it all, my wealth will increase by over 60 times. Feng Yuan had his own plans. But now, he could not touch these riches. He Lulan had gathered a large number of experts and was already at the final round of the 5th floor. Not long in the future, he would have a 1-edge owner token. With this token, he could check the rewards of any floor in 88-point Jinyang Tower. If Feng Yuan took away the rewards, wouldn't he be exposed? At the final stage, when Imperial Court Blessed Land is about to close and everyone is sent out, I will take away the rewards. At that time, no one will know. Boom! The bear paw slammed heavily, the ground shook and rocks flew everywhere like cannonballs. As the dust settled, 5 to 6 horsecart-sized bear paws slowly rose up, leaving behind a huge crater on the ground. The rank 4 goo master who was unlucky enough to be hit by the bear paw turned into a pile of red meat paste, mixed with bone fragments and brain matter. It is too fast. No one could react in time. The final round is truly harder than ascending to heaven. This is only a flying bear phantom, it only has half the strength of the real body. If it was a real desolate beast flying bear, we would not even be able to escape. The Gu masters on the battlefield were all injured, they were in a sorry state and had lingering fear. The one guarding the 100th round of the 5th floor was the phantom of a desolate beast flying bear. It was huge, like a small mountain. Its body was covered in white fur, white as snow. It had all sorts of excellent wild goo on its body. Its attacks were fierce, but its movements were light and quick like lightning, it did not match its fat body. The battle had not even lasted 30 minutes, but the Gu masters had already suffered disastrous losses. Lord Tribe Leader, let's retreat. This time, we were mainly probing it, we have already investigated the Gu worms on the flying bear, we have already achieved our goal. Our goal has already been achieved. Sun Shirhan stood beside He Lulan, advising. He Lulan frowned, looking around the battlefield. He was a person who knew his soldiers well, he immediately understood that his side's morale was low. Ever since I entered 88-point Jinyang Tower, the strongest opponent I have met is this flying bear phantom. To destroy it, we are far from enough, we need to gather more helpers. He Lulan made up his mind, he snorted and said, retreat. Sun Shirhan let out a sigh of relief. Not only him, the other Gu masters had thoughts of retreating, but because of Black Tyrant's reputation, they did not dare to say it. Chapter 588. Everyone left 88-point Jinyang Tower. He Lulan sent out an order that night to recruit experts. He was this alliance leader, according to the rules, the entire army was under his command. Everyone knew of the Black Tyrant's ferocious name. Adding on the time when he opened 88-point Jinyang Tower to the public without asking for compensation, he was even more benevolent. With both benevolence and authority, He Lulan's influence reached its peak. Thus, as soon as the order was given, it immediately stirred up a storm. Almost everyone who was summoned showed up. Wolf King Chang Shan Yin, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu, Demonic Path Twin Demons Gao Yang and Zhu Zai, Little Pony Venerable Ma Yingjie, Fox Marshal Tang Miao Ming, White Fairy Shi Shui, Shadow Sword Expert Bian Si Xian, Tai Bai Yunxing, Lu Shuang, Tao Yu, Gu Guolong, Dou Yi, Nie Yiqing, Yi Lui Sang. On the day of the alliance meeting, the hall was filled with shining generals and heroes, causing the wind and clouds to rumble. Old sir, with you here, you are like a huge pillar supporting the sky, I do not have to worry about morale dropping. Ha ha ha. He Lulan sat on the main seat, looking around with great ambition, he laughed loudly. Among those present, Tai Bai Yunxing was the most famous, he practiced medicine and saved countless people. Even He Lulan and Chang Shan Yin could not compare to him. But the one to the right of He Lulan was not Tai Bai Yunxing, it was Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. Fame was one thing, but combat strength was another. After the Imperial Court battle, everyone recognized Fang Yuan as the most powerful. Dual Cultivator, Flying Master, Enslavement Master, these halos stacked on top of one's head, it was extremely glorious, thus Fang Yuan was ranked first, no one had any objections. Thus, after He Lulan greeted Tai Bai Yunxing, he said to Fang Yuan, Brother Shan Yin. In this battle, let's see how powerful you are. If you pass, I will reward you with 50%. He understood Fang Yuan's character. He wouldn't do anything without benefits. Thus, he tried to entice him with benefits. The reward for the final checkpoint was no small matter. As soon as He Lulan opened her mouth, she gave half of the profits to Fang Yuan. This meant that he and the others could only split the remaining half. It was a matter of vital interests. Sounds of discussion could be heard in the hall. Many people were dissatisfied with such a division, but no one had the guts to openly question the Black Tyrant's division and offend the mighty Wolf King in public. Alright, let's divide it like this. Feng Yuan nodded his head. His cold and arrogant gaze swept across the hall, and the buzzing sound stopped. What's wrong, Elder Pan Ping? He Lulan asked around. Pan Ping came from the demonic path, and now he had joined He tribe, becoming an external elder. As the current leader of the He family, He Lulan couldn't summon Pan Ping. This made He Lulan a little dissatisfied. Actually, he didn't know that it was Pan Ping or the Chong clan's #1 elder, Chong Biao. He also didn't come. But Chong Biao's surname was Chong, and he was a Chong tribe member. He Lulan was hindered by Feng Yuan, so she closed one eye. Feng Yuan did not bat an eyelid. The news of Pan and Chang's deaths had not spread yet. That was because clearing 88-point Jinyang Tower would normally take several days. Or even half a month. The harder the checkpoint, the longer it would take. Especially people like Pan and Chang. They did not have Giant Sun's bloodline, and every time they entered or left Truyang Tower, they would need a guest token. Because of this, these outsiders treasured every chance they had. If possible, they would often live and eat in Truyang Tower. He Lulan had just finished speaking when his trusted aide He Shu stood up and reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, Elder Pan Ping and Lord Chang Biao went to the 7th floor not long ago. And the goo worms on the goo masters were basically all refined. This was the reason why He Lulan ordered people to investigate the location of the wild goo worms. As long as they could capture the wild goo on the flying bear, it would be much easier to destroy the flying bear phantom. Even if they could not capture it, they could just destroy it. Goo worms were very fragile, like the rank 6 spring autumn cicada. Feng Yuan only needed to pinch it lightly to kill it. Wild beasts did not have apertures, wild goo lived on their bodies, this was a huge weakness. He Lulan snorted, shouting, "Continue investigating." He was not satisfied with this result. The Star River goo was residing in the flying bear's mouth, it was too difficult to capture it. While they were talking, the situation became even worse. Tang Miao Ming and He Qi Xing are unable to hold on. Pei Yan Fei's expression was grim. The internal conflict came so suddenly, and was so serious. He Shui's identity was not simple. He was one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner Army, and was also an important person in He tribe's higher-ups. Feng Yuan hit him with such a heavy blow, this was no different from openly provoking He Lulan. Once it caused a conflict between He Lulan and Chang Shanin, not only would this battle be ruined, it might even cause a political storm in the entire sacred palace. Wolf King, what is going on? I want to hear your explanation. He Lulan's expression was heavy as water as he walked over and questioned. He usually called Feng Yuan brother Shanin to show his closeness. But now, he directly called him Wolf King, which meant he was very angry. But no matter how angry he was, why would Feng Yuan be afraid of him? Immediately, Feng Yuan looked at him without fear, his killing intent dissipating as he sneered, "Tribe leader He Lulan, you came at the right time. Your subordinate is so insensible, he actually dares to lecture me. So impudent and disrespectful, I taught him a lesson for you. Don't thank me, what kind of friendship do we have?" Putting the blame on him, impudent, disrespectful, these 2 labels were directly thrown over. The last sentence, "what kind of friendship do we have," was even more profound. It seemed like he was saying that they had a deep friendship, but at the same time, it seemed like he was saying that they did not have any bullshit friendship. He Lulan stared angrily at him. This Chang Shan is really too arrogant. He actually dares to hit my people. Look at your lawless attitude. You really think I can't deal with you just because you have the highest battle strength? Black Tyrant roared in his heart. On the surface, he was a dark path cultivator, but because of the great strength true martial physique, he cultivated the strength path. His battle strength was strong, but he could not casually use strength path methods, because it would accelerate the calamity of the 10 extreme physiques. I'll endure it. Right now is the crucial moment of attacking the flying bear phantom. If I have an internal conflict now, all my previous efforts will be wasted. The most important thing for me now is to find a strength path immortal goo and advance to immortal. As long as they successfully killed the flying bear phantom, He Lulan would be able to pass through this floor, and the owner token in his hand would immediately become a one-edge owner token. With the one-edge owner token, he could check the rewards of any round in every floor. If he knew which floor rewarded a strength path immortal goo, he would have a target to attack in the future. Thus, killing the flying bear phantom was an extremely important matter. Even with He Lulan's violent temper, he had to endure it. Today, I will let you be arrogant for once. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel at my feet and lick my toes. When I tell you to shut up, you don't dare to make a sound. In contrast, the group of goo masters used their prepared investigative goo worms. Their vision was clear as they dodged and attacked the flying bear phantom indiscriminately. Pei Yen Fei had wings on his back. The swallow wings were like scissors, cutting through the air. Swallow wings goo. Golden coat goo. Rainbow transformation goo. Killer move, golden rainbow strike. He turned into a golden flash of lightning, and with a cracking sound, he slashed down rapidly. The flying bear roared in pain, blood splattered, and a huge wound appeared on its chest, from its left shoulder to the right waist. Nie Yiqing followed closely behind. He was a rank 5 goo master, activating Iron Hook's silver slash goo. His palm turned into an eagle's claw, aiming at the flying bear phantom and hissing fiercely. Immediately, several bright lights appeared in the air. Some were black like iron, some were silver like dazzling. His claws continued to tear the air. Countless bright lights landed on the flying bear's eyes, nose and mouth. Nie Yiqing attacked its weakness, beating the flying bear until it could not even raise its head. Overlapping shadow. Bian Si Xian shouted, lightly waving the shadow sword in her hand. A dark shadow sword light flew hundreds of steps and soundlessly hit the flying bear's right leg, leaving behind a 10-meter-long wound. Protect me. Yi Lui Sang gave a loud roar and raised both of his palms up high. A fireball appeared above his head and quickly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fireball became bigger and bigger, turning the battlefield red. The blazing light could not be concealed by the snow and dust in the air. The flying bear also felt danger, struggling and charging towards Yi Lui Sang, who was in the air. But at the next moment, it was attacked by Do Yi, Gu Guolong, Tao Yu and the others. Do Yi was a transformation path goo master. He turned into a giant crocodile and stood up, fighting and retreating at the same time. He opened his huge mouth, shooting out his teeth one by one. These teeth landed on the flying bear's body, embedding deeply into it, and in 2 to 3 breaths of time, they exploded, turning the flying bear's body into a bloody mess. Gu Guolong waved his sleeves. Dozens of goo worms flew out. These dozens of goo worms landed on the ground, causing the ground to bulge like a mound of earth. The mound of earth cracked, and huge stone statues resembling rock men stood up, attacking the flying bear phantom. Tao Yu was also an earth path goo master. But his method was different from Gu Guolong. He continuously extracted earth chi and gathered it around him. Next, He punched continuously, each punch sending out a lump of earth chi, flying in the air and turning into meteors, smashing on the flying bear. Bam bam bam, the intense meteors greatly slowed down the flying bear's attack on Yi Louis-sang. Finally, Yi Louis-sang finished gathering. He pressed his palms down. The huge fireball was like a mountain, hitting the flying bear phantom without any suspense. Boom! The intense explosion was deafening to the ears. Chapter 590. The sudden change caused everyone's expression to change. What's going on? Where did they go? They actually disappeared. Don't tell me this round has other mysteries. Everyone made guesses and discussed. He Lulan frowned, feeling puzzled. Sun Shirhan's expression was gloomy, as if he thought of something. He said hesitantly, "Is this battle space goo?" Battle space goo. At once, everyone's gazes gathered on Sun Shirhan. He Lulan's eyes shined, saying, "This is indeed a space path goo, but if it is battle space goo, then Elder Hao Ji Lu is in danger. Battle space goo has disappeared for so many years, to think it would reappear here." Tai Bai Yunqing sighed, as if he had confirmed it. He had obtained an immortal inheritance from the old beggar. His knowledge was not ordinary. What is battle space goo? Everyone asked. Yi Louis-sang's gaze was solemn. He was also the current tribe leader of a super force, Yi Louis tribe, but because he lost, he had no choice but to join He tribe. He had a mysterious fire path immortal goo and was extremely knowledgeable. He explained, the so-called battle space goo is a rank 5 space path goo. Once it was activated, it could pull both the enemy and himself into another space. There, both sides will engage in a battle to the death. Only after the victor is decided, or when the time is up, can we leave the space. Sigh, to think that the flying bear had such a goo worm. He Lulan sighed at the sky, saying in a regretful tone. Everyone's expression turned grim, expressing their worry for Hao Ji Lu. The flying bear phantom was so strong. Even with everyone's strength, they could not kill it. Just Hao Ji Lu alone. How could he be its match? The result of this battle, anyone could easily guess. The flying bear would win and Hao Ji Lu would lose. Although Hao Ji Lu had water image goo and other escape methods, Yi Louis-sang had already said that the space created by the battle space goo would only close when the victor was decided between the enemy and himself. Hao Ji Lu had used all his escape methods, but he would be caught by the flying bear phantom sooner or later. Kill. Unless he had a space path goo worm to counter it. But Hao Ji Lu was a water path goo master, everyone knew this. Even the experts present did not have a space path, thus they were helpless against battle space goo. Perhaps there is still hope. Patriarch Yelu had just said, decide the winner, or wait for the time to run out. What does this end of time mean? Tang Miaoming asked. Yi Louis-sang let out a long sigh. AI, this time is over. It was directed at the goo master. To maintain the battle space goo, primeval essence needed to be consumed continuously. If a goo master keeps using it, when their primeval essence is exhausted, the battle space will naturally disappear. This time, everyone completely lost hope. The flying bear phantom's battle space goo was a wild goo. Wild goo absorbed the primeval chi in the air, but the primeval chi here was endless. It was impossible to count on the end of time. If we could completely absorb the vitality in the air, wouldn't that be possible? Bian Xixian put forward a very good idea, which made everyone's eyes light up. But it was useless. Everyone discussed for a moment and found that they had to deal with the invisible and intangible primordial chi. He had to use chi path methods. However, chi path was an ancient path. It had once flourished for a time, but was later replaced by strength path. By now, Strength Path was already so weak, not to mention Chi Path. Chi Path could be said to have gone extinct long ago. It was very rare to see a Chi Path Gu master. Tai Bai Yunqing had roamed northern plains for so many years, but he had only seen 3 Chi Path Gu masters. Among them, the closest one was also the strongest. It was one of Lu Wenwu's sworn brothers, variant human Mo Shi Kuang. Right now, 88-point Jinyang Tower had already condensed over 10 floors. The Gu masters were working hard to get through the rounds, but most of them were stuck at the final 90th round. This final round was the first time the Gu masters had tried it. Damn it. Morale is at rock bottom, it is hard to fight anymore. Are we going to return in failure? He Lulan's expression was ashen. This time, he made a big fuss and lost an expert, but in the end, he got nothing. This was a huge blow to his reputation. Not only that, He Lulan wanted a Strength Path Immortal Gu. He wanted a corner owner token. If he could not get through this floor, he would only have an ordinary corner owner token. If he gave up on this floor and chose another one, he would waste a lot of time. Time waits for no man. He Lulan could not wait. Just as the morale of the troops was wavering, Fang Yuan had a calm expression. He spoke slowly. How hard is it to kill a flying bear? These words caused dozens of gazes to shift towards him. But soon, these gazes lowered. The Wolf King was not the Wolf King of the past. The previous Wolf King Chang Shanin was a famous hero of Northern Plains, a legend of exterminating Hatu Gu's bandits alone. The current Wolf King. He was a flying master and enslavement path master, the publicly recognized #1 general of this imperial court contest. During the decisive battle, he easily defeated the enemy's general in the midst of thousands of troops, turning the tides. He had a proud and aloof nature, even ruthless and cruel, attacking whenever he wanted to. He Xiu-yi, who was almost killed by him, was a good example. Looking further back, there was another example. It was Sun Shirhan. He had once been publicly slapped by Chang Shanin. His entire face was stepped on in front of everyone. His dignity and face were all thrown away. Only He Lulan's gaze was fixed on him. Only Black Tyrant was not afraid of the ruthless and aloof Chang Shanin who acted without restraint. Brother Shanin, I am willing to listen to your brilliant plan. He Lulan cupped his fists. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. It is not a brilliant plan, it is not worth mentioning. He paused for a moment before continuing. This battle space Gu might be mystical, but it is only a rank 5 Gu, it has a limited range. In my opinion, we only need to fight from afar and avoid the battle space Gu's attack range. He Lulan was dazed. This was like a wake-up call. Everyone's eyes shined. Someone patted his head and said excitedly, I was scared by the battle space Gu's reputation. Indeed, as long as it was a Gu worm, it would have a range of effect. The battle space Gu's range should not be wide. Otherwise, why would the battle space Gu only activate after Hao Ji Lu got close? Of course, battle space Gu was a wild Gu, its range needed to be measured further. Next, I will control the wolf group to surround the flying bear. You guys stay at the periphery and fight from afar. Fang Yuan commanded. He Lulan was overjoyed. He could not command Fang Yuan, but now that Fang Yuan took the initiative to join the battle, he quickly said, let's follow Wolf King's plan. The battle started again. The wolf group was inside, surrounding the flying bear. And the Gu masters were at the periphery, attacking from afar like raindrops. This way, it formed a situation like ants devouring an elephant. The flying bear roared unceasingly, activating Star River Gu, Wind Tiger Cloud Dragon Gu, Grand Chaotic Dance Gu and so on, causing the wolf group to suffer heavy casualties. As for the Gu masters, they were safe and sound. there were no more casualties. He Lulan was initially worried that Fang Yuan would retreat due to the huge casualties of the wolf group. But Fang Yuan was unyielding, not retreating even to the death, and even turning a blind eye to the wolf corpses on the ground. He Lulan was naturally puzzled, but after thinking about it, he attributed Fang Yuan's refusal to retreat to his previous promise. Once they pass, Wolf King would get 50% of the reward. But he did not know that Fang Yuan was truly concerned about the owner token in He Lulan's hands. He Lulan wanted to raise the owner token in his hands. This was exactly what Fang Yuan wanted. When his owner token reaches 4 edges, Fang Yuan would snatch it and form a 10 edges owner token, obtaining a giant Sun True inheritance. Because of Fang Yuan's actions, the scales of victory gradually tilted towards the Gu Master's side. The flying bear's injuries became more and more severe, blood flowed out like a waterfall. Howl! Suddenly, the flying bear roared again and spat out a transparent bubble. Rank 5 Battle Space Gu was activated again. The Gu Masters were already prepared and quickly retreated, but the transparent bubble was only aimed at one Blood Forest wolf. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the flying bear and Blood Forest wolf disappeared. What's the use of using the same trick again? Someone saw this and laughed loudly. As long as we don't get close to it, why would we be afraid of the Battle Space Gu? Ha ha ha. All of you shut up. He Lulan shouted angrily, but his expression was one of annoyance. Chapter 591. This time, the duration of the Battle Space Gu was much longer than before. After half a day, the Battle Space Gu disappeared, and the mountain-like flying bear phantom appeared in front of everyone again. Oh no, it was like we guessed. Sun Shirhan cried out. Humph. He Lulan's expression was extremely ugly. The flying bear phantom had no injuries on its body, its snow-white fur was flowing with a dazzling light. Its gaze was spirited, its battle intent high, but it seemed to have recovered completely. There was a rank 5 healing Gu on the flying bear. This was already clear information. As for its opponent, the Blood Forest wolf that was pulled into the battle space, only a pile of white bones remained. How can we fight this? Even the fierce General Pei Yanfei, whose battle intent was like a raging fire, was at a loss. At the side, Tai Bai Yunqing stroked his beard, muttering, no matter how serious the flying bear phantom's injuries are, as long as we activate the Battle Space Gu and pull it into the battle space, it will recover to its original state after resting for half a day. During this period of time, we can only watch. That's right, although the Battle Space Gu is a wild Gu and is not controlled by the flying bear, it is very sensitive to danger. But wild Gu is very sensitive to danger. When it senses danger, to protect its host, it will randomly choose a target and pull them into battle space. Doesn't this mean we can't use the wolf group? The wolf group is close combat. If they surround the flying bear, isn't this the best target to pull into the battle space? It seems we Gu Masters have to do it ourselves. Someone said this, and the entire place quietened down. Pulling back the wolf group and letting the Gu Masters attack. That might not work. The flying bear was extremely fast, pulling the Gu Master into the battle space. The Gu Master would struggle intensely. Struggling at death's door, trying to find a way to survive. To break the battle space Gu and prevent the flying bear from having time to heal itself, there was a simple method, that was to make the Gu Master who was trapped in the battle space commit suicide. But nobody would want to commit suicide, it was human nature to survive. Even Tai Bai Yunqing could not save them. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was a bloody example, it was right in front of them. This is the final hurdle. It is too difficult. Our batch is full of talents and heroes, yet we can't do anything to this flying bear virtual image even with our combined strength. The flying bear quietly lay on the ground, vigilantly watching everyone. For the time being, it didn't attack and only let out a low growl. You can't say that either. The crucial point was that the battle space goo could not be restrained. We don't have restriction path, cheat path, and other methods. Hey family patriarch, I suggest we change the strategy. Yi Lui Sang was also a patriarch of a super force. Others didn't dare to advise him, but he could. He Lulan snorted coldly and did not reply. His thoughts raced like lightning. The current situation. It was almost impossible to solve the problem of the battle space goo. It seemed like there was only one way, and that was for me to take the initiative and have the flying bear pull me into the battle void. In the air, I used strength path killer moves. Kill the flying bear. His strength path killer move was not to be underestimated. Its power was vast and mighty, it was He tribe's secret technique. He Lolan's dark Dao cultivation was not enough to deal with the flying bear. But if he used his strength path methods, along with the amplification of his great strength true martial physique, killing the flying bear would not be difficult. But this way, he would have to break the concealment effect of dark limit immortal goo and hasten the arrival of the 10 extreme calamities. He Lulan heard this and had a strange expression. He pointed at the dying flying bear phantom. This is the reward for this round. What? It is this flying bear phantom. What's going on? Everyone was shocked, only Fong Yuan knew what was going on. He had the 6-edge owner token, he knew all the rewards of the rounds in 88-point Jinyang Tower like the back of his hand. Before challenging the round, he knew that the reward for this round was a rank 6 Phantom Path Immortal Goo. Its name was easy to understand. Flying Bear Phantom Goo. As expected, at the next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, the dying flying bear gradually turned into a lump of white light the size of a mountain. The white light shrunk and turned into a da, flying towards He Lulan. He Lulan quickly received it and observed it carefully. He was the owner of the owner token. After passing this round, the reward was his. He had just touched this flying bear phantom goo, but because of the power of 88-point Jinyang Tower, he easily refined it. Fong Yuan's 6-edge owner token was different. It was a product of cheating, only by controlling a certain floor could he take the floor's reward. Of course, it was not that he could not compete for He Lulan's owner token, but if he did, he would awaken Giant Sun's will, the losses would outweigh the gains and he would die a terrible death. This risk could not be taken, it was best not to. Flying Bear Phantom Goo was dispirited and on the verge of death, its aura was weak and its condition was not good. But He Lulan's gaze was fixed on it. What was this? This is an immortal goo. He had just sighed inwardly when he heard someone speak, this immortal goo, give it to me. The tone was plain, but there was an unquestionable determination. He Lulan frowned, he did not need to turn around to know who this person was. You can take 60% at most, as for the remaining 40%, how are you going to compensate us? That's right, we also put in a lot of effort. Even though I was heavily injured, I did not retreat. Everyone saw it. Lord Water Demon Hao Ji Lu even died because of it. I believe Wolf Wang Da's men will definitely give us an explanation. Everyone agreed, targeting Fong Yuan. Even if Fong Yuan had the strength. But wealth moved people's hearts, seeing that an immortal goo was about to fall into his hands, the surrounding people were envious and jealous, thus they focused all their attention on Fang Yuan. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, until they shrunk into a knot. He Lulan laughed inwardly. Wolf King, oh Wolf King, no matter how fierce you are and how strong you are, you have fallen into my trap. 7 days later. 88-point Jinyang Tower, 7th floor, 90th round. In the maze, the flying bear phantom roared at the sky. Its body was covered in injuries, blood was flowing out of its mouth, several of its sharp teeth were broken, its right eye was completely blind, its large eyeball was hanging out of its socket like a grape, it was in a sorry state. And it only had one enemy. He was floating in the air, with 6 arms on his back. Compared to the flying bear phantom's mountain-like body, he was extremely tiny. But the flying bear phantom looked like it was facing a great enemy, it was even trying to put up a strong front. Both sides had fought for more than 15 minutes, it deeply felt the strength of this tiny existence in front of it. Flying bear phantom goo, as expected of an immortal goo. The flying bear phantom that is formed has quite a bit of intelligence, it is almost crafty. When I face strong enemies in the future, I can let it attack freely, it will save me a lot of mental energy. Fang Yuan looked at the flying bear phantom below him, evaluating in his mind. 7 days ago, He Lulan gathered many experts and passed the final round of the 5th floor, obtaining flying bear phantom immortal goo. Fang Yuan did not stand on ceremony, asking for it on the spot. The other goo masters were jealous and tried to stop him, but Fang Yuan expressed that he was willing to pay the other half of the price, his attitude was firm. Eventually, He Lulan gave this goo to Fang Yuan. With this goo, Fang Yuan found He Lulan that night and asked for a loan, forming an agreement behind her back. After returning, he used her immortal blessed land to communicate with jewel yellow skies, exchanging for the corresponding goo worms and food, and on the 6th day, he recovered flying bear phantom goo to a healthy state. On the 7th day, Fang Yuan secretly entered the 7th floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower to personally test flying bear phantom goo, as well as the perfected killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king. Fang Yuan ordered flying bear phantom goo to attack him without holding back, while he himself used the killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king to fight. Flying bear phantom goo was an immortal goo, it had half the battle strength of flying bear. Not to mention others, just one goo can allow flying bear phantom goo to turn from solid to phantom, dodging all attacks. Make phantom goo. Fang Yuan's heart could not help but tremble. He could imagine how troublesome the flying bear phantom with the help of the chi goo would be. This would allow flying bear phantom goo's usage to undergo a qualitative change. Mo Yao smiled lightly, saying, "Lad, as long as you obediently return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House, I will tell you about the 3 Phantom Path inheritances, one of them might even be a Phantom Path goo immortal inheritance. We'll see." Fang Yuan calmed down, his tone indifferent. His wariness towards Mo Yao's will had never disappeared. Imperial Court Blessed Land originally did not allow internal and external communication, but after so many years, even Giant Sun Immortals arrangements could not withstand the erosion of the River of Time, and there were loopholes in it. Although they did not have Fairy Mo Yao's talent, He Tribe, Lu Tribe and other super forces also had their own methods of internal and external communication. Once a goo master advances to an immortal, their entire life will be elevated, and they will possess immortal essence. Mortals are simply not an immortal's match to deal with a goo immortal. And it has to be a goo immortal. Strength Path Immortal Goo, He Lulan softly muttered, slowly getting up and leaving her seat, walking towards the window. He looked up, the peak of the sacred palace was filled with dazzling colors. The newest floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower was about to form at this moment. 38th floor. He Lulan sighed inwardly. He had seen this situation many times, and was no longer as excited as the first time. But his reverence towards Ancestor Giant's son was accumulated every time True Yang Tower was formed, and now, he was completely in awe of his ancestors' heaven-defying methods. Only by relying on 88-point Jinyang Tower and borrowing Ancestor Giant's son's strength can I take revenge. He Lulan took out his owner token. Although so much time had passed, his owner token was still a one-edge owner token. He Lulan was well versed in history, and was well aware of his own strength. This time's lineup was not bad compared to the previous victors of the Imperial Court contest, but it was not too good either. At most, he could only pass 3 or 4 times. He Lulan wanted to obtain his own strength path Immortal Goo, and also had the clan mission of plundering Wooden Chicken Immortal Goo. This meant that the quota for 2 passes had already been reserved long ago. Thus, these days, he had restrained himself and focused on recuperating. At the same time, he still opened up 88-point Jinyang Tower, allowing Goo Masters to increase their strength as much as possible. By doing this, he naturally gained the gratitude and reverence of the Goo Masters outside of He Tribe. Of course, He Tribe had many dissatisfaction and puzzlement. But because of Black Tyrant's fierce reputation, He Tribe members could only feel angry, but did not dare to say anything. Come. He Lulan lightly called. His trusted aide He Shu immediately appeared in front of him, quietly kneeling on the ground and lowering his head. Lord Tribe Leader, please instruct me. How is the situation recently? He Lulan caressed the owner token in his hand, looking far away. His gaze was still on 88-point Jinyang Tower. The situation seems stable recently, but there are turbulent undercurrents. Chang Tribe's Goo Masters have been assassinated, and many Goo Masters have mysteriously disappeared when they went out. Chang Tribe leader Chang Jiyu personally went out. They searched everywhere, trying to capture the culprit, but found nothing. Instead, the situation of Chang Tribe's Goo Masters being harmed has become more serious. He Shu reported. Oh, who is so daring? He Shu showed an ashamed expression. This subordinate is still investigating. He Lulan slightly nodded, saying with a tone of schadenfreude, don't be anxious, we should not be anxious about this. Chang Shan Yin's way of doing things is too sinister and ruthless. He has lost the harmony of the people, and now he is tasting the bitter fruit. Several months ago, when he swept through the Earth Chief Beast Group, he sent Chang Tribe's Goo Masters to capture many Goo Masters, but he actually killed them all. This caused a lot of anger among the people, but because of Wolf King's fierce reputation, although they wanted revenge, they did not dare to move. Right now, He Lulan remembered it clearly. Because among these unlucky Goo Masters that Fang Yuan used as test subjects, there was someone who was related to He Lulan. Wolf King actually did not give her face and killed this person. This made He Lulan secretly bear a grudge. Tribe leader is wise, this subordinate also thinks so. He Shu flattered and added, Chang tribe leader might be Chang Jiyu, but this person is Wolf King's son and was appointed as tribe leader by Wolf King with one sentence. He is too young and cannot convince the people. The whole of Chang tribe's affairs are actually in the hands of Chang Jiyu's foster father, the former Chang tribe leader Chang Biao. But not long ago, the news of Lord Chang Biao and Lord Pan Ping dying in the 90th round of the 7th floor spread. Chang tribe was in turmoil, and Chang Jiyu could not maintain the situation in Chang tribe. The Avengers saw this opportunity, and maybe because of the True Yang building's reward, their strength rose greatly, so they went around to assassinate Chang tribe's Gu masters. Yes. He Lulan nodded. He Shu's analysis was also his opinion on this matter. Quickly investigate this person, to be able to disregard Wolf King's fierce reputation and focus on revenge. This is bravery. These days, to assassinate Chang tribe's Gu masters without being discovered, this is a scheme. This person is brave and astute, he should be recruited into our He tribe. Only our He tribe can protect her life. He Lulan instructed. Yes, Lord. Are there any movements on Chang Shanyin's side? Ever since Chang Biao's corpse was found and returned to Chang tribe, Wolf King might have obtained some clues from Chang Biao's corpse. On that day, he entered Truyang building and has yet to come out. This subordinate sent people to investigate. Wolf King should have gone to the 90th round of the 7th floor's labyrinth. Ever since he entered, the howls of wolf groups could be heard from the labyrinth. He Shu reported. He Lulan frowned. Chang Biao, Pan Ping and Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's death were all situations he did not want to see. But now that they were dead, He Lulan could only accept this reality. He could completely predict that once Wolf King comes out of the building and learns of Chang tribe's misfortune, he would fly into a rage and search for the culprit. At that time, the whole sacred palace would probably be turned upside down. He Lulan could not wait for Wolf King to incite even more anger among the people, but he was worried that Wolf King would implicate the innocent and kill people everywhere, greatly weakening the strength he could mobilize when challenging the rounds. This was something He Lulan had to prevent. But how could he stop it? He Lulan did not speak, falling into deep thought. He Shu quietly knelt on the ground, patiently waiting for He Lulan's next order. He Lulan's thoughts did not last long, a surprised expression suddenly appeared on his face. But in the last few months, his business in Jewel Yellow Skies was fiercely attacked by He tribe. He tribe's Gu immortals hunted snowmen wantonly and sold them at low prices, greatly destroying the rules and benefits of the snowman slave trade. This was a different kind of confrontation. It involved many things. In order to protect his source of income, Shui Songzi had to accept the challenge, barely maintaining a deadlock with He tribe's Gu immortals. Although he was wealthy, he was only one person after all. Compared to the super-force He tribe, which had existed for tens of thousands of years, he paled in comparison. Thus, he could not hold on any longer and started to ask for help from the surrounding Gu immortals. Demon Lord Long Dan's calm demeanor made Shui Songzi anxious. Demon Lord, don't beat around the bush, tell me directly, what do you want for you to help? Demon Lord Long Dan laughed heartily, his eyes shining as he stared at Shui Songzi. Lord Songzi, I know you have 100-year lifespan Gu, as long as you give it to me, I will do my best to help you. Shui Songzi heard this and stood up from his seat, pointing at Demon Lord Long Dan. You actually have the cheek to say this? Demon Lord Long Dan raised his eyebrows, his voice turning gloomy. Why would I feel embarrassed? Who would help for no reason? Shui Songzi, I advise you not to be rash. If you point at me again, I will get angry. Shui Songzi knew he was not Demon Lord Long Dan's match. He snorted coldly and withdrew his finger, flicking his sleeves and leaving. Demon Lord Long Dan did not urge him to stay. He looked at his departing figure with a gloomy expression and snorted coldly. He had long since disliked Shui Songzi, relying on the fact that he had some spare cash. He was usually very arrogant. Back then, he had borrowed Immortal Yuan stone from Shui Songzi, but Shui Songzi actually dared to give him a high-interest loan. Shui Songzi took advantage of the situation and made a huge profit. Demon Lord Long Dan suffered a loss. He had always kept this in mind. Shui Songzi returned to his 7th peak with an ashen expression. Without outsiders, he sat cross-legged on the cushion, his tense expression finally relaxed as he sighed. If I had known this, I would not have interfered in the imperial court contest. He deeply regretted it. Winner takes all. Previously, he had invested a huge amount in the imperial court contest, but had gained nothing. Now, he was facing the attacks of He tribe's Gu immortals. He could not even protect his source of wealth. In the end, the righteous path is united, while the demonic path is divided. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has so many demonic path Gu immortals, but I cannot obtain any of their help. In contrast, He tribe's Gu immortals can obtain the help of many forces. They can work together to pressure me. Sigh, after this battle, I have used up all my years of accumulation. My losses are disastrous. Fang Yuan emphasized again. His tone was calm, but it was filled with an unquestionable and irrefutable decision. Chang Ji-yu stood up, his head lowered, blood was slowly flowing down his face. He was in a sorry state. Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed lightly. He stretched out his hand and comforted the wound on Chang Ji-yu's forehead. White light shone. Under the power of a healing Gu worm, Chang Ji-yu's wound rapidly healed, not leaving any scars. Chang Ji-yu's body shuddered. 2 streams of hot tears flowed out of his eyes. Ever since the father and son met, this was the first time Chang Shanin had made such an intimate action towards his son Chang Ji-yu. When he practices the killer move, he naturally needs to find wolf groups to practice with. This is my territory. When the time comes, I just need to guide him and he won't become a heavenly zombie. Fang Yuan's tone was confident. You humans are just so crafty and sinister. Just like this blood skull goo that you used. Us ink men would never refine this kind of evil goo worm to harm our own clansmen. Mo Yao ridiculed. Fang Yuan was not angry, instead smiling. Aren't you Spirit Affinity House's fairy, the representative of the righteous path? Why didn't you stop me? That would require me to have the ability to stop it. Moreover, why should I stop your human race's internal strife? I can't wait for all of you humans to die. Only then will there be space for us variant humans to survive. Mo Yao rolled his eyes. Her identity was very peculiar. She was a certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House and had an extraordinary relationship with Bo Qing, but she was also an Inkman and not a pure human. She looked at the humans killing each other like how the humans looked at the snowmen. Or the feeling of beast groups fighting each other. But, do I really not have the ability to stop it? Fang Yuan suppressed this doubt in his heart. 3 days later, Chang Ji-yu used Relic Gu and successfully raised his cultivation to rank 5 upper stage. Next, he started to practice the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King without stopping. Sure enough, as Fang Yuan expected, he was intoxicated by the killer move's vast power, gradually forgetting the killer move's flaws. Under Fang Yuan's intentional manipulation, an intense battle of attrition was created. In the intense battle, Chang Ji-yu charged left and right, fighting to his heart's content and forgetting the time. By the time the battle ended, he discovered to his horror that he had already turned into a heavenly zombie. 2 days later, Fang Yuan appeared in front of him again. Father, save me. Chang Ji-yu, who had turned into a monster, knelt on the ground. He anxiously asked for help. My son, how did you become like this? Fang Yuan was greatly shocked and asked angrily, I had clearly warned you not to overuse this killer move. How could you forget this most crucial thing? Father. I am ashamed, I was muddle-headed and forgot the time. By the time I discovered it, it was already too late for regrets. Father. Chang Jiyu was extremely ashamed, kneeling on the ground and looking at Feng Yuan with teary eyes. Right now, he was neither human nor ghost, his only hope was on Feng Yuan. Sigh, this is difficult. In this state, even if I use yin-yang rotation goo, I won't be able to save you. This killer move's power is peerless, but it is also because of this that the repercussions are extremely severe. Even I, your father, have no way. Feng Yuan spread his arms, his expression was one of grief, anger and conflict. Ah. Even, father, you have no way. Chang Jiyu knelt on his knees and walked towards Feng Yuan's feet, his expression was one of disappointment and fear. Feng Yuan sighed repeatedly, this killer move has a great origin. I took a great risk and barged into a Gu immortal inheritance, risking my life to obtain this immortal killer move. This is an immortal killer move. No wonder it is so powerful. Chang Jiyu was stupefied, although Feng Yuan had a tall and imposing image in his mind, compared to a Gu immortal, he was undoubtedly inferior. Chang Jiyu had always been Chang tribe's young tribe leader, although he was not familiar with Gu immortals, he was by no means a stranger. I was wrong, I made a huge mistake, how could I be so eager for quick success? Chang Jiyu cried loudly, his voice was as sharp and unpleasant as an owl's. Suddenly, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed towards Feng Yuan, crying, Father, your son has failed to live up to your ardent expectations. Your son was wrong, your son has let you down. No, it is precisely like this, I needed you to become like this. Feng Yuan laughed inwardly, but on the surface, he helped Chang Jiyu up. My son, how many times have I told you, don't cry. You can't cry. Although you were wrong, I, your father, am also at fault. These days, I have only been exploring this labyrinth round and did not take care of you at all times. Your father believes that there is always a way out, we will research together and find a way to turn you back into a human. There will definitely be a way, believe in your father, believe in yourself. Feng Yuan's words were sincere, his eyes slightly teary. Father. Chang Jiyu cried continuously. He was thoroughly moved. He had turned into a monster, he did not even dare to look at his own face. But his father Chang Shanin did not feel disgusted, it was clearly his son's fault, but he still took the blame. Now that his son had become like this, he still did not give up. This is the deepest bond between father and son. This is my father, my biological father. Chang Jiyu was extremely moved, a flame of hope was ignited in his heart of despair, he had the confidence to continue living. Child, you should stay here for now. Let me think about how I can change you back to your original state. As for Chang tribe, father will take care of it. Don't worry, rest well here, with us father and son working together, why would we be afraid of a mere killer move dead object? Feng Yuan's words made Chang Jiyu feel like he had found his backbone. Mo Yao's method was extremely risky, it could cause the person's soul to shatter and disintegrate from the pain. Once Chang Jiyu's soul shattered, he would die completely. Mo Yao urged again, lad, there are gains and losses in everything. The killer move's power is unparalleled, but the flaws are hard to make up for. These days, you have experimented so many times and spent your family's wealth. You even borrowed money from He tribe and others, you are already aware of the difficulty. This is my final method, I cannot guarantee it will be effective. Moreover, this method is extremely dangerous, there is a slim chance of survival. Whether to use this method or not, it is up to you. This son of yours has already completely transformed into a heavenly corpse, his battle strength is outstanding, he is a very good fighting force. He also listens to your words. Sacrificing him like this is really too much of a pity. I advise you to keep him by your side and dispatch him. Feng Yuan did not speak. Father, please rest more, this son is not in a hurry. On the other side, Chang Jiyu also said. Feng Yuan looked over. Although Chang Jiyu had transformed into a heavenly corpse and had an ugly appearance, his eyes were still clear, filled with admiration and worship towards him. Feng Yuan smiled. Child, father has already thought of a good method. This method is extremely dangerous, your life will be in danger. But the possibility of success is very high. Father is currently hesitating. Sigh. In his mind, Mo Yao sighed faintly. Although Feng Yuan said so, Chang Jiyu, who hated himself and was determined to recover, only had one choice when he heard it. Sure enough, when Chang Jiyu heard this, he hesitated for a moment before his eyes blossomed with a strange light. Lord Father, please use this method, this son's current appearance is simply worse than death. Feng Yuan gazed into Chang Jiyu's eyes. But, you are my only child, father. Chang Jiyu cried, prostrating on the ground. He hugged Feng Yuan's calf. This son also cannot bear to part with you. But this son really does not dare to continue living with this kind of face. Even if there is only a trace of hope, this son will still strive to struggle. Feng Yuan was silent for a long time before letting out a long sigh. Never mind. People always have to live according to their own wishes. Father also cannot bear to let you continue to suffer like this. Rest for a few days, let father prepare a bit. After a few days, we will make our final attempt. After a few days. Chang Jiyu's voice was already hoarse. Persevere a bit more. Feng Yuan's gaze was warm, his heart as calm as ice as he encouraged. But the next moment, Chang Jiyu's screams suddenly stopped. This was the 307th time he fainted from the pain. Truly useless. Feng Yuan's expression was grim as he snorted in dissatisfaction, stopping the goo worm's activation. This experiment had to be carried out when Chang Jiyu was conscious, otherwise it would be useless. Chang Jiyu fainting meant that his soul had already shattered, reaching the brink of collapse once again. Feng Yuan had no choice but to stop. Using a soul path goo worm to slightly nourish his soul. I said before, this method does not have much hope, let's leave Chang Jiyu alive. In his mind, Mo Yao advised in a compassionate tone. Feng Yuan snorted, his eyes narrowed as a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. Try again. Try one last time. Chang Jiyu slowly woke up, his vision turning from blurry to clear. He saw Feng Yuan standing at the side. In his eyes, his father was haggard and exhausted. This made his heart wrench, tears flowed down his eyes in shame as he choked with sobs. Father, let's try again, don't be discouraged. Don't lose heart. Feng Yuan consoled with a smile. Father, if I still faint from the pain this time, don't try again. Father, this is all my fault, you really should have a good rest. Chang Jiyu said. Alright, after trying this time, it is time to have a good rest. Feng Yuan sighed. The deep meaning in his tone was not something Chang Jiyu could sense. First, 3 rank 5 goo worms were activated together. Next, other goo worms were added. Some of these goo worms stopped on Chang Jiyu's face, some burrowed into his skin, some mixed into his blood vessels and flowed into his heart. Ah! The intense pain came again. Chang Jiyu gritted his teeth and growled. Soon, he opened his mouth and let out a loud roar, his expression distorted. Feng Yuan's hands moved methodically, adding goo worms one after another. The more goo worms there were, the more intense Chang Ji-yu's pain. He struggled with all his strength, his eyes rolled back, losing his rationality from the pain. He was in a state of madness. Stop. His soul won't be able to hold on for much longer, Mo Yao advised in his mind. But Fong Yuan seemed not to have heard it, continuing to add goo worms. Enough, this number has already surpassed all previous attempts. Chang Ji, you really can't hold on any longer. Mo Yao could not bear to watch. Fong Yuan coldly snorted. No reply. You are too reckless, if this goes on, he will die completely. In his mind, Mo Yao's will protested. How can I not take some risks? Fong Yuan sneered, increasing the number of goo worms to the maximum. His eyes shone with excitement. Add in 3 more goo worms and I will be able to see the effect. This is the 3rd one. Good, this is the 2nd one. Wonderful, there is only one left, success or failure depends on this. Ugh. Fong Yuan's expression turned sluggish, the surrounding goo worms suddenly scattered like fireworks. Chang Ji no longer struggled, motionlessly floating in the air. He was dead. The pain was enough to make one's soul fly away. But his expression was very serene. The surroundings returned to silence. You are the one who caused his death. In his mind, Mo Yao's voice was ice cold. I am the one who caused his death. Fong Yuan's brows slightly raised, lightly laughing. He died a worthy death. At least I know how stubborn the flaw of this killer move is. Mo Yao did not speak again, as if she was ashamed of Fong Yuan's cold-blooded and despicable actions. She concealed her figure, disappearing from Fong Yuan's mind. The smile on Fong Yuan's face slowly disappeared. He increasingly realized that Mo Yao's will in his mind was an extremely huge threat. Did she know the method to deal with the flaw of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King killer move? Did she know the correct method, but purposely did not want to say it? Or did she not want to think, in case she weakened herself? Especially when the killer move's flaw was so severe, at the crucial moment, Mo Yao's will would suddenly attack his mind, causing Fong Yuan's thoughts to become chaotic. Even if Fong Yuan wanted to stop the killer move, it was impossible. What goo did Mo Yao's will use? These days, I have been collecting wisdom path information from all over, and also purchased many wisdom path goo worms that can condense wills. But I've never found any worm that can produce such a mysterious, unfathomable will like hers. Sigh, I don't have much time left. Right now, 88-point Jinyang Tower has almost 60 floors. Hei Lulan is attacking the 39th floor with all her strength. It seems that her target is most likely wooden chicken goo. He was pleasantly surprised to find, as long as he charged into the deepest part of the palace and took the token hanging on the main beam, the blood beasts in this hall would dissipate on their own. This discovery gave Tai Bai Yunqing a strong sense of confidence. He was penniless and did not hesitate to sell himself to Hei tribe to borrow funds. He gathered a group of goo masters and charged through this round. When Fong Yuan secretly entered this floor, Tai Bai Yunqing's group had already charged through 33 auxiliary halls. They were currently engaged in an intense battle in the majestic main hall. Fong Yuan took out the 6-edge owner token and with a thought, this floor instantly fell into his control. The 6-edge owner token allowed Fong Yuan to control 6 floors of True Yang building. Fong Yuan had once used one chance to control the 7th floor. Now, he was using the 2nd chance to control this 55th floor. Hei Lulan had a 1-edge owner token and controlled the 5th floor. Fong Yuan willed as his body vanished on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared on the main beam of the main hall. He leisurely sat on the main beam. Not far from him was that crucial token. Holding his breath and concentrating, the scene of Tai Bai Yunqing's group fighting appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. The deeper they went into the main hall, the more blood beast guards there were. The battle was extremely intense. Tai Bai Yunqing's group only had less than 50 people left. As they advanced, they suffered heavy casualties, leaving behind large numbers of corpses. Two rank 5 Gu master experts, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang, took turns to be the spearhead of the group. As for Tai Bai Yunqing, as the number 1 healing Gu master in Northern Plains, he was protected at the center of the group. He continued to use man as before Gu. Rays of white light shot out and shone on the corpses, reviving the Gu master, or shone on the living, healing their injuries and restoring their primeval essence. But even though Tai Bai Yunqing was rank 5 peak stage, he was still in a difficult situation. Members of the group continued to fall. Although he tried his best, he could not save everyone. Countless blood beasts surged out from the corridors and rooms of the main hall, densely packed together and piled up on the group's path. The closer they got to the crucial token, the stronger the blood beasts were. Especially the blood beasts, they could absorb blood qi and recover quickly, reviving continuously. Tai Bai Yunqing's group advanced to this place, but the blood beasts behind them revived again and chased after them. The group's situation was getting more and more dangerous. No wonder in my previous life, Tai Bai Yunqing had to take the risk to ascend to Immortal. This round's difficulty is quite high, unless a blood path Gu master takes action. Fang Yuan controlled this floor. He could see Tai Bai Yunqing's actions clearly. This round, to a blood path Gu master, was no different from an immortal realm. I am its mother. Wisdom is the crystallization of cognition. The student surpassed the master. What cognition Gu did not know, wisdom Gu might know. Northern Dark Ice Soul and Gued Desolate Een found Wisdom Gu under Cognition Gu's guidance. Wisdom Gu had a grudge with Renzu. Back then, Renzu had used Rule and Regulation Gu to capture Wisdom Gu. But Wisdom Gu escaped in the end. At first, Wisdom Gu was not willing to help Northern Dark Ice Soul and Desolate Gued Desolate Een. But seeing that they were introduced by his mother Cognition Gu, he said reluctantly, "Oh humans, I can give you some pointers. But I need a reward. One of you has to give me your middle age." "I will give you my middle age." Desolate Gued Desolate Een immediately said without hesitation. She was awakened by her younger brother, Northern Dark Ice Soul, and the meaning of her life was to save her father, Renzu. Thus, she had no choice but to answer now. Northern Dark Ice Soul could not compete with her sister, she could only give up her middle age. This meant that once Gued Desolate Een passed her youth, she would directly skip middle age and enter old age. But in order to save her father, she could not care so much. Wisdom Gu obtained Desolate Gued Desolate Yin's middle age and guided her. At the center of the golden desert in the west, there is a still sapphire sea. It is calm and smooth like a mirror. That is the source of all living beings. All life in the world originates from there. And in the depths of the blue sea, there are many life Gu that illuminate all living beings in the world. Dive into the sea. If you can find a human-shaped life Gu, bring it ashore. This human-shaped life Gu can give your father a new life. But pay attention to the time. You cannot exceed 15 minutes, otherwise you will be assimilated by the blue sea. At the end, the Wisdom Gu added, "It is not easy to find a human-shaped life Gu. Only those who truly understand the true meaning of life can do it. If you cannot do it, don't blame my method for not being effective." Desolate Gued Desolate Een wanted to ask something, but Wisdom Gu flew away after saying so. It did not give the siblings any chance. Noisy roars and ghostly cries entered their ears. Blood beasts were like a tide, surging forward. Tai Bai Yunqing and the rest were like reefs, resisting the attacks of the blood beasts again and again, moving forward step by step with difficulty. Soon, we are only 300 steps away from the main hole. Only 300 steps left. Someone shouted, boosting morale. Careful. Suddenly, a Gu master beside him warned. That morale-boosting Gu master was dazed and was fiercely hit by a blood beast with a bear's body and dragon's head. Bam! The Gu master's ribs were instantly shattered, a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his organs spurted out. His body flew out, and the Gu masters behind him tried their best to stop him. At once, the formation was in chaos, and was in danger of collapsing. Hold on, hold on. Tai Bai Yunqing's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted anxiously. In such a situation, once the Gu masters split up, they would immediately be torn to shreds by the surrounding blood beasts. Only when the Gu masters huddled together could they have a chance of survival. But the Gu masters retreated step by step. Large numbers of blood beasts broke through the defensive line and fiercely attacked. At once, miserable screams resounded. Many Gu masters were still trying their best to recover their primeval essence. Caught off guard, they were torn to shreds by the blood beasts. A mantis-like blood beast waved its sickle arm and charged at the front. Swoosh! A Gu master's head was directly cut off by it. Blood gushed out of the neck, and the head was sent flying into the sky. Before it could fall, it was caught by the flying blood beast. With a gulp, it was swallowed into its stomach. But the bright red-hot blood fell down and splashed onto Tai Bai Yunqing's face. Tai Bai Yunqing quickly wiped it with his hand, and barely opened his eyes. The thick smell of blood was pungent, and even caused the blood beasts to roar. It's over. Tai Bai Yunqing's heart sank. At this time, a figure pounced over like a fierce tiger. Bam bam bam. After a few exchanges, the person killed the mantis blood beast, and at the last moment, stabilized the formation. It was Zhu Zai. A rank 5 Gu master, a famous expert of the demonic path. Everyone was saved by him, as if they were pulled back from the edge of a cliff. But Zhu Zai also paid a price, and 3 new wounds appeared on his body, all deep to the bone. Tai Bai Yunqing saw this and quickly activated man as before, healing him. Zhu Zai returned to his previous state, and the new wounds disappeared. At the same time, the primeval essence that was expended earlier also recovered. But the few expendable Gu that he had used earlier were truly expended. Man as before could only target the human body, and had no effect on other Gu worms. This man as before has amazing effects, but it cannot be used on the body. Fang Yuan sighed, and looked at the book in his hand. Guyue Desolate Een and Northern Dark Ice Soul trekked through the Golden Desert, and saw the blue sea at the center of the desert. The blue sea was extremely beautiful. Just like Wisdom Goose said, no matter how strong the wind was, it could not cause any ripples in the blue sea. Under the cover of the soft golden sand, it was like a deep blue gem, quietly embedded in the golden silk. The siblings dived to the bottom of the sea, and found that the bottom of the sea was filled with densely packed life goo. These life goo were like sapphires. But they were of different sizes and shapes. Some were like horses, some like tigers and leopards, some like eagles and pigeons, and some like snakes and dragons. The siblings carefully looked around, and were dazzled. Flowers, birds, fish, insects, birds, beasts, snowmen, hairy men, and all sorts of other life goo had been seen, but they could not find a human-shaped life goo. Helpless, the siblings could only get out of the sea and return to the shore. The moment they left the blue sea, the deer-shaped life goo that younger brother Northern Dark Ice Soul was playing with suddenly let out a gentle light, and jumped onto the sand, turning into a small deer. This was the birth of life. The siblings looked at this scene in amazement, and stared with wide eyes. Only when the deer jumped far away did Sister Gued Desolate Een suddenly realize. No wonder Wisdom Gu said those words at the end, and directly flew away without letting us ask. I understand the true meaning of life now. The true meaning of life, what is that? Northern Dark Eyes Soul quickly asked. Desolate Gued Desolate Een pointed at the blue sea in front of them. She asked, say, if we really find a life Gu that is a human-shaped sapphire. If we bring it out, what will it turn into? Northern Dark Eyes Soul thought for a moment, and answered, like that deer, it will turn into a real living being. Saying this, he suddenly froze. Desolate Gued Desolate Een smiled at him. It seems you understand. We are such living beings. We are formed from life Gu. We are human-shaped sapphires. Northern Dark Eyes Soul completely understood. Where did humans come from? Wisdom Gu had already said it clearly. This blue sea is the source of all living beings. All life in the world originates from here. Humans, naturally originated from here. Their father, Ren Zhu, was once a sapphire at the bottom of the sea. By chance, he came out of the sea, and became a living being. He roamed the world, and struggled to survive until he reached this step. But humans are the spirit of all living beings. How many human-shaped sapphires were there in this huge blue sea? There were definitely very few of them, and it was very likely that there was only Ren Zhu. Wanting to find a small sapphire in this huge sea, how big of a project was this? This was even more difficult than Desolate Gued Desolate Een at Qingbai Mountain. Finding the only success Gu was 1,000,000 times more difficult. I know a way to get human-shaped life Gu as soon as possible. Desolate Gued Desolate Een suddenly said. What way? Northern Dark Eyes Soul suddenly had a bad premonition. Desolate Gued Desolate Een smiled. That is to let me sink to the bottom of the sea and assimilate with this blue sea, becoming a life Gu again. Although Desolate Gued Desolate Een had become a monster, he was still a human in essence. The essence of life had not changed. Since he was a human, once he assimilated, he would become a human-shaped sapphire life Gu. This deduction was not wrong. No wonder Wisdom Gu said, pay attention to time. He could not exceed 15 minutes, otherwise he would be assimilated by the blue sea. Wisdom Gu's words were not nonsense. Wisdom Gu also said, if you cannot do it, don't blame my method for not being effective. From this sentence, it was very likely that there were no more human-shaped sapphire in the blue sea. If the siblings were not willing to sacrifice themselves, they would not be able to find human-shaped life Gu. In that case, don't blame Wisdom Gu, it is you who cannot do it. No, sister, you cannot sacrifice yourself like this. Northern Dark Eyes Soul quickly stopped her. Although he wanted to save his father, but he was not willing to sacrifice his own sister. I can do it, the meaning of my life is to save my father. Desolate Gued Desolate Een replied calmly. Northern Dark Eyes Soul was suddenly speechless. He was the one who gave Desolate Gued Desolate Een this meaning of life, and Desolate Gued Desolate Een lived for this. In other words, if she saved her father, then her life would have no meaning. What was the point of continuing to live? Fortunately, the scenes were not endless. There would be an end eventually. After reading through Tai Bai Yunqing's life, Fang Yuan immediately stopped his goo worms and sat on the ground. He breathed roughly, his whole body was covered in sweat. A long while later, his pupils regained their focus. Soul-searching was not a simple matter. Especially when Fang Yuan was worried about Tai Bai Yunqing's safety, he did not want to harm him, thus he had to bear most of the pressure himself. After stopping the soul search, Tai Bai Yunqing was still in a deep slumber. However, his originally tightly knitted brows had relaxed. His breathing was stable, his expression peaceful. Instead, Fang Yuan's brows were slightly furrowed. I didn't find it. He sighed in regret. Didn't find what? In his mind, Mo Yao's will could not help but ask in confusion. Fang Yuan's actions made her curious. Fang Yuan did not answer her, but his frown deepened. Regarding the important plan of landscape as before Gu, how could he tell Mo Yao? Landscape as before Gu was an immortal Gu that Tai Bai Yunqing obtained after he became an immortal. Rumors said that this Gu was created when Tai Bai Yunqing became an immortal, heaven and earth resonated with him, causing a burst of divine light. But there was another possibility. Tai Bai Yunqing already had the immortal recipe of landscape as before in his mind. If he really had the Gu recipe, then Fang Yuan could steal it, as well as river as before and mountain as before Gu, and bring them to Langya blessed land, asking the land spirit of Langya to refine the immortal Gu for him. This way, he would not need to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, and the danger would be greatly reduced. But after Fang Yuan's soul searched, the result was terrible. Fang Yuan did not find the immortal Gu recipe of landscape as before. This meant that the rumors were true. Landscape as before Gu was indeed obtained by Tai Bai Yunqing when he became an immortal, heaven and earth resonated with him. This meant that if Fang Yuan wanted to obtain this immortal Gu, he would have to snatch it from the hands of Tai Bai Yunqing, who had become an immortal. Fang Yuan was not a Gu immortal yet. In Fang Yuan's memory, there were no successful cases of fighting an immortal as immortal. It was no doubt harder than ascending to heaven. But what other choice did he have? Of the three choices back then, this was already the easiest one. His time and energy were invested into this plan. Although Fang Yuan did not have confidence, he could only take the risk and make preparations. Outside 88-point Jinyang Tower, Tai Bai Yunqing's figure appeared. He is out, he is out. What is the result? Someone saw Tai Bai Yunqing charge into the main hall. Oh no, Lord Tai Bai Yunqing is not moving, he seems to have fainted. The surrounding Gu masters immediately gathered around. Looking at him, everyone's expression changed. Tai Bai Yunqing's injuries were incomparably heavy, they were secretly shocked. He is still breathing. Someone stretched out his finger and checked Tai Bai Yunqing's breathing, shouting, "Quick, who is a healing Gu master? Who is the healing Gu master? Quickly stabilize old lord's injuries." Let me. I am also a healing Gu master." Many healing Gu masters took the initiative to help. Tai Bai Yunqing's reputation and benevolence had already been deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Undoubtedly, he was more popular than He Lulan and Chang Shanyin. Even Lord Tai Bai Yunqing suffered such heavy injuries. Sigh. I am afraid our large-scale attempt this time has failed. Someone sighed. The time limit is over, most of the Gu masters have not returned, the casualties this time are too severe. Did anyone see Lord Gao Yang and Lord Zhu Zai come out? Someone suddenly realized and asked. Everyone looked around, looking at each other. No one saw Gao Yang and Zhu Zai's figures. And in 88-point Jinyang Tower, that round still existed. Only that Gu masters were not allowed to enter for a short period of time. Everyone was very clear on what this meant. Since 88-point Jinyang Tower was formed, 5 rank 5 experts had already been sacrificed. Such heavy casualties caused the square to fall into silence. When Tai Bai Yunqing opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the bed, his body extremely weak. He could not even get up. Seeing him open his eyes, the servant girl beside him immediately shouted in joy, "Old sir, you are awake, you are finally awake. Someone come quickly, old sir is awake." Soon, Tai Bai Yunqing heard a series of hurried footsteps. A group of healing gu masters. They came to his side and checked his body together. "Lord Elder, don't worry, your injuries are no longer a problem. But you are old, the injuries this time are quite severe and have damaged your foundation. You need to take care of yourself in the future, especially in the next few months. Your body is weak and cannot take nourishment, you need to recuperate quietly." The leader of the healing gu masters consoled him. Tai Bai Yunqing did not hesitate to agree to He Lolan's request in order to lead the group to charge through the round. He had already become an external elder of He tribe. Tai Bai Yunqing's gaze was unfocused, he had been in a daze since he woke up, but after hearing this, he recovered a trace of spirit and asked, "Where is this?" Returning to Lord Elder, "This is Lady He Lolan's residence. Ever since Lord Elder failed in the round and narrowly escaped death, our clan leader has been very concerned and personally brought you here to recuperate. The servants have already reported it, I believe Lord Clan Leader will come to see you soon." It was still that leader who answered. Failed in the round and narrowly escaped death. Tai Bai Yunqing frowned slightly, the memories in his mind started to recover. He recalled the final scene. He used his last trace of primeval essence to activate the defensive goo and successfully squeezed into the main hall from the encirclement of the blood beasts. But not long after, he fainted and lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself lying in this place. That means, I really failed in the round. Tai Bai Yunqing's tone suddenly rose, his gaze becoming extremely sharp. Lord Elder. The group of healing gu masters around the bed looked at each other, wanting to console him but unable to say anything. Thus, they could only lower their heads. In the room, there was silence. Tai Bai Yunqing's gaze stared blankly, he was silent for a while before suddenly raising his head and laughing, "Ah, so I failed. I failed at the last step, I failed at the last step." He could not get up, he could only use his palm to slap the side of the bed and laugh crazily. Lord Elder, Lord Elder. The healing gu masters panicked and quickly tried to persuade him. My pitiful Zhu Zai and Gao Yang, they sacrificed their lives to protect me. Tai Bai Yunqing's eyes were overflowing with tears, his laughter filled with grief. My condolences to Lord Elder, there is a limit to one's strength, Lord Elder has tried his best. Lord Elder, it is already a great fortune that you could come out alive. The dead cannot come back to life, old sir, my condolences to you. Everyone spoke one after another, trying to persuade him. But these words, in Tai Bai Yunqing's ears, were filled with sarcasm. They were like needles stabbing into his heart. At the last moment, Tai Bai Yunqing left behind his primeval essence and did not choose to save Zhu Zai and Gao Yang, but for himself, he activated the defensive goo and charged into the main hole. It was him, for his own selfish desires, he disregarded the sacrifice of his companions. Was this still Tai Bai Yunqing? Was this still the publicly acknowledged and respected Tai Bai Yunqing, the one who saved the dying and healed the injured, the one who saved people from suffering? Why did he do this? But at that crucial moment, he did not think at all. He chose to do this. He purposely sacrificed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai in exchange for an opportunity, all for that 15-year lifespan goo reward. It was all for the sake of dragging out an ignoble existence. This choice made Tai Bai Yunqing feel unfamiliar with himself, he felt ashamed, he felt inferior, and he felt remorse. Back then, he did not think or hesitate. But now, he had turned into a whip of morality, interrogating his soul and lashing his conscience. Tai Bai Yunqing painfully closed his eyes, clenching his fists tightly. Lord Tribe Leader has arrived. Subordinate pays respects to Lord Tribe Leader. Everyone in the room knelt on the ground. He Lulan smiled as she walked to Tai Bai Yunqing's bedside. Seeing Tai Bai Yunqing's pained expression, He Lulan frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. Elder Tai Bai, I am very happy that you have awakened. I have already heard about the situation. You, Gao Yang, Zhu Zai and the others have displayed the bravery of our Northern Plains men. Even though you lost, it was a glorious victory. As long as we learn from this lesson, we will definitely pass this round and turn defeat into victory. Wash away the humiliation. Tai Bai Yunqing did not open his eyes, he did not speak, but showed a pained expression. He had already understood the reason for his failure. After he entered the main hall, he successfully escaped the encirclement of the blood beasts and fell in the main hall. But after he succeeded, he laughed wildly in joy, his mood fluctuated greatly, and with his heavy injuries, he fainted. Passing this round. There was a time limit. When the time was up, the unconscious Tai Bai Yunqing was forcefully transported out like the other Gu masters. He was only a step away from success, but he failed because he fainted. But such an ironic outcome was not the source of Tai Bai Yunqing's pain. His pain was because he had betrayed his comrades for his own selfish desires. Was this still Tai Bai Yunqing? Memories flashed in his mind. Again and again. Since young, he had always believed in the power of love. Ever since he was a child, he had a good reputation. When Tai Bai tribe annexed other tribes, he saw his childhood playmate facing the tragic fate of becoming a female slave. He was the one who spoke, wanting to marry her. Thus, he forgave a group of captives. But on their wedding night, his wife betrayed him. The captives contacted enemies and attacked his tribe, causing his parents to die. His subsequent life as a slave was filled with hardships, he had always been suffering from intense inner torment. Finally, one day, he kindly scooped a bowl of water for an old beggar he did not know. The old beggar gave him 3 immortal inheritances to choose from. The first inheritance allowed one to bathe in fire and tread on fire, looking down on the mortal world. The second inheritance allowed one to control wind and float in the sky, roaming freely in the world. The third inheritance allowed one to transcend life and death, helping the common people. Tai Bai Yunqing chose the third inheritance. At that moment, he seemed to have found light in the darkness, his heart was no longer tormented. He had no regrets, he was reborn from the ashes. After so many years, the old beggar's laughter still lingered in his ears. Transcending life and death, helping the common people became his creed in life. For the rest of his life, he really did so. He received the gratitude of countless people, his benevolence spread far and wide, his radiance illuminated the whole of Northern Plains. He was a living legend. But now, he failed. His failure was not because he did not obtain lifespan Gu. It was because he betrayed his comrades, he betrayed his own creed in life. But all of this was done by himself without any hesitation. He used almost his entire life to establish and practice his own creed in life. But at that moment, he destroyed this creed himself. He saw another side of himself, his selfishness. He had once thought that he was that person in everyone's eyes, walking in the grassland under the setting sun, helping the common people, practicing medicine to save the world. But now, in his heart, this image was getting further and further away, he staggered along. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, his shadow became longer and longer. He reminded, "Brother, time waits for no man, we need to quickly prepare. We need to provide some assistance to He Lulan." Yes. This matter cannot be delayed. Where is the place mentioned in the letter? He Qing slowly stood up from his seat. He Bai also stood up. It is near Demon Blood Hill. Let's go. The two Gu immortals were very straightforward. They immediately set off. Not long after, they arrived at the sky above Demon Blood Hill. Demon Blood Hill was a famous area in Northern Plains. Back then, the four great tribes of the Righteous Path had joined hands to exterminate the demonic Path bandit group that had been wreaking havoc in Northern Plains for hundreds of years. This demonic Path bandit group was extremely savage. Because of their deep background, they had the secret support of demonic Path Gu immortals. After an intense battle, the bandit group was completely exterminated. The Righteous Path's losses were not light. The blood of the demonic Path Gu masters dyed the entire hill red, thus the later generations called it Demon Blood Hill. He Lolan's letter requested help. Two He tribe Gu immortals. They had already prepared for a long time. They would take it and leave. This trip was to help He Lulan get through the checkpoint as soon as possible. But 88-point Jinyang Tower was located in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Why did the two He tribe Gu immortals come here? This had to be explained from the structure of 88-point Jinyang Tower. As mentioned earlier, 88-point Jinyang Tower was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It was formed from tens of thousands of small towers, and Divert Disaster Gu was one of its main cornerstones. The small towers were several li apart, covering Imperial Court Blessed Land and taking care of all parts of Northern Plains. Normally, they would absorb the wild Gu worms in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Every 10 years, these small towers would sink one after another. They would sacrifice the wild Gu in the towers, and at the same time, respond to the snow calamity in the outside world of Northern Plains. They would obtain mystical heavenly powers. These heavenly powers would plunder the whole of Northern Plains, taking the precious Gu resources of Northern Plains to the top of Imperial Court Blessed Land's sacred palace, thus forming a layer of 88-point Jinyang Tower. These layers would eventually form the complete 88-point Jinyang Tower. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal's idea was rejected by Long-Hair Ancestor. Long-Hair Ancestor was a refinement path great-grandmaster. He took a different path and came up with a brilliant idea, refining the current 88-point Jinyang Tower. Every time 88-point Jinyang Tower was formed, it was a process of refining Gu from scratch. Not only did it use the wild Gu in the small towers, it also used the Gu worms it absorbed. For example, the 68th floor, 88-point Jinyang Tower would first absorb Flying Bear strength Gu and refine it, using its own strength to form the 100th round. Then it would absorb other strong Gu worms to form the 99th round. Next would be the 98th round, 97th round. It was like building a tall building, a heavy foundation had to be built first. If the Gu worms were not complete, then True Yang Tower would use Gu recipes, Yuan Stone, or inheritance secrets to replace them. Everyone knew that the harder the round in 88-point Jinyang Tower, the greater the reward. Actually, it was because the greater the reward and the stronger the Gu worms, the harder the round would be. It could be said that every Gu worm absorbed was a part of 88-point Jinyang Tower. After countless Imperial Court contests and countless generations of sages and immortals' research, they finally obtained the working mechanism of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Originally, there were no loopholes in it. However, as time passed and the world changed, a loophole appeared, allowing Northern Plains Gu masters to make use of it. This loophole was in the refinement aspect. 88-point Jinyang Tower plundered Northern Plains, absorbing Gu worms and refining them, using their strength to form the round. What did one rely on to refine Gu worms? Will. Back then, how did Fong Yuan refine the liquor worm? He used primeval essence as the carrier, letting the Gu masters will continuously wear down the Gu worm's will, until the Gu worm was filled with the Gu master's will. Only then would the Gu worm become the Gu master's tool. When Fong Yuan refined Gu, he had used the immortal Gu Spring-Autumn Cicada to take advantage of the situation. Between Gu worms, there would be pressure when they were 2 ranks higher. Fong Yuan used the Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura to suppress the low-rank Gu worm's will, making it shrink to the side. Then, he poured his primeval essence into it, and his will entered, swallowing the Gu worm's will that had shrunk to a point. 88-point Jinyang Tower was not a Gu master, so what did it use to refine other Gu worms? Giant Sun Immortal specially left his will for this. Giant Sun's will. When Fong Yuan refined the Gestalt steel, he had seen Giant Sun's will. It was truly grand like the sun, majestic and vast. In comparison, after Fong Yuan refined the Gestalt steel, the will he left behind was as tiny as an ant. 88-point Jinyang Tower used Giant Sun's will to refine Gu worms. Immortal Venerables were invincible, their wills were also invincible, and could easily destroy any other wills. Thus, 88-point Jinyang Tower had never met with any difficulty when refining Gu worms. However, there was a problem. Wills were formed from thoughts. If there was no soul to provide a carrier, constantly thinking would lead to continuous consumption. To resist this astonishing consumption, wills would often choose to sleep. When Fong Yuan entered Water Pavilion, Mo Yao's will, which was stored inside, woke up from its deep sleep. Although Giant Sun's will was as vast as the sun, Giant Sun Immortal had passed away for so many years, he was gradually unable to resist the power of time, and chose to sleep. After Giant Sun's will went into hibernation, 88-point Jinyang Tower's Gu refinement speed slowed down. You're tuning into the Path of the True Immortal YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.